Fang Yi follows the team as they push past the town's edge, stepping deeper into the forest where the air thickens and danger presses closer with every stride. "Oh my God, is that really it?" someone gasps, staring at a colossal vine rising endlessly upward. The sight steals her breath. Without seeing it firsthand, she would never believe something so massive and unnatural could exist. Suddenly, the online lover speaks with a shaking voice, begging them to stop, asking if they can turn back now. Her fear impossible to hide. She trembles head to toe, admitting a crushing sense of unease that tightens her chest. She explains that a friend from her former team once came here and never returned. When DeLeo last appeared, that stronger team tried to approach, yet even cultivators of higher realms vanished without a trace. None of them came back alive. She fears the same fate awaits them, dying here without even leaving a body behind. Hugging her head, she whispers in terror as panic seeps through the group. Her body shakes as if invisible vines are already closing in, shattering her earlier resolve to gamble everything on cultivation. Through tears, she admits her instincts scream danger, sensing an unknown, highly evolved anomaly, and she refuses to be buried here. The alluring woman frowns and demands silence. While Lin Yi calmly agrees that everyone can feel the same pressure, she studies the towering vine and explains its warped aura, like time itself, decaying life, draining vitality and crushing the spirit. Taking the frightened girl's hand, she steadies her, reminding her that pioneers of cultivation must walk such paths. From a distant cliff, he watches in silence, sharp eyes measuring the scene and the suffocating presence surrounding the vine. Among all anomalies he has encountered, only this vine rivals the dread of dark attributes. Dried blood, bones, and corpses cling to it like ornaments, a mockery of life. Hollow and lifeless beneath its living shell, beneath the canopy, Lin Yi issues firm orders, stating there is no time left for hesitation. She assigns positions and warns everyone to stay within sight, and the team nods in tense agreement. Lam Yan scans the area, sees no immediate threat, and exhales softly, believing it may be safe for now. After a brief pause, she climbs onto a thick branch and begins cultivating, blue spiritual energy wrapping around her body. Watching from above, he folds his arms, silently praising her caution and balanced positioning near danger without retreat. Suddenly, the spiritual energy surges violently, and a thunderous blast erupts as a blue pillar shoots skyward. He stiffens in surprise, realizing she is breaking through far faster than expected, her talent undeniable. A sharp blue axe materializes mid-air, stunning the onlookers as gasps of amazement ripple through the group. At the same moment, the massive vines stir, awakening like predators catching a scent. Von Truk reacts instantly, shouting a warning that the vines are moving straight toward them. Panic spreads as someone cries out in disbelief, shocked that they were detected from such a distance. Before anyone can respond, two teammates are seized and bound, their screams tearing through the forest. Chaos erupts as fear takes over, self-preservation replacing teamwork, and the online lover flees while screaming to run. The vine slams into Lamwai's protective ring, rattling it violently as the breakthrough draws lethal attention. She remains unaware that cracks are forming under the crushing pressure. The alluring woman refuses to leave, but the terrified online lover snaps back in rage, blaming Lamwai's cultivation for risking everyone's lives. Van Truk coldly declares that fate decides life and death, urging retreat before they all perish. Enraged, the alluring woman strikes him hard across the face without hesitation. She snarls that she will not abandon her teammates. Turning back alone, she charges toward the danger to save Lamwai while he watches grimly from the cliff. Seeing the vines tightening, he weighs his strength, knowing time is nearly gone. Without delay, he grips his sword as radiant positive energy erupts, vowing to protect his cousin at any cost. Beneath the dense forest roof, the alluring woman strained with everything she had, blades flashing as she desperately hacked at the living vines closing in on her. The crafty tendrils, harder than forged steel, snapped around her ankles without warning, locking her movement and dragging her off balance. In the blink of an eye, the vines sealed around her body, wrapping her tight like a living cocoon with no opening left. At that same instant, Lamwai's protective spiritual barrier cracked apart, crushed by the overwhelming pressure of the vines. In a razor-thin moment between survival and death, Fuang Dik charged forward, his golden blade erupting with blazing sunlight. Trapped and powerless, the seductive woman could only watch Lamwai fall into danger, while the fleeing online lovers turned back as a final scream rang through the forest. He descended without warning, a radiant column of light ripping through space like a judgmental sun crashing down. The impact shook the heavens as his strike obliterated the vines, white smoke surging while shattered debris rained across the ground. He touched down calmly, one foot resting atop the glowing golden sword embedded in the earth. The remaining vines sensed death and fled across the scorched terrain, leaving Von Trug staring in disbelief as the assault abruptly ended. Countless vines still wriggled in place, but none escaped, all of them reduced to drifting dust under his overwhelming force. Light poured from him like a second sun, washing the battlefield in scorching brilliance. Ventruk shielded his eyes, shaken, realizing only an extreme yang power could dominate wild vines so recklessly and absolutely. Shrook ground his teeth in fury, his pride wounded, despite reaching Demon Lord stage 3 stars faster than nearly anyone else. That pride shattered as Lam Wei's existence, and especially this unknown monster, drove envy deep into his bones. He stood atop the mound, sword blazing gold, its pressure forcing every surrounding vine to retreat. Ventruk gazed up in awe, convinced that figures like this made all other cultivators nothing more than dim stars beneath a radiant moon. Facing that divine, transcendent presence, Ventruk froze, unable to grasp what kind of being stood before him. At that moment, the system echoed in his mind. Confirming the extreme wood attribute had completed automatic optimization, he reviewed the new cultivation method, sensing its ability to grow endlessly, absorb vitality, and rapidly mend injuries. His eyes flickered with quiet focus as he judged its value, realizing it functioned like an unending engine wherever life existed. Another alert followed, revealing ongoing death attribute extraction, shocking him as dual powers merged smoothly under system support. He opened his eyes slowly, as if waking from a long dream, finally understanding why such vines thrived only in deadly terrain. The surrounding wood energy dispersed into nothingness as he calculated the devastation this growth could cause in open lands. Within dozens of miles, all vitality would be drained dry, its savage nature feeding on every living thing without restraint. His thoughts broke as a gentle yet weakened voice spoke behind him, filled with trembling gratitude. "Thank you for saving us," they said, admitting without him they would not have survived, and asking how to repay the debt. He waved dismissively and turned away, already calculating his gains from this encounter as the true victor. As he passed the online boyfriend beside Ventruk, his eyes flashed briefly with cold, calculating intent. Leaping into the air, he vanished from sight, knowing that fractured teams reveal their true weakness when disaster strikes. The online boyfriend stared blankly after him, stunned, while Ventruk mocked coldly about regrets and cowardice. Adjusting his glasses, he analyzed calmly, deciding that staying with Lam Wei's now stronger team was the safest option. As they spoke, Lam Wei completed her breakthrough, opening shimmering blue eyes that seemed to hold a sky of stars. The seductive woman rushed over in joy, whispering plans behind smiles, already weighing alliances and hidden threats. Lam Wei surveyed the ruined battlefield in shock, realizing only 4 of the original 6 had survived. Her gaze locked onto a nearby tree, sensing the lingering aura of Shu Ting Yang, its heat oppressive even from afar. Silent, the alluring woman stepped aside as Wanchuk moved forward, preparing to explain everything that had happened. Returning later, Lam Wei found peace elusive, her mind haunted by change, separation, and the memory of that monster. That figure burned like an immortal god, radiating pure yang, crushing demonic vines that others couldn't even wound. Wenja once pointed skyward, noting how the vine now curled in fear above, never daring to approach again. Lam Wei unlocks the door, yet the threat from that shadowy figure still claws at her mind, despite his exit. The vines now behave like tame chicks instead of raging attackers as the door swings open. Inside, she spots cousin Fuangditch seated in the living room, calm as ever, greeting her and noting she looks pale and worn. She isn't ready to mention spiritual energy recovery, so she dodges with a vague excuse, saying group study drained her. Fang Yi gives a faint smile with knowing eyes, tells her to rest, and says he'll order takeout tonight. Then he heads to his room and shuts the door. She leans on the door behind her and slides down, spent to the bone, pushing past her limits and triggering divine armor, burns focus worse than staying awake for months. She collapses onto the bed, quietly thankful she's no longer ordinary, because a few days like this would have ended her. She stares into the dark, wondering about her life, knowing cultivation isn't optional. While he slips out of the house, aware the world is changing too fast for her to stay normal, she grabs her phone and jolts when an unknown sender pops up, the name reading Gia Lam in the group chat. Gia Lam suddenly asks for any information about that expert, shocking her because this secretive person almost never speaks there. Right after, Not Fong Haku replies, asking if the rescuer might be the legend from Black River Dragon Cave, and if so, why that deity would save them at all. On the Cultivator Forum, talk erupts non-stop as a viral post claims a high-level Yang attribute Grandmaster returned, describing a single slash like a rainbow and a blinding white glow that forced witnesses from Black River's contaminated cave. While the rumors explode online, the very man they hype up rides quietly through the city, preparing for a late-night bike run. He mounts the bike and calculates in silence, thinking his cousin should suspect him less now, and that leaving tonight won't look like he's tailing her as the wheels start rolling. He pedals under dim yellow streetlights, determined to use her rest time to hunt for something that can absorb the wild attribute. He weighs the risk. Wild attribute clings to plants, yet it turns corrosive and hostile. and placing it on a living thing could backfire, especially with thunder attribute already running through him. He decides the best target is something akin to that strange vine, born from above and drawn by dense recovering spiritual energy, evolving on its own into desolation. And he speeds up, already knowing the route. Under weak moonlight and dull lamps, he rides straight on until a sign flashes by Samlam Park. He stops beside an ancient tree in Samlam City Park, returns the rented bike, and steps off with purpose. He strolls inside, muttering that he needs a plant that resonates with his spiritual energy, shows goodwill, and earns the right to receive the wild attribute. At the park center, he shuts his eyes and releases wood element spiritual energy, letting it spread like an invisible tide through the greenery as leaves and branches tremble to answer. Yet, none satisfy him. He pushes the wave farther, demanding a stronger reaction, until a sharp feedback hits back and he immediately moves in to investigate. In thick grass, a lively wildflower sways and shakes its petals like it's calling out, and he narrows his eyes, deciding a quick test won't hurt. He reaches toward it, and the petals snap playfully at his finger, greedily drinking every thread of wood-type spiritual energy he feeds it. After a small fill, the flower opens wide and sways with obvious joy, practically performing to show its approval. He chuckles, amused at how sharp it is, acting like a hungry puppy that eats, then rubs against his hand to pledge loyalty. It seems to recognize the young man as its savior, the one who can grant it a new life, so it clings to him without hesitation. Pleased, he crouches and whispers that it's the strongest responder in the forest, perfect for implanting the wild attribute, and the flower nods rapidly as if it understands. Instantly, a terrifying surge erupts across the meadow, a deathly aura pouring from him toward the tiny plant as he lifts it gently into his palm, and the system reacts. The system confirms does he want to forcibly implant the wild attribute into this object, and he answers yes without a pause. A crushing force drops from above, wrapping both him and the flower in a heavy, unnatural pressure. He stares as the flower mutates, leaves spreading wildly while the pistil becomes pronounced, leaking a strange green glow. The nearby plants react and the whole scene warps, and he freezes, realizing the wild power feels like a demon's hand at work. In only 3 seconds, it nearly drains the life of the entire city forest, still expanding too fast and too far. The enlarged flower begins to shrink, and he snatches it up and yanks it free, deciding to stop before it draws the Spirit Energy Association. Holding the mutated flower, he turns to leave and spots a camera on a tree, reminding himself this is the city center and the association is definitely watching. He sprints through eerie silence, noting the dense surveillance and no visitors, then studies the flower still absorbing energy, now gentler and refined, wondering if assigning an attribute triggers plant evolution. In the monitoring room, an electronic alarm voice announces abnormal readings exceeding the threshold again and again. A staffer mutters nervously, shocked the system still triggered, and orders an immediate transfer of the alert feed. The signal routes to the Spiritual Plant Recovery Research Department as sirens wail. Red lights flash, values spike, and panicked staff demand answers. The leader barks a strict command: everyone wear bracelets, rush to the park, seal the area, and block all outsiders from entering. The screen spikes to 30. A researcher blurts out that it's insane. Thantan University's North Gate used to hover at 8 to 10, yet Ama Dung Long already hit 25. Once spiritual density breaks 10, the military steps in. This is no coincidence. Everyone freezes. This park's readings were under 10 earlier. Instruments keep scanning. Something feels off. Humidity, soil moisture, temperature all stable, all normal, which only deepens the unease. Sunlight checks out, but the trees look hollowed, like their life was ripped away in seconds. Whatever did this wasn't slow, and it wasn't subtle. Someone mutters that this feels like a tribute-grade anomaly. Another insists they need to push forward. The real core is still ahead. A heavy voice cuts through the air with authority. Do not advance. Do not touch anything. This area carries the wilderness attribute. The researchers exchange stunned looks. A wasteland, caused by a tribute-level phenomenon. The disguised professor steps in, tone grave. He asks if they know about the vines hanging in the sky. Realization hits them all at once. Gasps erupt. Those demon-like vines were logged as an A-rank mutation. He nods. Correct, their danger earned that rank. They slaughter indiscriminately, driven by a wild trait that drains surrounding life and claims everything it reaches. The group stiffens, fear crawling up their spines as they swallow in silence. A graduate student trembles, asking if one more step would have killed him. The answer is blunt: yes. Awakened wild plants create death zones where vitality is stripped away on entry. He recalls reports from the south, the ancient tree forbidden zone near the trade city. Its rot poisoned the forest, turning the land lethal to any creature that approached. He stresses that after the world's upheaval, plant mutations are no joke. Among known types, The wild attribute reigns supreme. Now, a new source has emerged. A shadow slips in. Major Hanlei places a hand on the professor's shoulder, saying he understands the situation. The professor spins around, startled. Hanlei wastes no time. He orders everyone to suit up and follow them into the contaminated zone, fully aware of the risk. The team complies instantly, sealing their gear before stepping carefully into the danger. Inside the dead forest, doubts surface. Why hasn't the source appeared? Weren't the vines the only mobile threat? The desolation weakens. 5 minutes in, density drops to 25. Hanlei stays calm and tells them to probe further. Nguyen answers without hesitation that she's ready. Both kneel and press their palms to the ground. Energy streams sink deep, sweeping through the earth in search of traces. They jolt upright at the same time, eyes wide. They realize the source has already been excavated. A scientist stammers in disbelief. Dug up impossible. Hanlei rises. Mind racing. Anyone who could do this deserves serious attention. An aide notes the absence of lingering high-tier energy. Hanlei opens a 3-dimensional panel and scrolls fast. Data analysis locks onto a suspect whose path matches both anomalies. The file transfers to Nguyen. She reads the name on the screen. Phuong Dish. Hanlei instructs her to take all related files. This person likely matches a prior contact. What happens next is up to her organization. Nguyen nods once. She understands. 2 hours later, in a secure hideout. Phuong Dich inspects his gains with a grin. He jokes at the tiny flower about lacking even a pot, then praises the little house he chose. He treats it like a partner he personally raised. The small white flower rests quietly. He studies it, satisfied. The wild attribute is rare, subtle, and deadly useful, especially in real combat. He likes its plain look. If Lin Wei saw it, suspicion would never spark. On the battlefield, ordinary appearances hide the sharpest fangs. Tricks decide survival. His phone suddenly rings. The caller ID reads Lao Vuong. He stiffens in surprise. His childhood friend from the army, gone 3 years without a meeting. Vuong Luong. Real name Wang Liang. Lived next door since grade school. They were inseparable until that day he announced he'd enlist to defend the country. A familiar voice laughs, saying he's already back. He suggests drinks at their old spot. The invitation hits fast, and he scrambles to respond. Vuong Luong lowers his voice, half teasing, half serious. He has a secret to share, one that might knock him out cold. The call ends. Elsewhere, tension tightens in a military briefing room. A subordinate reports in, asking if the target's safety can be ensured if he's not the right one. The female commander taps the table once, sharp and cold. She orders them to focus, avoid excess force, and offer guidance if he proves irrelevant. At their usual bar, Phuong Dich reunites with his friend. Glasses clash, laughter surges. He studies Vuong Luong's hardened frame and knows the army was unforgiving. The once witty boy now feels steady and restrained. Vuong Luong reflects on 3 years of service, then asks how things have been. He answers calmly about college and exams. As he swirls his drink, memories of a past life surface. He knows he never met this friend again back then. Once chaos swallowed the world. As a soldier, Vuong Luong likely died quietly in some forgotten conflict. Watching him now, he wonders if this time he can change that fate. Before he can think further, Vuong Luong hesitates, then asks if he's seen anything strange lately, things like monsters or zombies from movies. Phuong Dich instantly caught the hidden edge in those words. Military intel gathering was normal, but this question tested boundaries. He raised his guard while acting confused, tilting his head as if clueless and asking what his friend actually meant. Vuong Luong covers his face, wrestling with himself. After a long pause, he chooses honesty. He says the future will erase today's values, that education and wealth will soon turn meaningless, and everything will be forced to restart from zero. He listens without interrupting, but an alarm screams inside his mind as the words sink in. A regular soldier would never leak such information without lethal consequences. This means he's already flagged by the military and placed under silent observation, even if no one says it aloud. He exhales slowly, while pretending ignorant. He understands his friend risked punishment just to warn him about the coming abnormal era. The sharp ring of a phone slices through the tense air. Vuong Luong answers, his expression hardening instantly. Orders demand his return within 10 minutes to a designated site. He apologizes quickly, saying duty calls. He adds that the task is urgent and suggests leaving immediately. He asks if it involves spiritual energy restoration and offers to follow along without hesitation. Vuong Luong freezes mid-step, spinning back in disbelief at what he just heard. He walks up, pats his shoulder, and insists on going together. He calmly explains that he trusts his friend, knows he means no harm, and suspects this mission connects to the celestial disturbances. He adds that if the Spirit Energy Association handles monsters, then the military's role must hide deeper truths he wants to uncover. With no better option, they head straight to Zone 19's military base. The moment he arrives, The dense spiritual pressure shocks him, far surpassing the Black River Dragon area. At the fortified gate, Wang Luong reports in and clears verification. Once approved, he leads him into the heart of the base. The ground suddenly erupts. A violent explosion tears through the air, smoke and debris swallowing the scene. Ahead, troops channel spiritual energy to restrain a massive, savage beast writhing under glowing chains. The mutated hellhound spits flames despite its bindings, scorching soldiers nearby. He narrows his eyes and quietly judges that the creature is undergoing tribute fusion. A commanding female officer answers instead of Wang Luong. She confirms it's a dual-attribute demon beast of darkness and fire, currently mid-fusion, brutally injuring multiple soldiers. She snaps orders, then glares at Wang Luong for bringing an outsider inside. He hurriedly explains, but her sharp tone cuts him off. She declares the situation critical and orders him to join the counterattack unit immediately. He complies at once. Her gaze then flicks toward him, suspicious of his weak fluctuations, before dismissing the thought due to the urgency. She warns that entry means accepting life or death and absolute secrecy. He nods obediently, showing no resistance. Command shifts fully to combat. She calls out names without explanation. Each soldier responds instantly, rushing into position and releasing spiritual power in perfect coordination toward the beast. She also raises her custom firearm, aiming without hesitation. A lightning-like shot tears through the air, slamming into the beast's chest. It screams, but the impact only drives it deeper into madness as dark energy surges. The hellhound lunges wildly. A frontline female soldier freezes, barely reacting as danger closes in. At the final instant, a bolt of lightning crashes down, striking the beast's face and halting the fatal blow. She fires again and shouts for discipline, ordering distance and a swift finish before full evolution. He watches silently, impressed by their precision. Every member moves like a cog in a lethal machine, proving teamwork can surpass raw individual power. His expression suddenly twists pale as realization hits. He shouts for everyone to retreat. Warning, they cannot win. Thunder detonates overhead. The beast howls as rocks fly and the ground shatters. Its evolution completes. Emergency alerts escalate. Retreat is forbidden. Soldiers brace themselves as the creature's size multiplies. A suffocating aura pours out. Heat and darkness fully fused. Reports confirm the mutation is complete. The monster's bloodshot gaze locks onto its nearest prey. Wang Luong stands frozen beneath that killing intent. The officer screams a warning. He clenches his teeth as the massive claw slams downward. Wang Luong reacts fast, but still gets blasted away by the overwhelming force. The officer urgently updates the situation, announcing the Forbidden Zone threat has risen to a higher level and combat protocols are changing. Before she finishes, Wang Luong's body crashes toward him, blood spraying as internal injuries rupture. He catches him instantly, asking if he's alive. Dark corrosion spreads along his arm, but Wang Luong forces a grin, saying it backfired while reinforcing the collar and that soldiers of Zone 19 don't fall so easily. Fuang Dix watches his badly wounded friend still clinging to duty, and his expression hardens as chill floods his eyes, the air around him turning heavy with restrained intent. Kolam slams her weapon into the ground with a sharp crash, her voice cutting through chaos as she orders everyone to use any tactic necessary, even if it costs their lives. She and her soldiers lock their stance, united by one goal: stopping the B-level monster from escaping the Forbidden Zone at all costs. Before she finishes, a black blur shoots past her like a storm. She snaps around and shouts, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. He doesn't stop or look back, only leaving a cold answer behind, reminding her that he isn't a soldier and owes no obedience. He charges straight at the beast, lightning raging around his arm, intent clear and merciless. Thunder explodes as he surges forward, sneering at the monster's arrogance while lightning tears the air apart. The evil dog slashes down with glowing claws meant to crush bone, but he leaps aside with overwhelming speed, avoiding the strike cleanly. His fist crashes down toward the beast's head, thunder roaring as he declares judgment. The blow detonates on impact, hurling the monster into the ground. The earth splits, debris blasting outward as soldiers struggle to remain standing under the shockwave. Shock ripples through the ranks as disbelief spreads that a B-level exotic beast, one even Kolam couldn't suppress alone, was just overwhelmed. Wang Liang Gay Pes, staring in disbelief before turning to Kolam and asking if that figure could truly be his brother. And she answers with a firm nod. Nunanga stares at the lightning-wreathed figure standing before the fallen beast, realizing the rumors about him were no exaggeration, yet the monster still twitches. Seeing this, his gaze turns ruthless as he orders everyone to retreat, deciding there's only one way left to end it. Kolam signals an immediate fallback, her curiosity burning. A B-level threat should require sacrifice and teamwork, yet he dominates it alone, wielding terrifying lightning power. He raises his right hand skyward, lightning blazing so bright it seems ready to tear the heavens apart. Forcing Kolam to admit his standing would be elite even in Ha Kingdom. Her thoughts shatter as he turns his arm into a conduit, pulling every trace of lightning in the area toward himself, leaving her stunned by the implications. Dark clouds churn as thunder splits the sky. Massive blue bolts crashing down like raging electric dragons. He steps forward, drops his hand, and calls down a towering pillar of lightning that obliterates the dying beast, leaving all witnesses in awe of his tyranny. Without sparing the scorched remains a glance, he turns away coldly, the battle already finished in his mind. Li Nengok shivers, clutching her neck as she mutters that even watching made her dizzy. Admitting lightning is far more terrifying than dark corrosion. Leaving the battlefield, he walks to his injured friend and says it's over, while Wang Liang ignores his pain and rushes over, laughing in relief. Seeing his friend return to his old, cheerful self, he bursts out laughing, joking about repaying kindness with violence, making Wang Liang scratch his head apologetically. Wang Liang admits he suspected his friend was extraordinary and dragged him into danger anyway, while he scolds him affectionately for acting distant after 3 years. Kolam steps in, interrupting them, and solemnly extends her hand, formally thanking him for his assistance. He smiles calmly and shakes her hand, brushing it off as simply protecting a friend. With the crisis resolved, Kolam apologizes for the lack of introductions and asks him to leave contact information so she can report truthfully to her superiors. He agrees easily, while Wang Liang smirks, amused at seeing his commander treat his friend with such respect. Kolam then formally invites him to join the Ha Kingdom army, admitting his power surpasses many cultivators they've recruited, though her rank alone may be insufficient. He lightly teases her, asking if she thinks she lacks the authority to invite him. She answers honestly, saying higher command will likely come themselves, and that earlier actions were never meant to endanger him. He responds sincerely, expressing respect for soldiers willing to sacrifice to protect others. Admitting her earlier words truly moved him. Touched by the recognition, Kolam offers a quiet thanks in return. He proposes future cooperation, offering help when needed, provided the military never interferes with his personal cultivation or restricts him. His blunt conditions catch Kolam off guard, forcing her to pause and consider how such terms would be reported upward. Having said his piece, he prepares to leave, and Kolam agrees, stating they still must handle the monster's remains and will arrange his return. He strolls away with hands in his pockets, thoughts clear about the military's role in guarding dangerous, spirit-rich zones. He understands they stand as both cultivators and shields, forming a wall between civilians and supernatural threats. Watching him disappear, Kolam remarks to Wang Liang that his friend revealed only a fragment of his true strength, like the tip of an iceberg. Wang Liang proudly pats his chest and jokes that if command won't recruit him, then maybe his closest friend should handle the invitation himself. Kolam catches her subordinate getting smug and immediately pushes his head down, crushing the attitude. She orders him to help clean up and reminds him he's nowhere near the captain. Wang Longtiu sulks, then answers, "Yes, sir," that night in Fuang Dich's old apartment. A golden flicker spills through the window, even exposed. He hides his real ace and shows only lightning, sitting cross-legged. He cultivates and judges the military's attitude as a potential advantage. One fact locks in his lightning attribute is insanely rare, possibly unique, and it hard counters the dark power the army desperately wants. He breathes deep and weighs every angle. They tried to pull him in without threats, offered him a voice, a fast road to growth, and top-tier intel. In this new era, each faction has its job. The army becomes the night watchman, a blade in the dark and a shield for the nation, holding the front line when shadows move. The Spirit Energy Association plugs the gaps, sweeps up what slips into the city, and fights to keep daily life from collapsing as the world resets. Spiritual energy around him compresses into a bright sphere at his dantian. His breathing method keeps hauling in pure power, even without leveling after taking the wild attribute. The forbidden zone filled him to the brim, and he senses a breakthrough forming. Outside, the market stays noisy and packed. Lamwai returns from shopping with both hands full, wondering if her cousin made it back yet. She heads toward the building, thinking about dinner. If he's home, she'll test her cooking and see if she's improved. Then the night snaps. A blazing golden pillar of spiritual energy erupts upward, ripping open the quiet sky like a flare. Lamwai jolts, eyes wide. In the glow, a massive golden demon king axe begins forming overhead, signaling rising demonic pressure. Then she feels the surge from that direction and shivers. Her earlier guess was wrong. This aura is brutal, and it doesn't feel like a simple demon realm push. Dark clouds pile in, swallowing the sky. Spiritual energy pours down like a waterfall as thunder detonates. Lamwai panics, wondering if a cultivator is breaking through into a spiritual realm. The golden axe trembles violently, as if confirming it. She whispers that the Demon King realm won't hold much longer. A force shatters the axe, its fragments dissolving and reforming into a golden divine hand. She mutters in horror about a spiritual realm being born. then freezes, unable to process the godlike scene unfolding right beside her, in the military surveillance room. Sirens scream as warnings flood the screens. The abnormal value hits 99 with magnetic fluctuations 5 kilometers southeast. Hanley stiffens in shock. He stands fast and demands answers, then orders all units to move out. Thon Nguyen turns pale, fearing this level of power could wipe out a city, yet it never showed before. A 3D map flashes up, simulating the surge and lighting a corner of the city like a second sun. The room buzzes new spiritual realm expert. Incoming catastrophe. Or both. Hanley grabs the radio and calls headquarters for immediate support, demanding the best gear and resources, plus large-scale destructive weapons if needed. Before the call ends, a soldier rushes in with new intel. The alert is lifted. It's not an anomaly, it's a cultivator ranking up. The room jolts like a bomb went off. Back in the dorm, he exhales hard after finishing his breakthrough, feeling the pressure finally settle. He has stepped into the one-star spirit creation realm. He checks himself and scratches his head, confused that he only feels lighter, with no dramatic change. His phone buzzes with a new message from Vuong Luang under the nickname Sam Luang Son Hao Han. A viral link screams that Tantan University's sports field is burning, and Vuong Luang warns it's the second anomaly in the contaminated area. He stares at the screen, thinking Wang Liang isn't wrong. Being flashy invites trouble, so he stays cautious with both factions and keeps his Yang Flame attribute and Crimson Fire saber power hidden as a real trump card. The door opens and Lam Wai walks in, announcing she's back. She lifts her food bags and asks if he ate, offering what she bought. He keeps staring at his phone and tells her to leave it. He'll eat later. Lam Wai sighs, resigned. Watching him ignore food for his screen makes her let out another tired breath. In her mind, he has no vices and acts upright, but he's painfully lazy, staying home like a corpse, skipping university, and living on his phone. She admits university barely matters now, yet his life attitude still worries her as she drags herself toward the bedroom. She sprawls on the bed, thinking cultivators chase fate while her cousin drifts carefree. Her thoughts return to that divine-level figure who shook the heavens. Then she decides she'll protect her cousin to repay his kindness. He keeps watching coverage of the Thantan University fire, brow tightening as he reconstructs the pattern. Last time was heat, now it's open fire, still tied to a Yang tribute. The clips show flames spreading fast, nearby trees and beds reduced to ash, and the zone sealed while netizens shout and even special forces appear. The video ends too soon, leaving him irritated. This looks worse than Bachman, and he can't predict this Yang attribute. If he wants answers, he needs to contact Ko Lam first. Next morning at Tantan University's gate, reporters pack in, shoving at soldiers and firing questions about the unextinguished fire, injuries, and why student safety details aren't being reported. In the chaos, two figures walk in side by side. Guards snap to attention and open the gate for them, triggering angry complaints from reporters left outside. It's Fang Diash with Kolam. They ignore the noise and head to the stadium. Kolam stares at the ruin and asks if this is divine fire, then explains the government calls it heavenly fire. She recalls a past forest blaze that ignited without warning and couldn't be stopped, only endured until it consumed everything. Then she scans the area. Knowing wandering blindly won't help, Kolam turns and says she'll visit the principal's office, asking if he'll come. He chooses to stay and inspect, so she nods, tells him to be careful, and leaves, alone. He walks down the steps and approaches the yellow barricade, then steps over and crouches by the dust at the stadium edge. The ground has cooled and holds no remaining heavenly fire energy to collect, so the case isn't that simple. While he's deep in thought, a familiar woman's voice cuts in behind him, making him jolt. She sounds stunned as she asks why he's here. Fuang Deech spins around and freezes when he recognizes his ex, So Than Lee. The girl in glasses beside her sneers, mocking that this is the ex who barely scraped into college. Fenley gives a small nod in confirmation. The bespectacled girl pats Than Lei's shoulder, but her sharp words stab straight at him. She tells him to wake up, claiming he still clings to feelings. Yet the gap between them is obvious and impossible to cross, urging him to let go. He stands there, baffled, a giant question mark hanging in his mind as he wonders when he ever said he still cared. Curious students start crowding in. Some recognize Than Lei, others complain about a strange boy inside a restricted zone, grumbling about poor security and unwanted outsiders. The girl with glasses steps forward, blocking him and warning him off, boasting that Than Lei is now the school's pride with countless elites chasing her, then threatens to call the police. Than Lei stays quiet, secretly shaken. She doubts he came for her, yet her heart beats faster, torn between pride and confusion. Just as the tension thickens, Kolam appears and breaks the scene, asking calmly if this is his friend. He glances at Than Lei once and replies flatly that she's only a high school classmate. Nothing more. Kolam hums, clearly amused. Kolim's military aura is overwhelming, the scar on her face sharpening her presence into something intimidating and mysterious. One look from her makes Thonley and her friend shiver, silently wondering who this woman is and how she knows him. Leaning closer, Kolim whispers that the fire case is worse than expected, and the principal will guide them to the source, adding that he must come as a special advisor. As soon as he agrees, the university president arrives personally, security clearing the way as he orders everyone to disperse and seals the sports field. The students gasp in shock, stammering as they recognize the elderly principal stepping in. The cane-bearing principal radiates stern authority, making Thonley wonder why such an elusive figure would appear for this woman and him. The girl in glasses smirks, assuming the principal came to deal with intruders. Instead, under heavy guard, the principal stops before Kolim and him with unexpected warmth. He shakes their hands respectfully, thanking the advisor introduced by Kolim and admitting his fear that the fires might endanger students. The principal bows deeply, formally asking for help with the sports field disaster. He hurriedly helps the old man up, while Thonley stands frozen, staring at the principal bowing to the man she once rejected. As the crowd is driven back, whispers spread about his background and status, leaving Thonley stranded amid disbelief. Mocking voices sting her ears, saying even if she chased him now, she might not be worthy. She stands silent, unable to move. At the mountainside north gate, the principal personally leads him in, recounting how fires erupted after Kim Duong vanished and how trucks failed to extinguish them. He pauses, shaken, then explains that multiple fields ignited, with flames falling from the sky and floating unnaturally. They stop before a ruined stadium. The principal points out that only this field still burns. He looks up, the stench of scorching heat hitting hard as he silently assesses the scene. He asks if the basketball hoop was the ignition point. The principal nods helplessly, admitting only this fire resists extinction. Kolim's detector vibrates, flashing at 11. She explains that exceeding the limit means isolation, as such anomalies are disasters to civilians. Before she finishes, the reading spikes violently from 11 to 60. Sirens scream. Kolim's face tightens as she declares the threshold far too high, warning that the entire city could be threatened. The principal trembles, only to see him calmly ignore warnings and step past the barrier toward the fire. The heavenly flames react instantly, roaring and hurling a massive fireball at him. The explosion rocks the area, alarms turning red as heat surges and readings skyrocket, leaving Kolim stunned and the principal drenched in sweat. The barrier is swallowed as the fire twists into a ferocious dragon guarding its domain, making everyone outside panic. Unlike them, he remains composed, walking straight into the inferno as spiritual energy forms a thin yet solid shield around him. The barrier blocks the flames, but he realizes he can't touch the fire's core while maintaining it. Preventing system interaction, he advances toward the hoop, deciding he must reach the origin as the fire dragon lunges violently. He extends a hand, expression cold and unwavering, showing no trace of fear. At the critical moment, he drops the diamond shield entirely, exposing himself to the raging heavenly fire. Roaring flames crash over him, forcing him to brace low and steady himself against the overwhelming surge. Phuong Dix endures direct contact with the true heavenly fire, his body screaming under the heat. He clenches his teeth and waits. The system responds at last, detecting violent heavenly fire fluctuations, and he laughs through the pain, convinced this power must be absorbed. The system surges into full operation, compiling at maximum speed. A notification flashes, announcing the successful acquisition of the heavenly fire attribute technique. 9 dragons, heavenly fire. Seal, filling him with pride. As heavenly flames explode outward, another notice appears. The new method unlocks instantly, extracting attributes without manual learning as fire rages around him. The sky bleeds red. 9 blazing dragons descend like falling stars. He closes his eyes as crimson markings bloom across his face, and the system confirms full fire attribute assimilation. The markings spread over his cheeks and brow, circling his eyes, each pattern carrying the authority of a dominant dragon. When the 9th mark completes, he opens blood-red eyes brimming with divine pressure and shouts the technique's name as heavy chains begin to emerge. Thick red-black obsidian chains burst from behind him, clashing like metal as they coil through the air. The chains bind the 9 fire dragons, tightening as they struggle, crushing them into a layered seal. Watching from afar, Kolim senses a familiar sealing aura seen only in high-level military techniques. He raises a hand and slowly retracts his power, drawing the chains back as they spiral into his palm. The violent heavenly fire compresses into a tiny blazing sphere, wrapped tight by chains like a bound star. Though the fire roars within, every attempt to break free fails against absolute suppression. With the seal complete, he gently returns the sphere to its origin, imprisoning it permanently. He warns the principal to keep the stadium sealed, ensuring the fire never spreads again. Kolim stands silently, lips pressed tight, watching the man who just neutralized a city-level threat alone. her thoughts tangled with awe. He jokes about the school's many sports fields, easing the principal into laughter. Before more words follow, Kolam steps in, asking for a private talk. The principal quickly excuses himself. Alone with her, he tilts his head, puzzled, and asks what's wrong. Kolam speaks bluntly, praising how well he hides his true depth. He gives an awkward smile, brushing it off as the fire being troublesome. Her expression sharpens as she calls him out, saying she knows he's concealing both talent and realm. When he only smiles, she sighs and drops it, admitting cultivators all keep secrets, especially ones as dangerous as him. She explains sincerely that in this era of upheaval, someone like him is equivalent to a living strategic weapon, and every major faction will want him. Shrugging lightly, she adds that her own motives exist too, and urges him to think ahead before recruitment pressures arrive. He answers honestly, asking why neither she nor Vuong Luong dared invite him into their forbidden zone. She replies without hesitation, saying that zone is terrifyingly strong, almost excessive in its power. She confirms they are busy beyond measure. He nods, realizing even elite forces are stretched thin, hinting at unseen disasters. She signals for him to follow, ending the talk. As they walk to the canteen, his thoughts churn over how even top forces are struggling. Based on her words, someone in that group has likely reached spirit creation, perhaps beyond. A faint unease settles in him. Spiritual energy recovery is close, yet his preparation still feels lacking. He reflects on Heavenly Fire's nature, uncontrolled and absolute, perfect for erasing endlessly reproducing anomalies. His eyes brighten as an idea sparks, and his fist tightens in resolve. He realizes this attribute pairs perfectly with the Crimson Flame Blade, amplifying its lethality. Days later, he heads alone behind the mountain to test it, stopping short at a massive warning sign declaring the area dangerous. He finds it suspicious, knowing the army couldn't react this fast, and suspects the Spirit Energy Association blocked the area for him. Remembering Than Nguyen's enthusiasm, he laughs, deciding to accept the unspoken permission. The smile fades as a strange sound reaches his ears. He stiffens, scanning the forest, sensing something nearby. The rustle comes from above. His perception sharpens as he identifies a weaker aura similar to before, belonging to a mutated ape. Hanging from a branch, red eyes glowing, the creature watches cautiously instead of charging blindly. He smiles faintly, resting a hand on his sword, calmly gauging whether the prey is worth striking. The system responds at once, confirming fusion of heavenly fire into the blade, forming a supreme flame attribute. He approves the process without hesitation as blazing fire engulfs the sword, heat warping the air around it. Turning with burning intent, he anticipates the result of merging indestructible fire with his true crimson blade. Sensing exposure and crushing pressure, the ape screams in terror as he slashes, releasing sword energy shaped like twin fire dragons that roar forward. Phuong Dix faces the heavenly fire head-on, his body pushed to the brink as scorching waves tear through him. He clenches his jaw and waits. The system finally reacts, confirming violent heavenly fire fluctuations, and he laughs through the agony, determined to claim it. The system immediately ramps up to maximum load, compiling without pause. A clear prompt appears, announcing the successful acquisition of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal, filling him with fierce satisfaction as the flames spiral violently. Another notice triggers. The new cultivation method unlocks on its own, extracting attributes while the fire storms higher. The sky turns blood red. 9 blazing dragons crash down like falling stars. He shuts his eyes as crimson patterns spread across his face, the system confirming full fire attribute integration. The markings crawl over his cheeks and brow, circling his eyes, each line carrying the dominance of a ruling dragon. When the 9th mark completes, he opens blood-red pupils radiating authority and calls out the seal. As heavy chains surge forth, thick obsidian chains streak out behind him, clashing loudly as they twist through the air. The chains lock onto the 9 fire dragons, tightening as they struggle, crushing them into a layered seal. From afar, Kolam recognizes the unmistakable aura of high-tier sealing. He raises a hand and slowly draws back his power, the chains collapsing into a vortex and returning to his palm. The raging heavenly fire compresses into a tiny blazing sphere, bound tightly like a caged star. The fire roars in defiance, but every attempt to break free is utterly suppressed. With the seal complete, he calmly returns the sphere to its origin, permanently imprisoning it. He warns the principal to keep the stadium sealed so the fire never spreads again. Kolam stands silent, lips pressed tight, watching the man who neutralized a city-level threat alone, her thoughts tangled with awe and caution. He jokes lightly about the school having plenty of sports fields, easing the tension and drawing laughter from the principal. The principal quickly steps aside at Kolam's signal, leaving the two alone as she studies him closely. She speaks bluntly, praising how deeply he hides his true depth. He only smiles awkwardly, brushing it off as the fire being troublesome. Her gaze sharpens as she calls him out, saying she knows he's concealing both talent and realm. When he offers no reply, she sighs and lets it go. Admitting secrecy is normal for cultivators, especially dangerous ones. She explains sincerely that in this era of upheaval, someone like him equals a living strategic weapon, and every major faction will want him. She shrugs lightly, adding that her own motives exist too, and urges him to think ahead before recruitment pressure arrives. He answers honestly, asking why neither she nor Vuong Luong dared invite him into their forbidden zone. She replies plainly, saying that zone is terrifyingly strong, almost excessive in power. She confirms they're overwhelmed with tasks. He nods, realizing even elite forces are stretched thin by unseen disasters. She signals to move on. As they head for the canteen, his thoughts churn over how even top-tier forces are struggling. From her words, someone there has likely reached spirit creation, perhaps even beyond. A faint unease settles in him. Spiritual energy recovery is close, yet his preparation still feels insufficient. He reflects on Heavenly Fire's nature, absolute and unrestrained, perfect for erasing endlessly regenerating anomalies. His eyes light up as an idea sparks, and his fist tightens in resolve. He realizes this attribute pairs perfectly with his crimson flame blade, amplifying its lethality. Days later, he heads alone behind the mountain to test it, halting at a massive warning sign declaring the area dangerous. He finds it suspicious, knowing the army couldn't react this fast, and suspects the Spirit Energy Association cleared the land for him. Remembering Than Nguyen's enthusiasm, he laughs and decides to accept the unspoken permission. The smile fades as a strange sound reaches him. He stiffens, scanning the forest with sharpened senses. The rustle comes from above. He identifies a weaker aura similar to before, belonging to a mutated ape, hanging from a branch, red eyes glowing. The creature watches cautiously instead of charging blindly. He smiles faintly, resting a hand on his sword, calmly judging whether the prey is worth striking. The system responds instantly, confirming fusion of heavenly fire into the blade, forming a supreme flame attribute. He approves without hesitation as blazing fire engulfs the sword, heat warping the air itself. Turning with burning intent, he anticipates the result of merging indestructible fire with his true blade. Sensing exposure and crushing pressure, the ape screams in terror as he slashes, releasing sword energy shaped like twin fire dragons that roar forward, even at the edge of collapse. Lam Wai forces out her final spark of spiritual power and hurls it forward in a desperate counterstrike, the air erupting with a violent roar that shakes the night. The unleashed energy rips straight through the darkness, blowing apart the monster's twisted head as its body locks up, then slumps to the ground like rotten clay when she inspects the decaying remains. The seductive woman freezes in horror, seeing countless human faces warped in pain. Lam Wai grimly concludes the truth: those people became part of the monster. A cruel attempt to turn them all into food. Pale and trembling, the woman grips her bleeding wound and gasps that their attacks can't pierce the black bone barrier. Their spiritual energy keeps draining, and the source of the anomaly is still unknown. The corpse dissolves back into the black bones as if it never existed, and she admits bitterly that the thing is waiting for them to run dry, ready to toy with them once they're helpless. Fear seeps in as despair spreads. Then a massive blood-red eye slowly emerges from the fog of bones, drifting closer and closer. The eye doesn't stay whole, it writhes, the flesh splitting apart until countless smaller eyes form, packed together in a nauseating cluster. The sheer number makes skin crawl, a living nightmare pressing in from all sides, suffocating any hope of escape. Watch the energy shifts. Lin Wai shouts sharply, warning everyone to stay alert and never lower their guard. The moment the words leave her mouth, a chill crawls up her spine. Instinct screaming danger as the ground beneath her flashes into freezing ice and cracks echo sharply. From above, a predator's gaze pins her down, hundreds of bloodshot eyes glowing as they lock onto her, numbing her body and trapping her in paralyzing despair. Darkness surges like a black tide, swallowing everything as shadowy arms reach out, dragging her toward an endless abyss while her consciousness fades. Regret floods in too late. She blames her own overconfidence, knowing the path of cultivation is paved with blood, and reaches out blindly for a hope she may never touch again. Tears slide down her face as she finally stops resisting and accepts what feels like an unavoidable end. Thunder suddenly shatters the sky, and a blade of brilliant blue light rips through the darkness as Fang Yi steps in, smiling calmly against the chaos. He looks at his stunned cousin, arriving at the very last moment, while her eyes widen in disbelief. Tears still cling to her lashes as she struggles to accept what she's seeing unfold right in front of her. His lightning attribute, known for suppressing evil, bursts out and tears apart the illusionary fog, instantly clearing the battlefield around the two girls. Lam Wai snaps back to awareness, still standing beside the unconscious, alluring woman, muttering in shock as she realizes her cousin truly saved them and is far from ordinary. She suddenly spots the grotesque, many-eyed creature creeping up from behind him and screams a warning about the anomaly closing in from the right. He stays calm, grips the sword, and ignites it with blazing flames, the heat surging outward as he challenges the dark attribute head-on. Without retreating, he swings in one clean motion, fire and technique merging into a single, overwhelming strike that erupts into a roaring dragon of flames. The fire dragon charges forward, consuming the monster as its muffled screams fade, the body collapsing into complete stillness. A towering wall of fire rises to shield the two girls, and Lam Wai quickly supports the charming woman as she weakly wakes, confused and terrified. Surrounded by flames, the woman panics, thinking they've fallen into hell, until Lam Wai calmly assures her they're alive and the anomaly is already gone. The fire fades as he retracts his power, turning back with an easy smile and casually asking if anyone has eaten breakfast yet. Recognition hits as the woman blurts out that he was the one who saved them in Yanghuo Town, and he scratches his head, embarrassed at being found out so easily. Lam Wai finally connects the dots, shocked that the legendary fire attribute expert everyone praised is actually her cousin. He only laughs it off, choosing silence instead of explaining further. The excited woman grabs Lam Wai's shoulders, rambling about his feats and legends, leaving her stunned by the realization of his true status. Lam Wai quickly reasons it out, recalling both lightning and fire far beyond her level, realizing he's a rare genius with multiple advanced attributes. He interrupts with a serious question, pointing out the anomaly's danger and asking why only the two of them were present and where the rest of the team went. Hesitant, the young woman explains the team's collapse, hidden missions, supervision, and absences that left them short-handed. She lowers her head, admitting she underestimated the enemy after her breakthrough, believing there would be no real danger. He recalls the earlier chaos, noting how only the charming woman stayed behind to protect Lam Wai, silently admiring her loyalty when it mattered most. Accepting the situation, he decides to be honest, proposing that since his identity is known, they should trust each other and form a team. He warns them to keep it secret, and she eagerly agrees. Overwhelmed by the sudden stroke of luck, he waits calmly as Lam Wai breaks into tears, deeply moved, realizing she had been protected all along. Smiling through tears, she feels warmth on her lonely cultivation path, grateful to have family beside her, and thanks him sincerely. She cheerfully promises to share extra eggs tonight, then checks a message and announces that Sister Lam has just posted a new mission. The system interface lights up, announcing a quest to gather items inside the dark zone tied to the dark attribute, warning all registrants to consider their choice carefully before committing. She reads the notice and rubs her chin, wondering if her younger cousin is linked to the dark attribute and asking what the dark zone truly is. Lam Wai hesitates, then explains that the dark abyss lies on the dark border and is strictly forbidden by the lower nation. She adds that all adventurers must avoid it, as most recent anomalies trace back there, and the government has never fully explored it due to past disasters and heavy casualties. Hearing this, the alluring young woman shrugs it off, saying old Sister Lam rarely explains missions anyway, while suggesting they ask for details just in case. Fang Yi appears at this point, silently piecing things together, growing curious about Jia Lam's identity since only someone with immense authority could issue missions tied to such a forbidden region. After some thought, Lam Wai sends a message asking to register and requests details, receiving a surprisingly fast and thorough reply about collecting rotten flowers and the increased danger within the dark zone. Jia Lam warns that all anomalies inside carry dark attributes. Risks are far higher than before, and teams are strongly advised before signing up. Another message follows, stating the mission may involve an S-rank anomaly with an extremely high fatality rate, urging everyone to think carefully before proceeding. Elsewhere, Jia Lam strides forward confidently with elite guards behind her, quietly wondering whether the person she's targeting will accept the invitation. Reading the message, he laughs, recognizing the hidden challenge within the words and sensing that this woman clearly knows what kind of cultivator she's dealing with. Neither side reveals their true identity, yet the silent test has already begun, and he decides there's no reason to decline such an open provocation. His curiosity ignites at the mention of an unexplored, forbidden land, excitement surging as the thought of stepping into that mystery takes hold. He quickly replies that their team has 3 members, while Jia Lam calmly continues forward, confident that a worthy cultivator will eventually arrive. The assistant worries aloud about the team's size, but Jia Lam dismisses it, stating she never forces anyone and that those who belong will come. Sensing confusion, she clarifies that the mission isn't meant to send cultivators to their deaths, but serves a far greater purpose. She explains that collecting rotten flowers is essential to preserving future strength for the lower nation, even if the cost is steep. On the train, Lam Wai and the charming woman scroll through news while he stands nearby with a calm posture, sword resting quietly at his side. In a hospital room, Jia Lam and her assistants stand solemnly by an elderly man's bed, sorrow filling her eyes as she clasps his frail hand. She whispers a vow, swearing to gather as many rotten flowers as necessary, no matter the cost. The old man lies motionless, his body marked by spreading red veins, and Jialam steels herself, knowing he must be saved. As the nation's only Diamond Realm cultivator, his revival would become their greatest leverage once spiritual energy fully returns. An assistant urges her to value her own health, reminding her that the mission means nothing if she collapses. Her emotions erupt as she snaps back, declaring her life matters because it was bought with the sacrifices of her comrades. The anger fades, replaced by a familiar headache and deep guilt flickering in her violet eyes. She leans against the bed, apologizes for losing control, and assures them it's not time for medicine yet. Painful memories surge despite her efforts, tightening around her heart without warning. A battlefield from years past flashes through her mind, bodies scattered, blood-soaked ground, and desperate retreat orders echoing endlessly. She remembers crying out in refusal, unable to accept the loss unfolding before her. Her captain forces his remaining spiritual power into her, commanding her to survive and carry their will back home. She snaps back to reality, cold and composed, realizing the truth about the wilted flowers and how easily the mission could fail. Time passes as the group continues forward without rest, exhaustion slowly wearing them down. The charming woman complains about the distance and jokingly asks why they can't just fly, only to be reminded that spiritual energy doesn't allow such freedom. He ignores the chatter, eyes narrowed as he studies the shimmering energy ahead and the dense defensive line blocking the path. Even through layers of obstacles, he senses the oppressive dark aura seeping through, thick and nauseating. The alluring woman shivers instinctively, hugging herself as the chilling presence overwhelms her. Far more terrifying than any anomaly they faced before, Fang Yi sensed a crushing pressure settle over Lam Wei's shoulders. She forced a calm smile, urging her friend to hold on. They had already come too far to retreat now. Moving toward the assembly zone, he noticed many figures ahead. Lam Wei agreed, pointing out that this wasn't just greed for rewards. Since dark attribute threats were notoriously lethal, those anomalies carried death itself and showed instinctive hostility toward humans. Her unease grew as the city faced repeated dark incidents. His expression hardened. He had already confronted two of them directly. One was a warped rabbit, barely recognizable, closer to a monstrous rat. The other was a massive constrictor lurking near an abandoned factory. These creatures weren't mindless. They showed intelligence, coordination, and tactics far beyond early-stage mutations. They could even set traps and ambush teams, nearly wiping out an association squad, a memory that still weighed heavily. He studied the defensive barrier sealing the restricted zone, wondering if its systems surpassed others. While unease about a looming catastrophe crept in, anomalies were appearing faster than anyone could explain, nearing total loss of control. He gestured for the girls to move inside, knowing hesitation was no longer an option. Before the barrier, cultivators clustered in small groups, chatting casually. Tan Huyn stood among them, deeply absorbed in conversation. Mid-sentence, her gaze locked onto a familiar figure approaching from afar. She jolted and blurted out in shock that he had arrived, and even brought two girls with him. Realizing her voice carried, she turned away fast, covering her mouth in embarrassment. The green-haired girl beside her noticed and shook her shoulder, with no response. Tan Huyn closed her eyes, muttering prayers, only to hear him greet her moments later. He welcomed her presence warmly. She stiffened, recalling his military file and her earlier awkwardness, while whispers sparked about her relationship with him. Flustered, she waved her hands and denied everything loudly. He stepped in smoothly to diffuse the misunderstanding. Smiling, he jokingly introduced her as an association captain working with him. The tension vanished, though the label left her inwardly speechless. Their exchange was cut short by a heavy stomp. A middle-aged man strode forward, scoffing at their behavior. Armed and rugged, he lectured them with elder authority, criticizing the younger generation for lacking respect and discipline. His insinuation sparked the charming woman's temper. She prepared to lash out, but he stopped her with a subtle signal. Catching on, she switched tactics, mocking the man lightly and warning he might be the first to panic later. Before he could retort, an engine roared. An armored military vehicle rolled in, drawing all eyes as the man sneered knowingly. The vehicle halted, doors opening as a slender yet commanding figure stepped out, instantly commanding the crowd's attention. Whispers spread as recognition dawned. It was Jia Lam, the one who issued the summons. She exited fully, followed by disciplined soldiers. The crowd parted instinctively to clear her path. The alluring woman whispered in awe at her presence. He quietly guessed she was the one responsible for opening the way. Hearing this, Jia Lam glanced over briefly, then headed straight for the glowing blue barrier. She produced an ancient stone etched with patterns, the key required to unlock the seal. Channeling power into it, blue veins surfaced. The ground shook as the barrier split, revealing a dark passage like a gaping maw. A foul stench and ominous aura surged outward as low growls echoed. A firm voice announced the gates opening. With the barrier gone, a vortex of black mist churned behind her. She declared entry allowed and warned the flowers must remain uncontaminated. The cultivators listened in silence. Failure to meet conditions meant no reward. With no objections raised, the operation began. The man in red armor led his team first, muttering curses as he went, clearly displeased at being pushed forward. A younger teammate urged him to stop complaining, explaining how deaths would be recorded and compensated. The man fell silent and marched in. Behind them, Than Nguyen quietly assessed the remaining teams, noting hidden experts and balanced overall strength. He acknowledged the analysis, impressed that so many elites gathered for such a dangerous mission. Still, doubt lingered. One participant felt weaker than expected. Nearby, an assistant reported finalized numbers and difficulty levels to GLM. Inside the extreme dark zone, the world shifted completely, barren and lethal, filled with lifeless, twisted trees. The air grew thick and foul, branches clawing like specters, gloom pressing in from all sides. He took the lead, warning the group to stay close as darkness distorted vision. One teammate faltered, overwhelmed by the hostile energy. She couldn't hold it and vomited, only to hear that the feeling was shared by everyone there. Fang Yi. This scene isn't unusual. People nearby share similar levels, and the women at the front suddenly bend over, retching hard as if their bodies reject the place itself. Huin seizes the moment to explain calmly. Dark attributes differ from immortal cultivation. Think of it as corruption here. In the extreme dark zone, monsters react violently to it. Fuang Dix listens in silence while the hierarchy is laid out. B-rank beasts match Ghost Realm cultivators and control their range. A-rank beasts rival Creation Realm experts. S ranks spell total disaster. Huin stresses that darkness here amplifies monsters. A normal B rank jumps at least one tier. Lin Wai freezes in shock. Realizing this is new knowledge, then anxiously asks if Captain 2 is unharmed. Huin casually hides her breakthrough to the 3-star Demon Lord realm with laughter. She jokes that decay smells don't bother her team, especially after forcing her water mutation into ice. The charming woman admits her spiritual power feels heavily suppressed here. Thangyan agrees, warning that even 1-star spiritual realm elites have fallen. Fear spreads, and Amwai urges everyone forward. She scans the darkness and warns that figures ahead vanished. The group tightens formation, limits speech, and focuses spiritual power to avoid being exploited by black bones. He stays quiet, observing his body. No major discomfort appears. Enhanced Yang and Thunder attributes seem effective, or perhaps his spirit realm breakthrough strengthened his energy. Elsewhere, Elder Dying cleaves a blocking beast in half, laughing loudly. Even monsters of the extreme dark zone fail to impress him. Elder Dang charges ahead, shouting for glory and rotten flowers. The elders follow, roaring with confidence, and leaving the younger ones watching in awe. Back with Huangdi's group, the air grows colder as they descend. Lam Wai coughs violently, and the charming woman glances at Yi with clear concern. Hearing the cough, Fuangditch turns back. Blood ties matter, and he refuses to ignore his cousin. He steps beside Lam Wai, pats her back twice, and quietly releases a positive energy barrier. Her eyes widen as warmth spreads. The nausea and bone-freezing chill vanish instantly. She marvels at the spirit creation realm's power and praises the warmth of fire-like attributes. She reflects that such attributes absorb natural spiritual energy easily. Noting Captain Toe's ice mutation is equally rare. Realizing the confusion, the translator clarifies it isn't fire but yang. He reminds them the Northgate and University field incidents were handled by him. He explains that Yang and Heavenly Fire differ. Shocked voices blurt out disbelief, 3 rare advanced attributes already. He closes his eyes, hides the existence of another wild attribute, and gives a vague nod. Keeping a trump card never hurts. He notices the charming woman trembling badly and teases her. She begs for warmth, mentioning her incomplete grasp of metal attributes. He agrees, amused. Startled by his pat, she jumps, then exhales as heat floods her body. Relief washes over her face. Thandanguyen's team stares at the odd scene and asks what exactly is happening. He generously offers the same help. Thandanguyen smiles. The blonde cheers, and the red-haired girl quickly turns, hands clasped in prayer. One by one, he pats their backs. Young protection envelops them, and laughter breaks out as tension melts away. The moment shatters when heavy footsteps thunder closer. Fang Yi warns sharply that something big is coming. Thandanguyen reacts instantly, blasting spiritual energy toward the sound, shouting in confusion. The attack hits nothing. A shadow lunges instead at the charming woman. She barely dodges as a massive black beast reveals itself. Lillian screams in alarm, identifying it as an A-rank beast. The woman freezes, staring at claws and fangs rushing closer. Nguyen Huyen summons razor-sharp ice shards to assist, launching them forward. The shards pass through as the beast dissolves into black bone mist. Huyen grits her teeth, realizing how troublesome this enemy is. Lam Wai rushes in but freezes as well. Fang Yi scans the area calmly and spots zombies closing in from behind. Half-human, half-demon zombies growl as black bones gather underfoot. Phuong Dit urgently warns the group as they're surrounded, with no hesitation. Phuong Dik steps forward, gripping his sword and shifting position to block them. Thuktan's passion ignites, eyes blazing red. He slashes forward, power surging straight at the enemy. Divine fire erupts from the blade. 2 roaring fire dragons tear through the darkness. The explosion incinerates monsters instantly. Flames crackle, stench fills the air, and terrified cries echo before fading. With one strike, everything ends. Fang Yi rests his sword on his shoulder, smiling as he assures the team they're safe for now. Confusion follows when monsters mimic speech. Thon Nguyen explains it may come from devouring humans. Warning, all here are boosted to A rank. From afar, Jia Lam watches silently behind a mask. Admiration shines in her eyes. Defeating 2 A-rank illusion beasts in one move is no small feat, as calm returns. Lin Wei remains tense. The charming woman struggles to stand, gasping under the pressure of higher realm suppression. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoes from somewhere nearby, freezing everyone in place. Fang Yi narrows his eyes, sensing something off. Lin Wei suddenly tilts her head, ears twitching as distant echoes roll in, then questions sharply whether the sound ahead is truly ocean waves. Her words end as the ground convulses violently, as if a colossal presence stirs below, throwing the group into chaos as everyone staggers to stay upright. Heavy footsteps thunder closer, mixed with sharp gunfire. A celestial cultivator flees in panic, firing wildly and screaming for everyone to run and stop fighting. Screams ripple through the space. Someone cries about a demon as pressure crashes down, weighing on shoulders like an unseen mountain. Ahead, roaring waves rage like an enraged sea. Countless pitch-black mutants surge like storm clouds, sending cultivators scattering with faces drained of color. The first to flee is the old man. Despair erupts as someone shouts that even legendary armies suffered here, while a black tsunami of death swallows the slow without mercy. Seeing this, Elder Dang's pride ignites. He halts, releases his defensive energy, and roars that government troops failing doesn't mean he will. With reckless courage, he charges straight into the surging darkness, bravery blazing as he fatally misjudges the dark tide's power. In an instant, his body vanishes beneath black waves, sinking. He realizes there are no fish here, only horrors far worse lurking within. Regret comes too late. Hidden monsters tear him apart as faint screams echo, warnings breaking apart amid the consuming dark. Elder Dang isn't alone. Countless ascendants share the same fate, dragged screaming into the abyss as survivors listen in frozen terror. From a temporary high ground, Lam Wai trembles and questions if the dark aura is beyond saving. Captain, to stays calm as unease spreads. Thon Nguyen explains the dark eclipse, a pinnacle dark attribute that devours decay itself, yet notes this eruption avoids the sovereign's reign. Lin Wai shakes in horror, recalling forum records of a force that can erase a city, begging to retreat as he forms a yang lightning spherical shield. He reassures them that the shield counters darkness, urging everyone to maintain it together to protect those vulnerable to the tide. Thon Nguyen quickly intervenes, warning that condensed dark attributes can't be stopped at their level, citing how a spirit realm master vanished instantly. Yai draws his sword, one side blazing with yang light, the other crackling with thunder as spiritual power surges like a raging torrent. He steps beyond the shield and launches forward like an arrow, while Lin Wai screams in disbelief at his intent to confront the dark dusk. Close to the dark sea, his glowing figure charges into the abyss core, instantly swallowed by the black waves. Yang power fiercely repels darkness, letting him move freely as he sinks deeper into the sea of death. Crimson eyes bloom all around in the depths. He curls his lips in a cold smile, finding the sight exactly as expected. To the monsters, he appears as irresistible bait, drawing them closer as they tighten the encirclement. He remains composed, realizing these are not mere A-rank beasts but evolved hybrid entities twisted by darkness. His gaze tracks their rapid shifts from B to A, then to S, their strength in this domain reaching a terrifying extreme. Thunder gathers in his hands as he bursts forward like lightning, unleashing rapid strikes that rip through the monster's hunting range. Yet enemies pour in endlessly, growing more frenzied as fallen beasts fuel their bloodlust. He widens the gap, eyes flashing gold, then spins into a fierce counter, a blazing slash of yang and fire erasing a pursuing giant. Amid combat, he spots a familiar figure, a monster gnawing on Elder Dang's head, triggering brief recognition, assessing quickly. He notes faint resistance remains. The man's spiritual core isn't fully devoured, leaving a slim chance to save him. Acting instantly, he raises a hand and summons concentrated lightning, power compressing with lethal focus. He drops his hand as a massive lightning pillar crashes down, obliterating surrounding monsters and freeing the old man. The elder collapses, heavily contaminated and unable to fight, barely clinging to consciousness. A swift examination confirms survival is possible, though the odds remain grim. Shattered black shadows begin to wriggle back to life, reforming as they crawl toward the lone figure in the glowing sea. Growls shake the abyss as regeneration becomes clear. He sneers, recognizing the trait and considering a counter. He dispels his protective barrier deliberately, choosing to test whether the system can interfere with this dark attribute. The system warns of overwhelming darkness, then denies editing access, forcing him to rely on lightning alone as corruption presses in. He restores the shield, mind racing as monsters charge harder, realizing destruction or absorption won't work here. Brief regret surfaces for lacking certain resources, leaving him searching for another solution amid the chaos. Suddenly, realization sparks in his eyes as brilliant light flashes what he needs is already right here. Fang Yi. Outside the remaining shield, everyone still trembled. The alluring woman asked Captain to if he had ever seen this before, but Huin shook his head, admitting he had no such experience. Staring at the surging darkness ahead, someone muttered anxiously, wondering if the dark tide would ever recede. Suddenly, the barrier quivered. Lam Yun shivered, unease crawling up her spine, saying the shield felt wrong. Far worse than when facing the demon vine and worrying about her cousins still inside. Thon Nguyen gently held Lam Wei's icy hand, reassuring her that the shield remained stable. He said if they pooled their power, they might hold on. And if something happened, they would face it together. The female captain spoke bluntly, explaining that someone with twisted Taolin attributes likely held power near the 3-star spirit creator realm, making rescue unnecessary and reckless. Her honesty left Lam Wei and the charming woman speechless. Lam Wei even laughed, calling Captain Tu amusing, while Huin scratched his head shyly and asked if they felt better. As they talked, a golden light brighter than the sun erupted from the horizon, ripping through the darkness with a thunderous blast. The explosion shook the land as 9 massive fire dragons coiled and roared across the sky, overwhelming and majestic. This was the secret. 9 dragons' heavenly fire wind seal. Surrounded by the circling dragons, he roared, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Shock froze everyone. The charming woman cheered in delight, while Lam Wei stared blankly, unable to process the sight. She gasped that the move was incredible as the 9 dragons tightened, compressing the violent dark tide into confinement. From afar, Jia Lam struggled to hide her shock behind her usual cold gaze, watching the energy sphere take shape. She wondered silently if the dark tide had truly been sealed. Below, he clenched his teeth, pouring all his spiritual power into shrinking the massive seal. Lightning surged into it, reinforcing the pressure and forcing the darkness to yield. In that moment, he looked like a god bearing a world, spiritual power flooding out as the dragons responded. He slammed the sealing orb into the ground, shattering earth and stone, then continued compressing it without pause. Rings of celestial fire spun like lethal threads, locking every escape path. At last, the sphere shrank to a fist-sized core, blazing with heavenly fire, an eternal lock trapping the silent darkness. When it ended, he dragged Elder Dang's limp body out and dropped him down, saying they were safe for now and asking what to do next. Lin Wei rushed over in relief, grateful he was unharmed. Seeing the elder, Than Nguyen suggested handing him over to his team for treatment. Noticing his frown, she wondered why he seemed displeased despite sealing the dark tide. Secretly admiring his success, he turned to leave, urging haste since the seal was temporary and the dark aura too dense, suggesting they gather rotten flowers quickly. Someone asked about the others ahead. He replied sadly that none survived, leaving the charming woman sighing at how quickly everyone vanished. He swiftly assigned roles, sending the girls and Captain to ahead while he covered the rear, warning that the black pond was the real danger. Standing at the cliff's edge, he looked down at the remaining dark water as the system activated, analyzing the violent dark waves. The black tide surged in his mind. Confirmation followed as calculations began, and dark energy was identified. Columns of energy rose around him, and he relaxed his body. Black strands seeped into him as he allowed the darkness to enter. Moments later, he opened his eyes, dark purple light flickering within. The process succeeded, granting a dark attribute cultivation method that formed a foggy domain, sealing and corroding spiritual energy. He quickly grasped that using this domain would drain opponents, and combining it with other elements could weaken enemies even faster. Movement behind caused the fog to ripple, drawing Than Nguyen's uneasy glance as if the mist were alive. He fell silent, watching dark mist converge into the floating figure. While Huin muttered in disbelief at another breakthrough, she suddenly realized the truth. shocked at the thought of absorbing a forbidden S-level dark tide. Something all cultivators feared. Dark anomalies were ranked separately because even the weakest caused torment, and an S-level tide could devour spirit creators effortlessly. She recalled a cultivator driven insane by a mere trace of dark energy, still confined for treatment, finishing the absorption. He sighed lightly and addressed the shadows, calmly telling the observer to come out. Jia Lam lowered her mask and stepped forward, stating that he must have sealed the dark tide. Huin cried out in shock, but Jia Lam ignored her, staring coldly at him and asking if he had just absorbed the dark attribute. Feng Yi answers without flinching, admitting it plainly. Thun Nguyen freezes, stunned that he just confessed so easily. Jia Lam snaps a pistol from her coat and aims the dark muzzle at him, chilling the air. The seductive woman stiffens as tension spikes. She shouts at Jia Lam, demanding what she's doing, while Lam Wai watches in panic as the standoff turns dangerous. Aya rushes forward and plants herself in front of him, yelling that the army's top recruitment target is him, so why threaten what you tried to claim before? He gently moves her aside and speaks evenly, reminding them the mission is rotten flowers, then needles that Jia Lam seems upset they survived this far. Jia Lam admires the sharp jab in silence, yet keeps her finger tight on the trigger. The alluring woman steps up, defending him and accusing Jia Lam of standing idle earlier, saying without the Great Elder they'd be wiped out, so why target him now? Jia Lam suddenly smiles, pockets the gun, and calls it a joke, saying they passed her test and congratulating him as his team rallies around him. The shy girl blushes and denies any love, while Fen Huan echoes agreement. He stares coldly at Jia Lam, and she admits she came to challenge him. She explains she ignored paperwork to judge him directly, since talent like his deserves personal scrutiny, not cold files. Her gaze cuts to the seductive woman like a blade as she explains her delay, and the pressure from the old man's aura makes the woman tremble. She says cultivators must obey cultivator rules in a restored spiritual era, where survival follows harsh laws that never stay gentle. No new anomaly struck because they feared his dark tide sealing power, leaving the path quiet under that oppressive deterrence. He considers it and concludes the dark tide bullies the weak and fears the strong, exactly as it behaves. She turns and signals for the group to follow, claiming she'll lead them to the rotten flower since she knows this area best. He watches her back, sensing something off. Thun Nguyen whispers that her team met the dark tide before, and she alone survived. He nods, understanding her rigid obedience and belief system, and that sealing the dark tide finally cracked her restraint. He gives a wry, sympathetic smile and tells Lady 81 and Little 2 to show patience with this wounded person. The charming woman asks what injury, and he explains her spiritual shield is badly weakened, only around 2-star spirit creation ability, yet reduced by 2 levels. Up ahead, Jia Lam stops and casually says thanks, insisting she's fine despite what he just pointed out. They enter the graveyard's deepest dark, bones scattered everywhere, dread pressing in, while Jia Lam leads and silence swallows the group. They pass a skeleton still wearing a military cap, and he quietly guesses what kind of end happened here. Ahead, a strange flower glows atop a small mound. Jia Lam points and says it's the graveyard's rotten flower, then falls silent. Painful memories surge back and tighten her posture without a single word. Jia Lam walks toward the bloom as shadowy figures hover around her like silent guards on escort duty. She reaches out, her face twisting as if control slips, whispering that she finally meets it again after so long. Behind her, he frowns as unease rises, sensing a dangerous shift and refusing to let it spiral. He forms a fireball in his palm and hurls it at Jia Lam, barking at her to calm down before she loses herself. The blazing orb screams toward her, heat snapping her awake, and she notes the frightening force. Recognizing a rare Yang attribute, she spins and slaps the attack apart into sparks, then glares at Huang Di, displeased at the harsh intervention. She looks back and finds the faint shadows of her former teammates gone, leaving only emptiness and a path forward. Self-blame twists in her chest, wondering if her preparation still falls short as the past refuses to stay buried. Lin Wai steps in gently to ask if she's okay, and Huin urges them to stay together, but Jia Lam stays silent and stops moving. Seeing the stall, he slips away from the group and heads alone for the target, while Huin tells Jia Lam he can harvest the rotten flower. Wherever he walks, thick dark fog parts on its own as if repelled, and he reaches the flower's spot then abruptly vanishes from view. The earth beneath him shudders hard. Booming echoes roll up as a dreadful presence rises, warning that something horrific is waking. A giant half-ghost beast crawls out of the dark soil, its body ruined and leaking, then roars and lunges straight at him. Its red maw yawns wide with jagged fangs, and ghostly wails spill out, hinting at swallowed souls as hunger-driven cries pound the air. He gives the monster a cold look and lifts his right hand, calling lightning into his grip. He whips his arm down, releasing a net of lightning that blankets the area, slamming into the water demon with a sharp crack. Fang Yi. Lightning scorches the monster, forcing a pained howl, yet the current only restrains it as the sea demon thrashes and struggles with savage force. He wonders how many anomalies it devoured to mutate so far, suspecting another S-rank threat, and decides to end this fast before the Darktide seal collapses. Still standing. Then test this. A dark purple barrier surges from him, expanding rapidly and swallowing the battlefield. In seconds, the barrier locks shut, isolating him and the water demon inside a sealed world. The infinite shadow realm activates as black currents bind the demon from all sides, corroding its power relentlessly. Fear ripples through the monster as its strength drains, unable to grasp what is happening. The system reports the dark attribute suppressing the anomaly, downgrading the cursed lake monster. He tightens his grip. Noting the sharp drop is not surprising. Yang flames ignite along his blade, crimson light tearing through the shadowed realm as power surges. He swings once. A fire dragon erupts, engulfing the water demon completely. It ends there, outside. Huin stares at the black sphere and questions the strange aura, while Lam Wai agrees it lacks the usual crushing cold of darkness. Islam steps in. Stunned. Explaining this is his personal domain. Proof he has mastered darkness enough to form one. Too many shocks hit at once. She recalls how creating a domain was once near myth, known only to a handful, memories of past disasters flashing back. Thandanguyen's shout snaps her out of it. The sphere is fading. Jia Lam gasps in surprise at how fast it ended. The darkness disperses as he steps out smiling calmly, assuring them the graveyard is no longer a threat. He walks toward the flower mound, the fragile bloom swaying as if responding to him alone. He carefully uproots the flower with its roots intact, movements gentle and precise. Holding the blossom, he exhales quietly, confirming the danger is finally over. Jia Lam watches from afar, heart pounding tighter with every second, seeing the small flower in his hand. Disbelief hits her. He nods, confirms success, and urges immediate withdrawal before the dark water reacts. He glances at the unconscious elder being dragged along and adds that they are already slowed down enough. Jia Lam smiles sincerely for once and thanks him. He responds modestly, crediting the team, and orders the group to move out. They reform exactly as before. Lam Wai and Lady 81 ahead, Than Nguyen's squad center, him guarding the rear with Jia Lam beside him. As they walk, Jia Lam finally speaks openly, thanking him for saving the only Diamond Realm Master who can still be cured. Hearing that, his eyes narrow slightly, the weight of that realm settling in his thoughts. As black fog thins and light appears, Lady 81 cheers in joy, with Lam Wai echoing relief at seeing daylight again. Soldiers and association members erupt in whispers and disbelief, stunned that the rotten flower was truly retrieved. Stepping into the crowd, Lady 81 grows shy, while he ignores the stares, his attention caught by a massive military vehicle ahead. The Spirit Zone insignia stuns Lady 81, and realization dawns that Jia Lam is a high-ranking soldier from that legendary force. The Spirit War Zone stands supreme among all forces, elite even before revival, now reinforced by resources and forbidden training grounds. The rotten flower is sealed carefully and handed to Han Lei, who accepts it with rare gratitude. Han Lei salutes sharply, hand to chest, voice ringing with command. Every soldier follows, offering the highest salute as the flower is rushed for treatment with Jia Lam's approval. The vehicle roars off, carrying hope for Elder Neil's survival. After it leaves, he asks calmly about her affiliation. She confirms and hints his deeds will soon spread everywhere. He listens without pride as she admits his strength surpasses elite squads and that his limits remain unseen. She invites him directly, offering top resources and doubled rewards, but he declines politely, choosing his own path. She respects the choice and warns that dark anomalies are multiplying, spreading like malignant growths with catastrophic risk. She explains containment zones are being reinforced and stresses this is not coercion, only truth he deserves to know. He nods, appreciating the honesty, promising he will never ignore anomalies, even when alone. Jia Lam smiles genuinely, glad their paths crossed. Fang Yi, with genuine intent, she produces a black dragon-shaped token engraved with Spirit Battlefield and places it in his hand, telling him to keep it close. She explains that the token grants free access to restricted cultivation zones and that the spiritual base gates will always open for him. Then pauses in hesitation. After a brief silence, she suggests visiting Old Wu, the Diamond Realm Master, calling him her teacher and expressing a personal wish for them to meet as friends. He stays quiet, pockets the token, then suddenly extends his hand and agrees with a grin, saying making friends is never a bad deal. Before she reacts, lightning wraps around her body, freezing her in shock as he calmly states he can purge the remaining dark toxin from her. Blue-green currents surge through her without pain, bringing warmth instead, as the cold decay fades and damaged areas rapidly recover. The lightning cleanses her veins completely, flushing out every trace of darkness, leaving her refreshed as if reborn, prompting a stunned thank you. seeing color return to her face. He asks how she feels. She checks herself, smiles brightly, and confirms the dark remnants are fully gone. Meanwhile, Elder Dang is rushed away, doctors doubtful of survival. Hoon scans around, then abruptly freezes in surprise. Pai runs over, shocked to see them still there and even more stunned that her injuries are fully healed. She answers plainly that pure lightning erased the remaining darkness from her body. Thon Nguyen's eyes light up with excitement, praising the Tyrant Thunder attribute, making him instinctively step back defensively. She ignores his reaction and urgently calls doctors over to confirm the discovery. Turning back, she eagerly proposes cooperation, explaining his power combined with medical tools could save more corrupted cultivators. After finishing, she bows deeply, sincerely asking him to lend that power again. He releases lightning freely into the air, sparks dancing calmly, asking if that works. The doctor studies the flow, nodding firmly, stating such pure lightning can indeed suppress dark attributes. She adds that earlier, direct energy transfer cleared her corruption, suggesting pairing him with other critical patients. Huin shakes his head hard, warning not everyone can endure that level of energy, and the doctor confirms only partial recovery is realistic. Tang Yi grasps the idea quickly, comparing it to blood transfusion, then asks how to transfer the energy safely. The doctor guides him to an ambulance device, instructing him to place his hand and release power, which he does. Nearby, Lam Wai watches quietly, amazed that a spirit war zone officer offered such favor to her cousin. Despite her icy nature, she actively sought friendship and even gave him her personal token. Lost in thought, she snapped back when he asks how things are. She smiles, saying they'll train harder and stop relying on him. She resolves not to hold anyone back again and vows to catch up soon. She doesn't stop him, only reminds him to stay safe. He answers with an easy smile. Watching him leave, she realizes he has truly grown stronger. With matters settled, Thun Nguyen prepares to depart, saying farewells as the group moves to visit Old Wu. The ambulance departs as Thon Nguyen vents loudly inside, teammates laughing and telling him to calm down about lost connections. At the mountain hospital, he looks at the frail old man on the bed in disbelief, questioning if this truly is Elder Wu. Old Lam confirms, explaining he once looked even worse and still hasn't awakened despite treatment. He asks quietly what kind of ordeal led to this state. Jia Lam recalls the dark catastrophe over the capital, when the sky tore open with an anomaly. She explains that all spiritual energy was poured into him, nearly exhausting every reserve. Her voice tightens as she recalls the disaster exceeding S level, capable of wiping out a capital and its surroundings. The capital's fall would mean national collapse, forcing him to deploy his domain to seal it. But the anomaly proved far stronger than expected, overwhelming even combined forces. Without that Diamond Realm Saint, he would have been erased entirely by the darkness. Hearing this, he feels deep respect and wonders if he could have changed that outcome. In silence, he feels gratitude toward heroes like Old Wu, knowing sacrifices like theirs once saved humanity itself. Fang Yi. He says little and reaches toward Old Ngo. Jalam jolts and blurts out, alarmed, asking what he intends to do to her master. He lets gentle lightning trace along the old man and explains calmly not to panic, saying the rotten flower worked, but removing lingering dark residue could help him wake sooner. She freezes in disbelief, stunned that he would attempt this against an S-rank level catastrophe. Then she remembers it was him who retrieved the lethal flower from the realm of death. Taking a slow breath, she steadies herself and agrees. Blue lightning crackles softly through the quiet room, wrapping Old Ngo's frail body as hope flickers. Even while she warns the dark attribute here is worse than the dark tide. He nods, expression grave, stating he can feel the pressure of the dark attribute. Weakened yet still oppressive despite the rotten flower's cleansing. Without warning, inky black bone spurs erupt from Old Ngo's body, spreading violently across the room. The bizarre sight sends a chill through her spine, shock freezing her in place. Black bones surge and coil around him like a living shroud. She shouts urgently for him to stay focused as the corruption tries to invade. He shuts his eyes and circulates protective energy as warm yang light bursts out, forming radiant armor around him. When his eyes open, golden spiritual fire burns within his pupils. The hospital vanishes, replaced by a desolate street under a bleak sky, where a massive eye-shaped cloud looms, watching him in silence. The Crimson Eye speaks from above, demanding his identity. He answers cautiously, unsure if this is illusion or a sealed realm born from mind corruption. Not knowing the nature of the space, he stands firm and declares that names do not matter, because he came only to destroy it. Lightning answers his will as thunder roars. The red eye retaliates with savage black energy, yet he remains steady, unshaken by the first strike. He activates Golden Sun breathing and glides aside, narrowly evading the lethal sweep. Studying the attack, he realizes the black force mimics lightning, rivaling thunder he once absorbed. A deafening hum follows as countless shadowed insects pour from the cloud, swarming with power equal to dark tide creatures. numbering beyond count. He calmly condenses blazing yang energy, bright as the noon sun. Summoning his sword, he fixes a cold stare on the insects forming a demonic visage. He states evenly that extermination is the only answer. Gripping the blade, he charges forward with unstoppable force. A horizontal slash erupts in golden light, shredding the swarm as explosions ripple through the ground. The insects scatter, then reform into the red eye, allowing him to gauge its weakened strength. Though still S-rank in nature, its power has dropped sharply, likely dulled by illusion and decay. He leaps again, using a water pillar to close distance, realizing the disaster old Ungo faced surpassed even city-ending threats, shaking his head. Resolve hardening. He chooses not to waste time and prepares his newest method. He releases the void darkness realm. A black sphere forms in his hand, dragging insects inward as the red eye trembles, stammering in fear and questioning his humanity. He chuckles softly, refusing both denial and admission. With a shout, he expands the domain fully, spiritual light surging as the infinite shadow realm erupts with crushing pull. As it is swallowed, the red eye roars hatred, vowing return, before silence falls and the space collapses. Its final words trouble him, hinting at allies and future calamities yet to come. Remaining insects attempt ambush, but he detects them instantly and wipes them out with lightning. Back in reality, he snaps his eyes open and rips a dark mass from Old Ngo's body, leaving her breathless in shock. The black mass thrashes helplessly, bound tight by lightning. To end it cleanly, he activates the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire seal, fiery chains locking the darkness in place. The mass compresses into a radiant gem marked by heavenly fire. She finally asks if this was the last of the darkness within her master. He explains that stronger remnants remain, weakened by decay and sealing, and her admiration grows as she realizes Old Ngo still contained catastrophe-level power. Fang Yi. Elder Ngo truly ranks first in Ha country, using his own body to drain and suppress darkness, seeing the red veins fade and his face regain color. Jia Lam asks sincerely if he really saved him. He shakes his head modestly, saying Hua Tat Thoi made it possible, since without it he couldn't purge the stubborn residue. The monk agrees, crediting the flower and his power together. He crushes the heavenly fire gem with lightning and sheer force. Crack-it shatters into black dust. He shrugs, declaring it useless now. Jia Lam tucks Elder No in, then he turns serious, warning that the disaster's remnant promised to return, so they must prepare and not send a freshly recovered elder to fight. Her expression darkens as she nods, admitting she has heard the same rumor before. He looks surprised, questioning how rumors spread when abnormal fluctuation intel is tightly controlled by the Army and the Spiritual Energy Association. She explains the rumor claims their data and reserves won't last beyond the first year after spiritual energy recovers, though most people refuse to believe it. He presses further, saying the monitoring sounds credible and asks if she believes it. She answers with a firm nod. He falls silent, thinking hard. Rebirth may have shifted the timeline, since he remembers surviving to the 3rd year after recovery, even when Lam Tin nearly collapsed. He pats Old Lam's shoulder, telling him not to overthink and promising Old Wu will awaken soon, then vows that if calamity returns, he will stand with them. He swears quietly that the next calamity will arrive sooner or later, and this time he will rewrite the outcome. Under a bright, full moon, he sits cross-legged in his apartment, mind tangled, sensing he is close to a 2-star spirit realm breakthrough after 2 S-rank battles. He draws energy into his Dantian, then opens his eyes and ends training. Yet the red eye and that illusion still cling to his thoughts, even weakened. That abnormality felt terrifying. Then the small white flower pot glints under moonlight, and he realizes he has neglected his little companion. The little white flower nuzzles his finger like a pet. He smiles, strokes the petals, and admits leaving it behind was a mistake, only because it was hard to carry. He lifts the pot and sighs, regretting he never let it show its value or level up, then decides to take it out for a walk. He and the flower slip out toward the mountain forest, noting the Botanical Research Institute's skill as burned trees recover fast and new plantings spread. Deep in the woods, he carefully removes the little white flower from its pot, thinking he owes Little Two and their team a proper thanks. He plants it and warns sternly absorbs sometimes, but don't get greedy without limits. This whole lamb tin forest still wouldn't satisfy it. The flower understands, nodding repeatedly. He relaxes and lets it root, delicate strands sinking quickly into the soil. Wild attribute spreads outward, greedily drawing vitality from nearby plants like a silent wave. Trees around them lose their green in seconds, turning gray and withered. He judges the intake, then plucks it up quickly. The flower looks confused as he says they will switch spots and keeps moving to feed it again. Staring at the now lush bloom, he wonders its rank among plant evolutions, betting its abnormal wild trait should reach at least A level. He sets it back in the basin and keeps walking, joking that the mountain animals vanished today, likely scared off by its savage presence. Right then, A wolf howl cuts through the forest, snapping him into alert focus. He squints toward the sound, listening closely, confirming it's a wolf call. Yellow moonlight flips to sinister blood red as mutated wolves howl together. He mutters that the pack is evolving under the blood moon. The Wolf King rises on 2 legs, dark aura spreading wide. The pack forms up, baring claws, eyeing him as prey while he studies the alpha's completed evolution. The Wolf King roars again, eyes turning deadly green as its body twists into a form no normal wolf could match. He hugs the little white flower, wondering if this aura signals an A-level abnormality. At the Wolf King's command, the pack circles in, tightening the ring. He calculates rapidly, tracking angles and numbers. He realizes the Wolf King shifted from wood to corrosive poison, likely born from absorbing dark attribute contamination. He senses the danger dark activity is rising, pushing the Wolf King into dual attributes, yet he stays calm compared to worse anomalies. This is still only A rank. An old plan clicks. He pulls the little white flower from the pot again, ready to use it. He plants it and starts counting risks. The pack is huge, and a city district sits at the mountain's base, meaning a breach could turn into disaster. When ready, he signals the flower to begin, testing its raw savage power. The Wolf King reads the provocation and orders the pack to strike. Down at the mountain's foot, Spiritual Energy Association patrols rush in after spotting blue light, asking contamination level. The device reads 90 and the mood turns grim. Eyes widen as the number keeps climbing. Captain Le Huang sweats, estimating the Wolf King's strength, then panics at the pack's rising tiers and admits they lack manpower. A cold, gloomy aura bursts out, and someone recognizes it instantly. Dark aura, again explaining why contamination is skyrocketing. Fang Yi. He finally understands the spike in contamination. King Lang completed a full attribute evolution, an extremely rare abnormal case, as alarms scream and the meter slams into red danger. Even if defeat is certain, they must stall it. Once these beasts finish evolving, the mountain base collapses into chaos before reinforcements are called. A massive blast shakes the ground. The mountainside trembles violently. This is no normal quake. Sharp-eyed members realize another anomaly is interfering as devices begin failing. The reading jumps from 100 to 1,000. Sirens shriek. A violent explosion erupts as wild spiritual energy floods outward, freezing everyone in fear. Someone screams that this is primal power. It spreads fast, eroding life. Orders switch to full retreat as panic surges and confusion erupts. While shouting evacuation orders into the radio, a squad member suddenly stops, yelling that the wild power has halted. He turns back and sees it too. The deadly vines stopped expanding, contained within a fixed range. Confusion spreads was the power sealed deep inside. The suffocating danger vanishes. Silence follows. Someone hesitates, asking if reporting is still needed. Ahead, thick vine roots surge upward, ancient and massive, blooming with pure white flowers. Wind scatters petals like snowfall, leaving the entire team frozen in disbelief. Back on the slope, the battlefield transforms into a white ocean. King Lang thrashes wildly. Claws tear through flowers, shredding petals that scatter helplessly into the air. He watches coldly as the field regenerates endlessly, spreading until it drains every last drop of strength. The alpha still struggles behind its shield, but its pack has no protection at all. Wolf cubs scream as roots tighten, draining blood and spiritual power at terrifying speed. Moments later, only pale skeletons remain, scattered across the ground. With everything consumed, the spirit flower shifts from white to deep crimson. Enraged, King Lang launches poisoned energy straight at the flower in vengeance. The blast detonates loudly, yet the roots absorb it without damage, ensuring safety behind it. He smirks lightly, mocking that the wild attribute already owns this land. Before the alpha, the flower stands like an unreachable sovereign, the forest feeding itself endlessly. The enraged king charges anyway, unaware it has already been marked. He praises the precision, impressed it located the original body so quickly. He teases softly, asking the flower how it plans to respond. The flower expands rapidly, towering high, crimson petals opening like a monstrous maw, clamping down on the Wolf King's head. The alpha bites and injects dark toxin in desperation. Arms crossed, he watches calmly, noting it chose corrosion over escape. Torn petals regenerate instantly. Wild vitality and life absorption overwhelm the alpha, dragging it fully inside. The petals close, digestion beginning in silence. He mutters in awe at such savage dominance, realizing it developed its own cultivation path without system editing. Observing the field, he concludes no anomaly can escape once trapped here. The flower finally releases a clean white skeleton. He nods in satisfaction, stroking the crimson petals, naming it an infinite spiritual sea. The flower trembles joyfully as the system confirms a new wild domain technique formed. After battle, it spreads wide, absorbing heaven and earth energy. He notes its evolution is imminent. In the association's observation room, alarms scream as red warnings flash. 2 energy streams detected. One manager frowns sharply and demands the exact location. Researchers report it's a low mountain forest once overseen by Captain 2. Concern deepens. The radio crackles violently, barely holding signal. A shocked report comes through. Wild attribute power erupted from the wolf pack and wiped out the A-rank anomalies. Contamination far beyond standard. Fuangdi paused, choosing his words carefully. The savage force didn't strike. It retreated into the mountain instead. Now the peak blooms unnaturally. Endless flowers bursting open as crimson petals swirl through the air. He turns grave, warning that no one can approach and the fallout remains unknown. Thoughts raced as he weighed the danger. If this anomaly spirals, it will dwarf the previous aerial demon. Calling reinforcements feels risky, yet doing nothing is worse. After a sharp breath, Tran Lai decides to dispatch 2 elite squads to intervene. Xiao Tu Tuotian Huan stands beside the monitor. Eyes locked, a familiar silhouette flashes through her mind. The source is behind the mountain. The feeling hits hard. It's him again. She tells herself to wait. Then certainty lands. The one who released that wild power has to be Fuangdi. His home sits right there. Her voice hardens with faith. He wouldn't let anyone nearby come to harm. Across the mountain, scarlet petals scatter on the wind, forming a dazzling storm of color that blankets the sky. Facing a towering crimson blossom, he nods in approval. It consumed King Ling and now mirrors its path, standing on the brink of awakening a second attribute. The small flower turns into a living void, dragging petals inward from every direction. In a blink, the red fragments ignite into a spellbinding blaze, dancing like conscious fire. Heat surges outward, forcing him to narrow his eyes. A satisfied smile follows. Fire, then. The outcome is unexpected, yet perfectly welcome. To hasten the evolution, he willingly feeds it part of his innate fire essence. Watching the rapid change, amazement mixes with faint envy. It evolves simply by absorbing power. Such an effortless path of growth feels almost heretical. After the breakthrough, the flower contracts, becoming a tiny scarlet bud resting obediently in his palm. The system reports its fusion progress, the wolf pack's completion, and its rise as a grade A royal fire spirit flower with wild traits. One phrase makes him pause. Infinite Shadow Realm. Following the system's prompt, he shapes a barrier in his hand. A dark ring spins slowly into existence. With careful control, he adjusts it and slips the flower inside, smiling as it settles into the gloom like a new den. Within the Infinite Shadow Realm lies warped darkness and rare soil formations. He calculates each variable with calm precision. Those abnormal dark elements could trigger another mutation if absorbed. As the thought settles, clouds swallow the moon, thunder rolling as a storm gathers. He remains unshaken. A breakthrough is coming. The birth of a 2-star spiritual realm, announced by the roaring heavens. Thunder pounds like war drums while natural energy floods toward him. He sits cross-legged and begins the ascension. Power pours through his body, sharper and smoother than before. The world's energy blends with him as if this union were destiny. What he doesn't see is the stranger lurking nearby, hidden behind an ancient tree. Greedy eyes lock onto the meditating figure like a hunter spotting prey. A low voice murmurs that he's finally been found. The watcher is Kwang Luk, a combat addict. Ecstasy twists his features. Heavenly fire, legendary sword, 2-star realm. The thought alone thrills him. He lives to dominate, obsessed with proving supremacy among fire cultivators. Every praise of his rival fuels his rage. If there's a so-called fire immortal, he plans to snuff that flame and claim the crown himself, ever vigilant. He senses the intrusion at once and shouts into the darkness, demanding the trespasser reveal himself. The answer comes as a massive fireball tearing through the air. He reads the attack instantly, recognizing a fellow fire cultivator as the flames close in. Shadow energy condenses without delay, a black sphere spinning in his palm, hungry and absolute. Darkness swallows all attributes. The ambush dissolves effortlessly, and he smirks, forcing the attacker to step into view. The stalker shows no shame, barely hiding his presence as if daring discovery. Confidence drips from every careless movement. The intruder slams down hard, dust exploding outward, unbound by factions. Kwang Luk lives for battle alone. He laughs wildly, praising the pressure he senses and demands to know how his earlier Fire Phoenix strike was nullified. He weighs the taunts in silence, eyes sharp and unreadable. The lack of response only amuses Kwang Luk, who laughs louder, forgetting even basic introductions. With a feral roar, Kwang Luk charges forward, bellowing his name as if it alone guarantees victory. Words end there. He lifts a hand and calls on nature itself. Kwang Luk grins mid-rush, bleeding yet blind to the catastrophe forming. Certain this clash will decide everything. He surges ahead. A thunderous blast erupts as blue lightning coils above the battlefield. Kwang Luk lunges like a missile when a nightmare unfolds. A lightning dragon twists down in front of him. Shock freezes his thoughts. Before recovery, a pillar-thick bolt slams into his body. A lesser man would have vanished instantly. His spirit creation physique barely saves him. Smoke pours from his mouth as agony sears his organs. Limbs numb and unresponsive. He crashes down, disbelief etched across his face. Lightning shouldn't exist in a pure fire path, yet it crushed him in one strike. Trembling, drenched in sweat, he struggles to accept the collapse of his pride. He steps closer, shadow falling like a verdict. A hand settles on Kwang Luk's head and presses down. The sound is final. Power and lightning converge, smashing Kwang Luk into the ground as cracks spiderweb under the crushing force. Tilting his head, he asks with cold mockery, repeating the name Kwang Luk shouted moments before. The resilience of the spirit realm keeps Kwang Luk conscious, yet awareness only deepens the humiliation burning inside him. Pinned by one hand, he can't even lift his head. Panic roars in his mind. He was always the fastest among his peers, a rising star meant to dominate. His confidence came from a rare, top-tier fire attribute and a creation spirit realm that commanded worship. In this era of energy revival, all that glory shatters beneath him. Fang Yi saw the glare and silence, sighed lightly, and decided there was no point negotiating. With people this stubborn, the solution was simple: hit them until their arrogance finally broke. A brutal arc of lightning slammed straight down from his hand, crashing onto the opponent's head. Kwang Luk screamed as pain tore through him, the sound raw and uncontrollable. Fear flooded Kwang Luk's mind, crushing his thoughts into chaos. Wasn't this man a fire cultivator? Then why did lightning erase his flames and pin him to the ground? He spoke calmly, almost bored, saying he expected more. That's it. He mocked the younger generation's confidence. Sparks crawled over his body as pressure mounted, the gap between them widening with every breath. Survival instinct kept Kwang Luk conscious, yet absolute suppression shattered his resolve. His thoughts spiraled. The other hadn't reached a higher realm, so why did the pressure feel impossibly heavier? As if separated by several stages, that faint smile and the flashing lightning crushed all hope. Despair swallowed him whole. This was the end. There was no escape left. Pride evaporated. He screamed in panic, voice breaking as desperation finally burst free. "Don't kill me." The grip suddenly loosened, catching him off guard as a cold, commanding presence replaced violence. He warned him once, stating power exists to temper oneself, not to bully others. Hands tucked away, he turned with disdain, mentioning unfinished anomalies. Kwang Luk lifted his head and whispered his name. He ignored the call, snorted, and walked off. Kwang Luk struggled upright, staring at that retreating figure. Thoughts tangled in awe and confusion over such overwhelming strength. He couldn't tell if the other was absurdly monstrous or if he himself was simply too weak. That question haunted him through the night. Later, inside a rundown inn within the lively city of Samwat, Kwang Luk dragged himself back, burned, exhausted, and blackened. He entered to the sound of laughter as his roommates failed to hold it in at his pitiful state. One teased his scorched hair with a grin, while the other shrugged knowingly, reminding him that provoking strangers never ends well. Seeing no response, the lecture continued. The energy revival hadn't even begun, and they were insignificant as dust. Yet he kept challenging enemies without restraint. That recklessness only invited disaster. Watching his uncharacteristic silence, his friend frowned, sensing something was deeply wrong. He sat beside him, arms slung over his shoulder, joking lightly to break the tension, asking if he'd been possessed. The usual hot-headed fighter was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness that refused to crack. Realizing the gravity, one asked directly about the planned challenge. Kwang Luk trembled, forcing the words out slowly. He said he was defeated instantly. Instantly the question came sharp, demanding clarity. He repeated it, voice hollow, emphasizing how fast it ended. Regret weighed heavy as he admitted he ignored the warning signs. Hearing this, disbelief spread. Someone of his talent shouldn't fall so easily. His face drained as he described the moment his proudest technique shattered under thunder. Crushed without resistance. At the mention of lightning, doubt surfaced. Maybe the target wasn't who they thought. With such pure fire talent and realm strength, few could rival him. The analysis continued. His rise had already defied logic, so perhaps the opponent from the news wasn't properly judged at all. He denied any mistake, insisting that place belonged to that man. The memory of overwhelming thunder felt like heaven collapsing beside him. A chill ran through the room as he rambled on about the monster named Fang Yi, wielding fire and lightning far beyond reason, clearly hiding his true depth. Disbelief filled the air. Such freedom at that realm made no sense. If true, this person would haunt every top genius in the future. Suddenly, Resolve sparked in his eyes as he asked if seeking a master was the answer. Both roommates froze, shouting in shock. The scene shifted. Alone in his apartment, he sat cultivating, yet nothing moved. The sense of breakthrough vanished without explanation, no matter how much energy he drew in. Resonance refused to form. Opening his eyes, he withdrew his power, certain the issue came from outside, stepping into the living room. Unease grew. He recalled warnings about the military and the association watching abnormal fluctuations closely. Outside, storm clouds churned and thunder roared. A bad feeling settled in. Was the energy recovery about to erupt here? He tried calling Yahello, but only an automated voice answered. The sudden isolation made his chest tighten. No one responded. If danger existed, the military should have warned him. The silence felt wrong, like something had already gone off the rails. Then the phone rang. Tu Thun Huyen's name flashing across the screen. He answered fast, but static drowned most of the words. Through the noise came urgency, warning that the situation had changed and support might be needed. A bird slammed into the window mid-call. He asked about city conditions as the voice replied in fragments, saying the crisis was already inside. The line died, leaving only static. He shouted into the phone as frantic impacts struck the glass from outside. Crash. The window shattered. What entered wasn't normal. It was a dark attribute, abnormal. Its presence cold and hostile. Feng Yi watched the creature bare its bloodied maw and rush forward. The confusion of the situation snapped into anger as he saw the thing grossly overestimate itself. He lifted 2 fingers and called down lightning. Die. A sharp electric bolt pierced through the fallen abnormal, scorching it into silence within a heartbeat. The blast echoed through the room. Lamwai heard it and rushed out, only to see her cousin standing beside a freshly slain abnormal, staring at the shattered window and the darkened remains on the floor. She asked anxiously what had just happened. Lamwai moved closer, studying the punctured glass. Abnormals that once hid now attacked openly, even targeting homes. And this clearly wasn't an isolated case. He nodded grimly, lightning flashing across the night sky. If fortune held, it stayed manageable. Otherwise, this place could suffer the same large-scale disaster seen in recent news. He quickly assessed the danger. 2-star palace guards never strike city centers, much less a mage's residence. Something was clearly wrong. He ordered preparations for an unknown battle and told her to summon every cultivator she could reach. She answered firmly, acknowledging the command. Stepping onto the ledge, he prepared to scout, then turned back to confirm her condition. He told her to guard the house and seal the breach. She responded without hesitation. Above the city, dark clouds twisted into a massive vortex as lightning raged non-stop. Signals faltered, and his exact position became impossible to trace, facing the chaos. A nervous teammate asked if they would be forced to handle it alone. Thun Nguyen shook her head. Admitting even imagining this anomaly terrified her. She adjusted the radio and issued rapid orders. Patrols reported in as she demanded constant updates on pollution fluctuations across every zone. Her words ended as a thunderous roar echoed, like countless wings beating together. All 3 looked up, dread flooding their faces. From the clouds, swarms of abnormals poured down, blotting out the sky. She shouted warnings over the radio, reporting mass appearances across multiple sectors. Thunder ripped through the city as rain crashed down. Emergency broadcasts issued red alerts, warning of historic rainfall and ordering residents indoors. Daylight vanished under the storm. People fled back inside, whispers spreading through streets and alleys as fear of catastrophe took hold. Despite the chaos, 2 figures sped through empty roads on motorcycles. Wind and rain lashed them as one cursed their terrible luck. Shouting over the storm, one demanded a decision. Kwang Luk stayed silent, his expression rigid, like stone. Without warning, a warped bird lunged from the rain, striking toward him. Already on edge, Kwang Luk erupted in rage. Fire surged as he roared his challenge and swung his arm. Flames exploded outward, engulfing the creature. The blast echoed, but shock followed as the anomaly remained unfazed. More explosions cracked the air. The creatures emerged untouched, flames slipping past them harmlessly. Confusion turned to alarm. Realization struck. They weren't surviving the fire they were reviving. Kwang Luk's face paled as he ordered a retreat. Hours later, an emergency meeting convened at the Spirit Energy Association. Thun Nguyen urged immediate coordination with him at the highest level. Before discussion ended, an emergency signal broke through. A badly injured patrol member reported in, voice shaking with panic. He warned that a level A anomaly would emerge in the city center within a day, while massive abnormal clusters gathered outside. The room erupted in shock. Orders flew out, teams were mobilized, and Thun Nguyen declared she would deploy personally. As the feed collapsed, the final image showed a colossal falling entity striking the wounded patrol. His scream cut through the static. confirming an S-rank anomaly with limitless potential. The screen dropped into darkness, leaving only the monster's crimson eyes burned into memory, while no one knew if the crucial report had reached headquarters in time. The military zone command center stood completely deserted, silent and eerily empty, without a single operator remaining. A massive black swarm plunged from the sky like a living storm, countless shapes crashing downward as explosions thundered. A blinding flash tore through the clouds as Gialam led the suicide unit straight into the falling swarm, detonations ripping open the night sky. Rain poured relentlessly, yet her eyes burned with resolve as she advanced, every step cold, sharp, and unwavering. Sparks burst as flawless sword arcs sliced into the core, shattering the swarm into fragments that scattered across the air. Her high-level metal attribute spirit power surged, transforming spiritual energy into reinforced forms and unleashing far beyond normal output. Then she sensed something wrong, as the dark attribute rain kept multiplying without end, clearly obstructing something far more dangerous. A blonde figure wrapped in lightning dropped behind her, smiling as he remarked that her injuries had healed and her strength had grown. His gaze lifted to the swirling storm, voice turning grave as he requested orders. Noting only the two of them held the military zone front, she assessed calmly, realizing all signals were sabotaged, jammers destroyed, and outside contact severed, likely affecting every military district. She ordered 2 teams to hold the line while the rest broke through to link with other units, immediately charging forward to carve an escape route. They soon realized the anomaly's real target wasn't the military zone, but the densely packed civilian districts. Rain roared like a waterfall as thunder split the sky, dark leaves blotting out daylight while civilians sprinted for shelter on a narrow street. The livestream girl from the Heavenly Fire incident stood under the bus stop, complaining while filming, then laughing as she praised the strange weather. She excitedly shared filming tips with her friend, boasting how risk always led to explosive footage. Mid-sentence, she froze, seeing her friend shaking violently, eyes locked forward in pure terror. A shrill scream pierced the rain as a red-eyed creature clung to a boy's neck, feeding frantically without restraint. Gunfire erupted nearby. Panic exploded, and she fled screaming as monsters attacked from all sides, blood and chaos flooding the street. Human limits were cruelly exposed as a sharp claw tore into her shoulder, sending her crashing down in despair. She screamed, certain of death, when a blue arrow cut the wind and pierced the flying beast clean through. The monster fell lifeless as a figure stepped in front of her, calm and decisive like a sudden miracle. Ben Hewen and 2 teammates arrived, lifting her up while ordering others to escort her to safety immediately. Despite resistance, Captain Thon Nguyen enforced the order, warning that evolving anomalies fed on human flesh and time was critical. The team obeyed, retreating with civilians while the contaminated zone grew increasingly unstable. Fang Yi warned Lemois briefly, then leapt through the glowing window gap, landing cleanly on the opposite rooftop. A colossal falling anomaly rose before him the moment his feet touched down. Watching their coordinated movement, he suspected these creatures had evolved far beyond common ranks. Without delay, he summoned the Heavenly Fire Sword, unleashing a blazing arc that incinerated the swarm and lit the sky. Yet he sensed the anomaly was different, endlessly multiplying and adapting, refusing to die completely. Dark attribute energy surged simultaneously across crowded zones, signaling a citywide catastrophe in progress. With no time to locate association members, he chose to resolve each crisis directly and prepared a wide-area strike. He invoked the infinite Shadow Realm, calculating that speed now mattered more than conservation. He knew his allies were protected, but if this spread continued, survival itself would become uncertain. Elsewhere, Thon Nguyen fought relentlessly, breath ragged as she realized killing alone wasn't enough. Her recovery lagged, power draining fast, and fear crept in for her separated teammates. A desperate cry erupted from a nearby building, cutting through the chaos. She rushed forward without hesitation, cursing as anomalies grew stronger and civilian attacks intensified. Memories of the Imperial City disaster surged as she leapt high, releasing a storm of spiritual arrows that erased the threats. Enraged, the falling creatures turned on her midair, forcing her to brace for what might come next. Feng Yi barely pulled his thoughts back when green light flashed and froze the air. Boom! A black-blue vortex crackled with lightning, a giant hand dragging falling monsters inside. Thon Nguyen stared, stunned, sensing an anomaly about to be born. As dread settled, the city spiraled into chaos. The scale rivaled a capital-level disaster. Worse, no force could halt it. Not the Spirit Energy Association, not even the military. The city teetered on collapse. While falling, Tan Huyen activated her protective energy and reported in. Zone A's expedition sacrificed themselves, raising bone barriers to slow the swarm. Zone B lured anomalies into a circle, forming another barrier to finally thin the rain. Emergency alert. Dark attribute cocoon energy hit Diamond Tier. Predicted S-rank threat signals the abnormal king. Headquarters tightened as reports poured in sages and staff down. Casualties overwhelming. Reinforcements too slow. Tranley triggered the S-class plan. Knowing help would arrive too late. A young man spoke, voice shaking. Black fog sealed the city, blocking soldiers and outsiders. Tranley listened in silence. His chest felt crushed. The worst had arrived. The city stood isolated. Yet standing idle was impossible. Yes, this was the moment of survival. As a celestial cultivator, he vowed to stand with everyone, to live and die with the city. He issued the final command. If monsters wanted the city, they would cross bodies first, send the last signal. If failure is certain, launch a citywide strike to stop the dark anomaly from spreading. Back on the battlefield, Tan Huynh faced real danger. The swarm gathered too fast, hammering her shield non-stop. She tried to gather power, but her reserves were nearly empty. If this continued, she would pour everything into one last strike to tear open the swarm ahead. Then massive wings unfolded, blocking her attack and smashing it aside. A colossal abnormal lunged forward, wings beating violently. Huynh gasped. Impossible. A 3-star ghost king. The creature roared. It slammed into her shield, cracking it apart. Cold sweat ran down her spine. Her power was almost gone. The shield shattered. Thon Nguyen was hurled back, coughing black blood as she fell, eyes locked on the pursuing monster. With no escape, she chose to gamble everything. She gathered her last strength for a final attack, ready to trade her life for it. Suddenly, warm flames sliced through the air and struck the falling beast. Fire consumed it in an instant. Thang Nguyen froze, then shouted in relief. She landed safely and saw a familiar figure charging in. Sword blazing, Grandmaster Phuong Dik. He wielded 2 attributes at once. His eyes split in color. Red fire on one side, blue lightning on the other. After heavenly flames, he shifted instantly to thunder. The fallen lord burst free, wounded yet savage. Unlucky for it, the moment it emerged, Phuong Dik's refined divine thunder struck again and again. Explosions chained together, erasing every fallen nearby. Sorry. Finding you took time. Too many anomalies blocked the way, Thang Nguyen warned. Gasping. Be careful. They can revive. As she spoke, black mist gathered again, reshaping into falling forms. He answered calmly, raising his hand. A black circle opened and expanded, swallowing everything that dropped inside. The shadow domain spread without limit. She heard him speak with certainty and suddenly remembered what she forgot. This city still had Phuong Dik, an unmatched celestial cultivator. Thank you. The dark rain drained away as the shadow realm shrank and sealed. Phuong Dik turned and asked if she was all right. Huynh smiled weakly, saying she was fine and could recover. After a pause, she insisted on staying to help. Phuong Dik understood. He patted her back gently and sent lightning through her, purging toxins. The remaining dark attribute was cleansed. He urged her to treat her wounds. Tingling spread, then pain faded fast. Huynh nodded, amazed. Her thunder affinity eased the pain and healed her faster than any association potion. At headquarters, someone shouted, "Look, the anomalies are decreasing. Did we break through?" The communications lead shook his head. No. All rescue teams were attacked and lost contact. Entry is still impossible. Outside the city, anomaly numbers remain unchanged. He pointed at the screen. Inside. Ascendants keep falling. No teams reconnect. The abnormal king may be close, and the decrease could be sacrifices for its birth. I wanted to visit my parents, but that won't happen now. I can only do what I can. Inside the city. Black rain spiraled around a massive cocoon shielding the king. He asked what it was. Huynh went pale. A super rare abnormal that feeds on residents' blood, rivaling the sealed horror in the military zone. She trembled at the memory. People call it a natural disaster. This cocoon is its warning. Nothing more. Watching the city fracture. It felt like humanity could foresee disaster but never stop it. She pointed at the cocoon nurturing something vile. If it hatches, the city ends. But currently, there is a clearer explanation. Mutants attack each other to evolve faster, but dark anomalies differ. Perfect evolution creates bloodline suppression. Lesser anomalies submit instinctively. This form is called the abnormal king. She looked at Phuong Dik, worried. Master, your strength is terrifying, but you're not at diamond level. Even top immortals fall into coma after sealing catastrophe anomalies and need many to find the rotten flower. As a friend and admirer, she urged him to leave, break the encirclement, escape, contact the army, abandon the city. Hearing that, she believed she could still survive. Phuong Dik flicked her forehead sharply. All those years of study wasted. Just so you can return everything to your teachers when energy recovers. He smiled firmly and said this was his home, and no matter the cost, he would never regret staying. Phuong Dik stood ahead, his back framed by rain and blood. Than Nguyen watched him silently, fingers brushing her head as pride swelled beyond words, heavy and unspoken. He strode forward without pause, marching straight toward the giant cocoon and the ant-like swarm. The Yang Crystal Guardian ignited, radiant light bursting out as he locked eyes with the monsters. Was the plan really to sacrifice the entire city just to usher in the birth of the abnormal king? He turned to Than Nguyen and held out his hand. Is the device on your wrist still working? Let me borrow it. She froze, confused by his intent, and asked what he meant. She quickly removed the special watch and handed it over. As he put it on, she hesitated. Isn't that for anomaly detection and association communication? Why are you using it? He raised his sword and aimed it at the cocoon, voice firm and burning. I'll destroy it before it hatches, Thunder answered his words. The swarm reacted instantly, wings roaring as they tightened ranks around the cocoon like knights guarding their king. At the association control room, a screen flickered back to life. Signal restored. The target's speed spiked. Staff cheered as communication reconnected. Captain Toe was identified, and urgent calls flooded the channel. Unanswered. Panic spread. The observer stared at the data. Her speed is insane. She's charging into the most polluted zone. A red dot raced forward as orders screamed for her to retreat. Alone meant death. Jiang grabbed the radio, shouting for Than Nguyen to respond and stop. He warned that reinforcements were coming and casualties must be avoided. She halted beside him. The device on his side blinked non-stop. He heard the warnings clearly but fumbled with the unfamiliar controls. After a moment, he spoke into it. Hello, can you hear me? Luke Jiang. The reply came sharp and startled. Who are you? Where's Captain Toe? He ignored the question and spoke fast. Stay connected. I'm going to eliminate the abnormal king. Luke Jiang panicked, asking him to repeat. The cocoon finished forming as the swarm packed tighter. Ready to die for it, he charged forward, voice roaring through the channel. If you want the city alive, give me all intel and equipment. I'm destroying that cocoon. Lao Jiang clenched his jaw, then decided. All units, halt and connect. Use intact satellites, track anomalies, send everything. He assigned 2 operators to guide him with precise coordinates. Agent Kohai took the console and reported quickly. Satellite visuals show extreme density around the cocoon, swarms thickening the closer they get. The movement forms a spiral like a storm. The north is thinner. That's our best opening. Front is packed. Suggest a southeast side breach. Fang Yi adjusted course instantly. Kohai spotted 2 red dots racing in. Warning sent. 2 high-level offspring detected. Estimated Demon Lord tier. Avoid direct collision. Sweat broke out in the control room. Can he dodge them? There's no time left. Then a violent blast erupted. The explosion roared through the channel, shaking the room. He collided head-on with the monsters, overwhelming them with pure, positive energy. He swung his blade, crushing the 2 massive anomalies blocking the path, eyes blazing with battle intent. Then, Liu Jiang froze. The energy signals vanished, both anomalies erased by a single strike. He stared in disbelief. Could this be that man? Cheers erupted. The tyrant. We're saved. Excitement flooded the room. A hidden immortal powerhouse had been fighting inside the city all along, while the rear celebrated. His gaze stayed sharp and grim on the front line. He realized something crucial. His flames now suppressed dark anomalies and slowed their revival. Lightning and heavenly fire merged, yet regret surfaced. If he had broken through earlier, that last strike might have ended it completely. He kept swinging, fire carving the sky. Without advancement, he relied on relentless speed and pressure, endless, draining, irritating. Then the cocoon trembled. A terrifying suction erupted, forcibly drawing in surrounding energy. Even distant fallen creatures panicked, abandoning fights and racing back, ignoring all attacks. In the rain, anomalies rushed toward the cocoon like moths drawn to fire. Practitioners who had just finished fighting stared in confusion. The assault stopped. Tranley frowned deeply as rain soaked him. This is bad. Such a sudden halt meant only one thing. The abnormal king was calling them back. Was it about to awaken outside the city? Tank engines thundered through the mountains. The monsters were retreating. If they gathered beyond the walls, would there still be hope? Explosions roared non-stop in the rain. A slender figure fought through the swarm, while Lam shouted questions behind him. He asked how long until reaching the city center. The blonde youth checked the GPS. About half an hour. Lam watched the monsters surge inward. Heart burning. Half an hour meant the king's birth and the city's end. The blonde shook his head. The numbers and levels far exceeded predictions. Tanks fired, flames swallowing patches of monsters, yet the sea barely thinned. Someone muttered that even heavy weapons weren't enough. Memories of their teacher surfaced. Yahello gritted his teeth. If this continues, nearby cities will fall next. Can we break through? The blonde answered flatly. Not even close. And those cultivators watching outside, do they really think disaster won't reach them? He stopped mid-sentence when he saw her staring at the distant sky in shock. The cocoon turned blood red, drawing anomalies from every direction. Yahello pointed. Do you see that they're gathering for the abnormal king? Then she saw it. A golden blaze tore through the storm like a rising sun. That fire, that figure. Was that him? Fuangdik noticed the commander freeze and heard the hurried call. Jalangsy quickly steadied herself, offered a calm smile, shook her head, and assured everyone she was fine. She then gave a decisive order. Boost all firepower. If that fails, we push into the city. The battlefield exists to save cities, not abandon them. Inside the city, explosions tore through the air as a massive fire dragon descended, devouring waves of anomalies. Even from afar, its overwhelming force left Yahello stunned. Thananguyen stared wide-eyed at the ocean of fire raging below. On a rooftop, Lamwai cheered wildly. That's my uncle. That sword style is definitely his. The falling swarm split apart, one group rushing to block his advance, the other retreating to feed energy back to the abnormal king. He faced the incoming monsters and sneered. You think this stops me? Fine. He lifted his sword without hesitation. Blade and divine flame erupted together. A violent blast followed as scorching heat surged and golden light erased the fallen. Every swing dropped bodies, yet more charged in like moths to fire. His gaze sharpened. Battle intent burned as he fused completely with heavenly fire, his sword moving with ruthless precision. Then a familiar sensation returned. That feeling surged again. Light burst from him and flooded the sky. Enlightenment struck. In this fragile energy field, a breakthrough felt close. He seized the moment, surged forward, accelerated, and summoned the black circle at once. The air detonated. The dark realm spread endlessly above him. He smiled and called out for Manhwa to appear. The barrier shattered. A blood-red flower tore free amid thunder. He ordered it to drain energy and support his breakthrough. The spirit flower unfurled, launching countless sharp vines that pierced through falling bodies with ease. Desolate power devoured all dark energy, leaving no chance for revival. Standing among the towering flowers, he scanned the sky. The rain was gone. Yet dark clouds concealed the cocoon. Hiding again, he chased upward and realized the cocoon was an illusion, but a heavy heartbeat thundered clearly in his ears. It felt like stepping onto an ancient battlefield. The pulse echoed like war drums, stirring buried madness and evil. He focused, realizing its hesitation meant the cocoon was not ready. Ending it now was the smartest move. Have you locked its position? The reply came instantly. Target confirmed. Coordinates synced to your device. The device beeped rapidly, projecting a red beam at a point in the air. He smiled. There, right there. He activated his method, releasing the Kim Duong breathing art and turning into a blazing sun. Radiant light expanded, wiping out the remaining fallen in an instant. Distant cultivators stared in disbelief. What power is that? Fire alone can't do this. Even Lu Jiang froze as numbers dropped fast and the anomaly density around the city plunged. From the tanks, a soldier reported that the abnormal rain was retreating, flying back into the city as if summoned. Lam looked at the blazing sun overhead and understood. He's targeting the abnormal king's cocoon. The blonde youth nodded in awe. So it really is him, the tyrant, the heavenly fireblade, facing the king alone with pure yang power. DLM ordered the advance, but the blonde suddenly blocked the path. Wait, look at that. Alam watched the giant cocoon swell and pulse. The heartbeat hammered faster. Is the king breaking free? Linhua tightened vines around the cocoon's veins as cultivators below shouted in fury, vowing to destroy the source of all evil. On a rooftop, Linhua assessed grimly. Pure defense means death. If that thing hatches, the city becomes its food. She recalled the energy-draining flower and suddenly understood. There's a way. She pointed at the crimson spirit flower. It absorbed the fallen's energy earlier. It's like the wild vine we faced before. So he has that attribute too. She urged everyone to send their spiritual energy to the flower. Cultivators responded together, pouring power upward. Tranley saw it and immediately understood. I get it. They're feeding energy into his summoned plants. I want in too. Association members agreed, joining the effort. Streams of colorful spiritual energy surged skyward, converging on the blazing flower. Than Nguyen, still recovering, looked up with emotion. This is everyone's power. She raised her hand as well. Then let's face the king together, high above. He felt the surge flow into the spirit flower, its golden light burning brighter than ever. Fuangdik faced a massive abnormal bird lunging straight at him, its shadow blotting the air as it dropped with killing intent. He stayed calm, swung once, and split it apart instantly, black blood spraying as the body collapsed. He wiped his face and listened to Kohai's urgent warning. All external anomalies are converging on your position. He scanned his surroundings. A sea of falling monsters closed in. Kohai kept reporting. Hundreds of thousands of level B fallers, tens of thousands at level A. The scale was absurd. Even more S-rank signatures emerged. He stared at the heaving cocoon, eyes cold. Words are pointless. No matter how many you call, I'll erase them. A faint smile appeared. Abnormal King. You're not fully evolved. Are you rushing out because you're scared? I'll end you first. The moment he finished, the cocoon ruptured. A thin, clawed creature tore through the membrane and crawled out. His sword flared with searing, heavenly fire. Heat distorted the air. He tightened his grip, fully alert for a fight to the death. The cocoon ripped wider. Two skeletal arms with blade-like claws tore the shell apart, forcing the monster free. A huge head emerged, a single blue eye glaring outward. Its mouth stretched wide as it roared, shaking the space itself. Before the king, the radiant spirit flower shrank to nothing. A violent blast echoed citywide as spiritual energy was drained instantly. The ground split and trembled. Fear spread everywhere. This is the abnormal king's power. Someone slammed the ground in despair. Elam watched from afar, biting her lip until it bled. Hands clasped tightly as she prayed in silence. Others stared toward him with the same unshakable belief. He locked eyes with the monster and spoke calmly. You are the dark, abnormal king, the source of this catastrophe. Brilliant light erupted from him like sunlight, driving back the darkness. Spirit flowers shone behind him. This city raised me. I won't let it fall. The king answered with a furious roar, shaking the clouds. He steadied himself, power surging to its limit. Good. Then die. A deafening explosion followed. The sky split under clashing forces. Black darkness collided with blazing gold, forming a massive storm. At the center, his golden radiance burned. When the dust cleared, the king stood wounded, yet alive. Its voice echoed coldly. You challenge me with such a realm. It opened its mouth, releasing terrifying suction that pulled everything forward. He resisted, but the force overwhelmed him. A single thought surfaced. This is bad. He was dragged into the monster's maw, sliding into its foul, corrosive depths. Only then did he realize his miscalculation. The king endured his strongest strike and swallowed him alive. He quickly assessed the situation. It's not over. Corrosive fluids and dense dark energy surged. Any ordinary cultivator would have vanished instantly. Yet the monster had intelligence. It wasn't afraid of internal damage. The inside should be its weakest point. Enough thinking. He clenched his fist and struck back from within. The positive energy punch slammed into the stomach with a violent blast. Outside, the king convulsed, tightening its core and releasing more corrosive fluid to suppress him. He felt the reaction and nodded. Damage is possible. As long as it works, this can be solved. He called for his ally, Spirit Flower. Come out. He analyzed quickly. The king had swallowed the flower, but it had already absorbed massive energy from outside. Yet the flower drooped. Lifeless. You're resisting. You don't like its dark power. The rejection shocked him. The wild attribute refused the king's darkness. The plan failed, and fury surged. He drove another heavy punch into the monster's core to vent his rage. The giant king flew through the dark sky, smaller fallers raining down to replenish its strength. A woman stared upward, panic rising. What's happening? Lam Wai shook her head. I don't know either. Elsewhere, the association evacuated civilians with steady broadcasts, maintaining order and preventing chaos. At headquarters, eyes stayed glued to the screen, sweat pouring down. He was battling the abnormal king from inside its body. Fuang Dik had also entered the city as tanks rolled through the streets, escorting evacuations in tight formation. GLM's voice rang out over the radio with crisp authority. The abnormal rain and the king were too distracted to strike the city. Move fast and reduce casualties. Soldiers answered together, sharp and focused, watching the monster obsessively drain spiritual energy above. Geolam clenched his teeth. We must hurry. There's no room for mistakes. Under the pitch-black sky, the abnormal king suffered from its premature emergence. Starved, it dragged fallen creatures into its body as emergency fuel. After devouring its minions, its body entered a brutal, accelerated digestion phase. Inside, he sensed lethal danger closing in. Without warning, viscous green fluid poured down like a waterfall from the throat into the stomach. The overwhelming flow left him no escape. He activated the diamond breathing defense, bracing himself to be submerged in the corrosive tide. The stomach flooded instantly. He sank into burning slime as acid-like pain gnawed at every nerve. The diamond barrier thinned under constant erosion. His vision blurred as crushing fatigue crept in. The world before him faded to black, and he lost consciousness. Time passed unnoticed until he suddenly awoke. He opened his eyes and froze. He was no longer inside the stomach. Ahead lay a ruined city, broken buildings everywhere, with a twisted skyscraper looming behind. A shadow hid within the ruins, watching him silently. In a flash, it charged and threw a lightning-fast punch at him. Any normal person would have died instantly, but he moved on instinct and surged forward. Still, he froze for a heartbeat when he felt something terrifying. No spiritual energy flowed through his hand. In that instant, he realized he was not alone. The enemy's fist missed by inches and slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Debris exploded outward, but he twisted away just in time. He exhaled sharply. My body still moves. The training wasn't lost. That realization steadied him. This place was an illusion crafted by the abnormal king, meant to trick him into believing he had never awakened. The king gave no time to think. It stomped hard, shattering a stone pillar as he leapt back to dodge the follow-up blow. The monster couldn't fully strip his power, and its strength still hadn't surpassed his. He closed his eyes and focused. My power remains. There's a flaw here. Every illusion has a weakness, and that's how I break it. Taking advantage of his stillness, the monster lunged and seized him tightly, sneering in triumph. Fool, once you're here, you'll never leave. Watch carefully. He opened his eyes and smirked. There is a way. The monster's form warped, its face becoming identical to his, whispering darkly that this was his true end as it opened its mouth. A massive pull dragged him closer, as if to swallow him again. The king pointed at ruined ground where fallen cultivators lay, declaring this was humanity's fate, mere nourishment for its evolution. He saw friends and younger kin fall within the illusion, silent and unmoving. Just as despair seemed to settle, he burst into loud laughter. Golden light exploded from him, ripping through the false night. These tricks again. Invisible hands rested on his shoulders, empowering him. He sneered. You still don't understand. Countless shadows filled the sky, spirits of fallen cultivators offering their strength. He lifted his head and declared he was reborn to protect those he loved. His presence flared like a blazing sun, forcing the king to stare in disbelief. Hope burned through darkness, shredding the illusion completely. Flames crackled as his hair ignited. His eyes blazed with intent. He clenched his fist and commanded them to act. Massive golden hands formed around him as he hovered proudly with sword in hand. The system announced a breakthrough condition had been met. He slashed forward as the golden hands struck together, smiling. He said the monster had helped him understand everything. The creature wearing his face twisted in fury. A single slash tore through it, releasing overwhelming power as he declared his rebirth was to stop the world from being devoured. Eternal flame wrapped his hair and arm as lightning stormed around him. In that moment, he looked like judgment itself, the chosen avenger. The king was split apart, yet stood unharmed, warping space into a twisted black shadow while laughing madly. It mocked the challenger as a mere ant, sneering that a 2-star spirit creation realm dared oppose it. With contempt, it launched a lethal strike. He tilted aside, narrowly evading the blow. The evil demon king roared with laughter, declaring humans would never leave and should obediently become nourishment. He stayed silent. The king's grin vanished, replaced by terror, as lightning, heavenly fire, and pure yang began corroding its body. Sparks crackled like a death chant while it screamed in panic, ignoring the curses. He calmly raised his hand and spoke with clarity as 9 blazing fire dragons emerged. They tore through the demon king's body in a thunderous blast. Only then did it realize its mistake. This power was far beyond a 2-star realm, as his steady voice completed the final rite. In reality, the Anomaly King's colossal form exploded, golden light flooding the city. Its screams of regret faded as destruction claimed it. The dark body dissolved into nothingness, clouds scattered, and the endless rain finally ceased. Gentle sunlight spread across the land. In the sky, a massive black circle continued absorbing lingering dark energy. Standing behind it was the man who saved the entire city. His aura slowly faded, revealing a calm, cold young face beneath. He controlled the Shadow Realm, cleansing all remaining pollution and restoring blue skies. Below, cultivators stood stunned, unsure if it was truly over. Celestial soldiers erupted in cheers. The city survived. The night had passed. They were saved. Lamb gazed at the clear sky with relief. Morning has come. The blonde youth smiled and asked if she planned to see him. She shook her head, enjoying the breeze. There was still work to do. Looking at the celebrating crowd, she spoke softly about helping people rebuild and return life to normal. In the association control room, staff jumped with joy. Lu Jiang stood dazed, as if waking from a long dream. Without him, the city would have fallen and blame would be unavoidable. Survival itself felt unreal. Are the injured still alive? Don't worry, the central hospital held. Without him, treatment would have been impossible. Tran Lai reflected quietly, wondering what kind of being could wield such power at the most critical moment. Tan Han added calmly that such a breakthrough would surely draw attention before headquarters could even react. watching his distant figure. Someone admitted with sadness how far behind they now stood, even among the best of the Southern Kingdom. Tranlai nodded, noting the golden light, fire dragons, and decisive execution were already being discussed everywhere. Fen Huyen asked, confused, what he meant. Tranlai smirked, suggesting a fitting new title for him as the city buzzed. Amid the ruins, hurried footsteps echoed as a young woman ran after him, panting for him to slow down. Panic filled her eyes as she searched, asking where her cousin was, while another urged patience. Lam Wai suddenly froze, spotting a familiar figure resting with his sword. Tears welled as relief washed over her. Hearing them, he turned, surprised, asking why they had come. She rushed forward, asking if he was all right. Before he could refuse, she supported him gently. Seeing her worry, he smiled and reassured her. He said he was fine, though the brutal battle still lingered in his thoughts. It had been a long time since he was pushed so far. The final seal had drained nearly all power gained from the breakthrough. No wonder they were worried. She froze, realizing he had broken through again to the 2-star realm. Awe filled her as she marveled at his growth. He only smiled, while another burst out in excited disbelief. Online, news exploded with footage and praise for the mysterious savior who slew the king alone. In a cramped room, Kwang Luk stared at his screen, slammed the table, and laughed in excitement, certain he hadn't been wrong. Throwing his head back, he laughed loudly, proud to have lost to someone worthy of legend. Fang Yi realized this was pure luck as Lo Qiu chased after him, asking where he was going, only to hear him say with burning resolve that he intended to find that man and become his disciple. Lo Qiu fell silent, shaking his head as he tried to dissuade him, warning that countless others were surely searching already and that charging in now was unwise. At the same time, deep within the imperial capital of the Great Han, the spotless grandeur hid a darker undercurrent. In a sealed chamber, dim light from a glowing sphere revealed shifting shadows as a voice calmly asked what everyone thought of the situation. A man lounging with his feet on the table exhaled smoke, sighing that he had missed the chance to witness a lethal clash between the army and the Spirit Energy Association. He casually suggested finding a suitable pawn to approach him instead. A woman sitting cross-legged rejected the idea instantly, her sharp gaze cutting through the room as she declared that a prodigy like her was a savior, not a disposable tool. Someone slammed a photo onto the table and muttered his name, the sudden act stirring the room as the question of his fate surfaced. Her crimson nails traced across the image's neck with chilling precision. Purple flames devoured the photo as she sneered coldly, declaring that anyone blocking their path would be erased, no matter their realm. Back at the old apartment complex, steady knocking echoed at the door, leaving the two brothers exchanging puzzled looks at the unexpected visitor. He opened the door cautiously to find one familiar face and one stranger standing outside. Tranlai spoke warmly, thanking him on behalf of the Spirit Energy Association for stopping the recent S-rank intrusion, while Huyen stood beside him, holding several boxes with a bright smile. Recognizing an acquaintance, he relaxed and invited them inside to talk freely. Lamy hurried to pour water, treating the guests carefully as this was their first time hosting such distinguished visitors. Tranlai moved straight to the point, explaining that the association wanted to discuss something important with his consent. He listened as Tranlai revealed their plan to promote the title of Burial Master, signaling a shift in responsibility and influence. The explanation continued, outlining how each city relied on renowned cultivators to stabilize the lower regions. This S-rank disaster, the worst in history, would turn Tai City into a strategic stronghold during the era of spiritual recovery. He listened closely as Tranlai stressed the need for a powerful leader to guide the city after such devastation. Yan Huyen added that disasters and abnormal invasions would only grow more frequent, and near abandonment could not happen again. Others agreed grimly, admitting that without his intervention, the city would have faced total annihilation. Lam Wai nodded in realization, while he reassured her calmly, admitting he had focused too much on cultivation and missed larger changes. He reflected on Tai City's former status, strong yet never among the top developed cities, and saw the imbalance clearly now. With leading cities already established, this catastrophe paradoxically offered Tai City a chance to rise. After a long silence, Tranlai added that cities were ranking cultivators to boost combat strength and attract more resources. He concluded sincerely that both cultivators and civilians needed a guiding figure, while the association would protect his privacy to maintain mystery. He crossed his arms and agreed that mystery often carried more power than exposure. Another voice chimed in enthusiastically, and he finally nodded, stating he had no objections and extended his hand in agreement. Tranlai shook his hand in surprise at how smoothly it concluded, declaring their cooperation official. With military and association support, Tai City rebuilt at astonishing speed. Restoring order as disaster accelerated adaptation to the new era. In Divine City's Spirit Energy Association Tower, staff whispered about the cultivator who resolved the S-rank anomaly. One scrolled through files, noting his rare Yang attribute, a perfect counter to darkness, marking him as heaven-favored. Another clarified that records showed ownership of the Heavenly Fire One blade and even ties to the thunder-wielding warlord. A stunned gasp followed, before mention of even more unbelievable data surfaced. In a hospital corridor, a blue-haired woman adjusted her glasses and demanded to see the Tomb Guardian's documents. Recognizing their superior, the staff stepped aside nervously as she confirmed her identity. She studied the file, pausing at a photo of his back, remarking that many would doubt such strength without witnessing it. Her voice carried quiet intent as she admitted she wanted to verify his power personally. Certain they would meet soon, the scene shifted to a silent library in Thuong City, where calm study masked the brewing storm ahead. Kai sat at the table, eyes fixed on the screen, fingers racing across the keyboard as lines of text blurred into focused motion. A young man kept stealing glances at her, face flushed, summoning courage. He stepped closer, but before he finished speaking, she snapped the laptop shut and coldly warned him this was a library, rejecting him outright. His confidence shattered. He let out a heavy sigh and walked away, shoulders slumped, humiliation weighing down every step. She reopened the laptop and resumed studying, irritation twisting her expression as she muttered insults, unaware the world itself was quietly shifting. Recent events surged back. After the exam, she awakened spiritual power and rose as a one-star underworld celestial practitioner, fueling her pride and belief that she stood above ordinary people. The humiliation at Thantan University remained painfully clear. She assumed the worst had already happened to Phuong Dich, certain his old personality would have doomed him long ago. She scoffed at ever comparing a genius like him to someone useless. Ironically, Tien Li's screen now displayed a photo of Phuong Dich from behind, the figure she idolized without restraint. She convinced herself the Tomb Guardian far surpassed him, believing only such a powerful and handsome cultivator was worthy of her devotion. At the Thai family residence, Phuong Di and Li Mai appeared unusually sharp and refined. Lam Wai adjusted her sunglasses and suggested skipping training to go house hunting. Rare days off deserved balance. The guild's advice made sense, and improving their living environment felt as important as strengthening their cultivation. Lam Wai laughed, recalling Captain To's words and Than Nguyen's promise to upgrade their housing. They had agreed to view properties together. Lam Wai's eyes shone with disbelief. Choosing luxury homes so freely felt unreal, and the idea of owning one herself seemed almost impossible. He brushed it off calmly. With spiritual energy recovery approaching, a few houses meant nothing compared to the value of a powerful cultivator, though the generosity still stunned them. Mid-conversation, Lam Wai pinched her nose as a rotten stench suddenly filled the air. The smell grew stronger, Lam Wai asked cautiously, and he confirmed it reeked of sewage. Something felt wrong, and when he glanced back, his gaze sharpened as he sensed pursuit. They turned to see three thuggish men. One held a sickle and chain, another wore a mask releasing foul gas, while the leader advanced with a baseball bat. The leader sneered, mocking them and ridiculing the Thai family, scoffing at the idea that someone like him could lead anything. He ordered his men to attack, demanding they hand over every benefit granted by the Thai family. Confident intimidation would work. Li Mei reacted instantly, unleashing her core spiritual power and striking at the sickle-wielding thug. The chained attacker leapt and swung down hard, but she raised a spiritual shield just in time, blocking the blow without injury. The bat-wielding thug charged him. Lam Wai shouted a warning, revealing they were all spirit creation realm cultivators. He calmly caught the bat with one hand, bending the metal effortlessly as the thug turned pale and helpless. He raised his free hand, flames erupting as he demanded to know who dared steal from him. One crushing punch sent the thug flying backward, collapsing the moment he hit the ground. Shulin froze in panic, unable to understand why Phuong Dich remained unharmed despite being poisoned. He had used a universal spiritual energy toxin meant to paralyze instantly, yet his target moved freely, watching him strike with lightning speed. Shulin realized he was facing something monstrous. The remaining thugs tried to save face, shouting threats and boasting about their realm, refusing to back down. He showed no fear, almost amused as he identified their mutated earth and wood attributes, mocking their corrupt techniques. Spiritual light flared around him. He sneered, knowing their defenses were useless against someone of his level. Shiktit lunged again, repeating the same reckless sickle strike toward Lam Wai. This time his weakness was obvious. Lam Wai countered instantly with a decisive kick that dropped him in agony. She landed lightly as she heard him sigh in irritation, complaining that constant disruptions made peaceful living impossible. He removed his glasses, icy intent flooding his gaze as his suppressed aggression erupted, ordering Lam Wai to stay back. Lam Wai retreated obediently as the rising heat sent panic through the remaining enemies. Pete writhed on the ground when a blinding, sun-like light suddenly formed above them. The light expanded, engulfing all three thugs in roaring flames as their screams echoed briefly. Terror seized them as they begged for mercy, unable to comprehend the fire consuming them. Thon Nguyen rushed over, desperately pleading for their lives, shocking Feng Ye as he turned in confusion. Though unsure what was happening, he withdrew his power. The thugs lay unconscious as Hein gasped in relief, explaining they were key surveillance targets for the Spirit Energy Association. Fang Yi gave a short nod. The Spirit Energy Association had begun registering cultivators and enforcing control. He glanced at the fallen men and warned coldly that further trouble would end far worse, reminding them they survived only because of timing. Only the association's intervention spared them if this warning still failed to sink in. Whatever punishment awaited next would be entirely their own responsibility. As the ambulance drove away, Than Nguyen cursed under her breath, furious that anyone would dare provoke the first cultivator officially approved by the association. Lam Wai asked about their fate. Huyn explained plainly that criminal records meant life imprisonment, cultivation revoked, freedom stripped, and their value as cultivators erased. He nodded in approval, finding the decision practical and efficient. Than Nguyen studied the brothers carefully, fully aware how crucial he was to the city's future, and resolved not to let fools ruin this rare chance to secure his trust. Her expression shifted instantly into a bright smile. She offered to guide them to villas and cars, determined to display the association's strength properly this time. Huyn led them into a luxury model home zone, presenting 2 chosen properties, a city center penthouse with full amenities, and a secluded riverside villa ideal for cultivation. Both fully furnished and ready. He decided without hesitation and accepted both properties. Amoy looked at her cousin in shock. He smiled and expressed trust in Captain To's sincerity, while Than Nguyen hurriedly promised swift approval from above, asked about transportation. Huyn guided them to a high-end showroom, explaining the association's partnership allowed free choice of any vehicle. As the sisters admired the cars, whispers rose nearby, marveling at the girl's porcelain skin and unusual aura. Others whispered about the casually dressed man beside her, convinced his presence radiated status impossible to hide, assuming he was a young master buying a gift. The gossip reached Lam To, who adjusted her glasses and turned to look more closely. She recognized him at once as Thon Lei's ex, the man once personally received by a principal with military backing. The coincidence stunned her. A random city outing led her straight into her roommate's past. She recalled dismissing him earlier with open disdain, treating him as insignificant. Seeing his siblings choosing a car, she secretly snapped a photo, her mind spiraling as she imagined him spending lavishly on another woman elsewhere. Thon Lei received the message describing the luxury showroom and the photo. She replied with indifference, her face unreadable. Inside, however, doubt surged. She questioned his sudden wealth and mocked the idea that survival and luck had turned him into someone else's dependent. She sneered at herself, convinced the gap between them was untouchable, and left the classroom triumphant, believing material things meant nothing to a future celestial elite, deep in a forested villa. Lam Wai bounced around joyfully, thrilled by the new home, reminded there was also a city apartment for convenience. She rushed upstairs to explore, watching her. He softened, amused that she finally looked her age instead of burdened by maturity. Memories of past loss surfaced, before rebirth. He never saw her again, and this time he swore she would not fall under crushing responsibility. A ringing phone broke his thoughts. Seeing the caller, he raised a brow, wondering why Jialam was contacting him. He answered lightly. She congratulated him on his promotion and joked about the association's generous gift of 2 houses. He lounged on the sofa and teased that such working methods were worth maintaining. She laughed, admitting material rewards were the fastest way to improve living standards, then hinted at future spiritual resources as additional compensation. As she spoke, she reflected on the vast gap between ordinary people and top cultivators like him, then thanked him sincerely, regaining focus. She brought up a confidential mission and asked directly whether he had interest in accepting it. He scoffed, recognizing her real motive, and urged her to get straight to the point. She revealed Tianbao Daiha's location in Thuong Tai, now sealed due to deadly anomalies, once the city's busiest landmark, now a cursed fortress under blockade, under dark clouds. A military helicopter lifted off after delivering its passengers. A calm voice announced the arrival of the mission's assigned leader from the spiritual command center. He offered no name, stepping toward 4 unfamiliar figures while recalling instructions to conceal his identity and level. He assessed their spiritual power, but sensed restraint, realizing none were revealing their true strength. Military representatives Tu Vu and Hiu Din greeted him, confirming their presence. From the association came Han Hu and Mo Li, whose aura reminded him of Tu Than Huing, marking them as insiders. After brief introductions, they moved to the vehicle as plans were confirmed for joint action under prior command approval. Rain poured as sirens cleared the road. Inside the speeding van, tension filled the air until Han Hu forced a smile. reminding everyone they were temporary allies despite unknown strengths. 3 figures sat wordless on the back bench, unmoving and detached, as if cut from the room itself. Among them was Ma Lai, silent and unreadable, offering nothing to the tense atmosphere. Seeing the stalemate, one person spoke up for the group, urging unity once the mission began. The reply was heavy silence. The pressure lingered, and Han Huk could only answer it with a strained smile. Fang Yi rested his chin on his hand, staring through rain-streaked glass with an icy face. Inside, his mind raced. This team was messy, stitched together from everywhere. Shine Corporation ruled a major city, yet the Spiritual Energy Association felt unreliable. Tu Vu sat centered in the room. Beside him, Fuangdik had been quietly observing his every move, never once letting his guard down. He leaned close to Hyo Din and whispered if the expert Aunt Lam promised could be this man. She glanced over, doubtful, murmuring that he looked too thin, more like a student, though she continued to study him closely. There was no official wristband, his aura tightly sealed, his real power completely hidden from detection. A sudden thought struck her. Could this be the great master who destroyed the disaster alone and saved Tai City? But could someone so young truly perform such burials and wield that level of understanding? She kept the thought buried and continued watching. Anyone with 3 high-tier attributes who could erase disasters and seal supernatural kings alone was impossible to ignore. At the same time, inside Gilam's office at the spiritual war zone, a phone rang non-stop, slicing through the tense air. She answered calmly, but the voice on the other end spilled chaos. Tianbao Daxia had fallen. Contact lost. Abnormal levels at 12,000. Casualties exceeding 50. Jialam sighed, then reassured them coldly, guaranteeing the envoy's reliability while refusing to reveal his identity. At Tianbao Daxia, thunder rolled across Van Vu's sky as blood-red clouds coiled above the skyscraper, turning the skyline into a vision of apocalypse. 5 bikes screeched to a halt at the mall entrance, where the ground was drenched in thick, nauseating crimson. Rain poured as Fuangdit dismounted and lifted his gaze to the tower, his expression dark and alert. The situation was dire. The anomalies rivaled anything they'd faced before. Black and red stains smeared the landmark building, deathly aura pouring out. Someone shouted about a window, the site unmistakably blood. Shu Din summarized quickly. Tianbao Daxia was narrow, 40 floors tall, the tallest in the district. Over 2,000 staff and visitors had been trapped before evacuation began. Malai added that some refused to comply before lockdown. Many remained inside. The Shang family rescue team entered earlier and never returned, with over 50 presumed dead. No one knew the truth inside. Fuang Dik asked about outside contact. Tu Vu shook his head. Since the extraordinary appeared, all communication ceased. Punu described his nightmare. Days after the seal, the building looked abandoned for decades. Windows fogged, no movement. As they prepared to breach, a grotesquely mauled corpse fell past the glass, freezing him in terror as he spoke. The abnormal aura surged, escalating rapidly until, within a week, the site became what it was now. He turned sharply and criticized them, with no contact. Casualties were guessed from scattered remains alone. The Shang City Spirit Energy Association had been reckless. Han Hu protested, insisting there were no alternatives. He frowned, understanding their limits despite himself. The data was shallow, and the real toll far higher. For civilians trapped inside, it was a slaughterhouse. Escape was impossible. He made his decision. They would enter immediately. Some anomalies evolved by feeding on humans, and the higher the deaths, the harder the threat inside would become. As Fuangdik moved, Tu Vu stopped him with a hand. Even under full command authority, they deserved to hear the plan first. He answered bluntly. There was no strategy without intel. They would assess inside and adapt on the move. Moli bristled, unhappy taking orders from Fuangdi. Tu Vu added that leadership meant knowing each member's abilities. Han Huk mocked openly, calling out the lack of experience. Fighting snapped, shouting for silence. Time was short. The veteran commander recommended him for this mission. Everyone knew Old Lamb's reputation. He looked back at them. His gaze cut through the group as he warned that internal conflict was the greatest taboo before any mission. Then he turned and walked inside without hesitation. If anyone didn't want to enter, they shouldn't follow. Tu Vu called after him urgently. Inside the mall, silence pressed down hard. Dim light glinted off blood smeared across floors and walls, amplifying the unease. The quiet felt wrong. Not a single sound echoed. Everyone sensed it at once. They advanced carefully, step by step, when a dark shape suddenly plunged from above. From Vu sensed the danger and snapped his head up, startled despite himself. A twisted black face loomed close, green eyes burning. jagged teeth bared like a specter drifting in the dark. From Vu screamed, instantly. Fuangdich spun and slashed. A flaming divine sword carved a blazing arc through the creature. Fuangdich leapt back. He stayed silent, eyes locked on the target. One strike was all anyone saw, yet the monster shattered as if struck dozens of times at once. The body detonated in a violent burst, ending before Tuvu could even process what he'd seen. Malai stared in shock at the young man she'd dismissed moments ago. Was it already over? Hugh remained frozen, eyes wide. He fixated on the blazing sword in Fuang Dix's hand, unable to grasp where it came from. Fuang Dix crouched and lifted a black feather from the remains, studying it with calm focus. He asked coolly if this was their first time seeing such a mutation. A bird-lizard hybrid deity. Noting that this level of distortion had already taken many lives, Fang Yi watched the corpse crumble apart, its remains warping unnaturally, and Bai Ting gasped in fear as she judged its size, speed, and lingering aura, barely concluding it was an A+ level anomaly. From Wu stood behind them, throat dry, forcing himself to speak. An A+ anomaly. That's equal to a 2-star creation spirit realm. Right, I only just reached 1 star. Jeeting whispered flatly that was correct, meaning a single slash from him would be enough to end from Wu instantly. The lone figure walked ahead with her sword, and whispers spread as everyone tried to guess who she was. Someone nervously asked if her blade was truly the Tomb Guardian's sword, the legendary Heavenly Fire sword. Hunhook's tone flipped instantly, turning warm and flattering as he praised her as a rare sealing master. Noting that sealers were known as reclusive figures who never parted with their swords, he casually twirled the sword and explained that he fused spiritual power into it, forming a spiritual dance that allowed instant summoning. Calmly adding that others should be capable of the same, he cut the chatter short, ordering them to move. Hanhu nodded quickly. Tuvu exhaled in relief, muttering that it was fortunate he was on their side. As they descended deeper, darkness thickened. He summoned a small flame and led them upward through the emergency stairs. The air reeked of blood and decay. He calculated silently that if this continued, casualties would likely surpass 500. He forced open a floor door and frowned at the sight of a silent, ruined warehouse. Blood covered everything, yet no bodies remained, leaving Hu Din deeply unsettled. Suddenly, a mutant lunged from behind Tuvu. Hu Din screamed a warning as the shadow closed in. He reacted instantly, flicking the lit flame straight at the creature. The anomaly burned, shrieking as black blood sprayed before it collapsed. Hanhook trembled as he muttered that it was another one. He turned back to the group and asked if anyone else felt something was wrong. Tuvu looked baffled, confused. He asked what he meant, unable to see the issue. He explained calmly that while these anomalies matched elite combatants, that alone shouldn't have trapped rescue cultivators so completely. He concluded that this place likely wasn't the true heavenly treasure Great Descent. Tuvu stammered in disbelief, while Mali froze in fear, unable to grasp what he meant. He explained that despite the blood-soaked path, the stench and pressure came from darkness itself, not corpses, suggesting something unseen was testing them. He recalled the Grand Minister's words. The tragedy felt real, yet empty, like resistance without victims, as if nothing had ever truly existed here. He nodded, then raised his hand as a shimmering black-purple sphere formed. He activated the Infinite Shadow Realm. Everyone stared in shock, realizing this was the Dark Attribute. Inside his mind, the system confirmed activation of the Dark Inner Realm and began compiling data. The information revealed it was a space carved by darkness, a domain capable of drawing and reshaping the original environment. To fully enter it, one had to locate its door. He shared his conclusion, explaining that entry required finding the door, just as escape for those trapped inside did. The Dark Attribute distorted minds and emotions, creating illusions that made people believe windows were exits. As the Infinite Shadow Realm absorbed surrounding aura, it explained why those who jumped had already died within the dark inner world. He stated coldly that they had been manipulated from the start, and now needed to find the door mentioned by the great deity. Before he finished, the system warned of attraction. The dark inner world responded, and he instantly activated a golden protective shield as blazing light erupted. It's here. A deafening blast tore through space, power crashing forward like an apocalyptic strike. Before it reached them, the cultivator staggered and collapsed. Hanhu panicked as his protection failed, while Tuvu clutched his head in agony. At that instant, his eyes flared like falling stars. A violent explosion shook the space as a radiant silver barrier expanded, burning heat forcing the darkness back. Inside, Mali checked herself in disbelief. Unharmed, Hanhu knelt, gasping, asking if that had been the Dark Attribute's attack. They looked up at him standing calmly, untouched, and realization struck. It was him who saved them, though not directly struck. The dark attribute still caused severe backlash. Ding nodded gratefully, knowing they wouldn't have survived without him. He scanned the space carefully, a confident smile forming. Found it. He raised his hand and unleashed a massive fire dragon that roared into the darkness, tearing it apart. The dragon's roar echoed as he summoned the heavenly fire sword and cleaved decisively into the void. Boom. Fang Yi stood as the deafening blast ripped through the space. The roar so violent it felt like it would rupture eardrums, making it instantly clear that this was the true location they were searching for. The surface ahead began to fracture, its face twisting and peeling apart like a shattered mirror dragged open by the brutal cut carved moments ago. Cracking sounds rang non-stop as chunks of space collapsed inward. Hyodin broke into a cold sweat, while he stayed composed, eyes locked forward as if waiting for this exact moment. When the chaos settled, the darkness peeled away, revealing a gloomy gate radiating a dense, lethal aura that pressed heavily on everyone present. No one knew what waited beyond, yet its presence alone raised goosebumps. He tightened his grip, steadying himself before moving. He stepped forward with his sword and issued a low command for everyone to follow, leading the 5 of them straight through the gate without hesitation. Shielded by his Kim Duong barrier, the vile aura split apart and retreated, unable to invade, yet the scene ahead still made their bodies tense and shiver. Molly felt a chill race down her spine and muttered shakily that she could already smell it, the dread growing stronger with each step. He halted after moving deeper, signaling they had fully exited the inner darkness and entered the heavenly treasure Great Descent. A place that looked no different from living hell. Broken bodies littered the floor, dried blood blackened the ground, and a sickening stench filled the air, forcing Molly to swallow hard to keep herself steady. The moment they advanced, shrill wing beats and savage growls erupted as a pack of ferocious anomalies rushed them from every direction. Panicked shouts overlapped in the chaos, voices clashing as fear spread, the words barely making sense under the crushing pressure. Others yelled urgently for everyone to move and regroup, their cries sharp and frantic as the threat closed in. Hu trembled as he shouted that it was another A+ dark attribute anomaly, while Tuvu clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. He didn't speak. He moved, releasing the hilt. He snapped a brutal kick into the sword, launching it like a missile straight toward the charging monster. A heavy impact followed as the blade pierced through the creature's chest, its body detonating instantly from the force. The sword didn't stop, driving onward to impale a second anomaly behind it, locking both threats in place in a single, relentless motion. In the same breath, he leapt up and caught the hilt mid-air, landing smoothly as another massive anomaly tried to ambush from behind. He spun and slashed repeatedly, arcs of scorching fire tearing through the air as violent heat surged outward. The flames exploded into a blazing tide, and the screaming anomalies disintegrated rapidly, reduced to drifting ash. Ali stared in shock as the dark attributes melted instantly. Hyodin struggled against the heat and whispered that he never needed their help at all. She sensed something deeper in his flames, layered and violent, like molten lava erupting from within another fire. After the battle, he approached the scattered remains and lowered the fire sword, flames spreading gently to cover the broken bodies as he murmured a quiet farewell. Hanhi watched in awe, unable to deny the reputation of the fire burial sword, witnessing firsthand the mastery of its wielder. Turning back under flickering firelight, he ordered the stunned team to search for survivors and focus on rescues, leaving all anomalies to him. He declared the first floor cleared and stated he would advance upward alone, the rest nodding and following his instructions without protest, leading them deeper inside. He carved a path through what had become a demon nest, every swing of his blade dropping another monster. The higher they climbed, the stronger the anomalies grew, having evolved through slaughter to reach terrifying power comparable to a 1-star realm. Upon reaching the 15th floor, the air turned dense and bone-chilling, an oppressive cold seeping into every breath. Molly shuddered as the dark attribute pierced her spiritual barrier, the chill biting deeper than before. She stared into a shadowed corner and warned cautiously, sensing subtle movement among the bodies. She alerted everyone to corrosive properties and floating filaments, urging them not to breathe it in as silence thickened and fresh blood dripped nearby. Suddenly, a massive black shadow crawled along the ceiling, stretching unnaturally as it closed in. A grotesque mutated centipede revealed itself, 6 crimson eyes glowing as jagged teeth clashed, its roar shaking the group. He curved his lips slightly, finally amused, remarking that this at last looked like a real abnormal creature. The monster opened its maw and unleashed a storm of black poisonous spines, firing them down like a deadly rain. He moved in a blur, evading every strike before spinning his fireblade into a blazing shield that incinerated the spines mid-air. When the assault failed, the centipede curled tightly, its hardened shell locking into defense as it tried to stall. He saw through it instantly, recognizing its attempt to buy time to evolve, dismissing the idea without hesitation. He launched upward and hurled the flaming sword with full force into the monster, the impact landing with a heavy, echoing thud. Fang Yi's strike punched through the hardened shell and drove straight into the centipede's skull, its scream cutting off as its glowing eyes dulled and vanished in a violent blast. Flames erupted instantly, the massive body detonating and flooding the entire floor with blazing light before collapsing into nothing. He pulled his sword back with mild disappointment, remarking that he expected more. At least enough power to reach a 3-star realm and pose a minor challenge. A sudden rattling echoed behind them. Tuvu spun and shouted for whoever was there to show themselves, while he stepped forward cautiously, asking if it was a survivor. A hidden door cracked open, revealing a pale young man who stammered nervously, asking if they were cultivators as the door creaked wider. 5 survivors appeared inside, shaking in fear. The cramped space, clearly a concealed storage room, hastily turned into a shelter. He offered a calm smile and assured them that the danger was over and they had come to rescue them. Hanhuk stepped up and firmly identified their group, stating the monsters outside were gone and urging them to leave quickly as the young man staggered forward. Still dazed, the survivor muttered incoherently about killing, prompting Hanhuk to lean closer and ask what he meant. The young man suddenly burst with excitement, shouting in disbelief that all the monsters were dead and asking if one sword truly wiped them out. Outside Tianbao Daxia, monitoring staff stared at their screens as hope spread, noting consistent fire attribute signals from the Tomb Guardian on every floor. An alarm blared as a new spike appeared on the 40th floor, leaving everyone stunned as they checked the mission timer. Archer shouted the time in shock, announcing under 10 minutes to clear the entire heavenly treasure before a red alert warned of S-rank contamination at the top. On the rooftop, he faced the final parasite, a massive bone bird hovering weakly, its torn wings barely keeping it aloft. He stared at it coldly and asked if it was the so-called King of Anomalies. Without waiting for a reply, he launched forward, choosing to strike first, aware the creature was no ordinary foe. He tested it cautiously, knowing the parasitic worms fused into its body made it extremely dangerous. The monster reacted instantly, snapping its wings shut to clamp the blade in place, its immense strength locking the sword tight. Its dark blue eyes locked onto him, brimming with challenge and hostility. Panic spread below as doubts surfaced about facing an abnormal king. But surrender was never an option. As anxiety peaked, he smiled faintly, having never understood retreat, declaring this false god's exploration over. Lightning surged as he ripped the sword free, channeling thunder and fire together, the combined force tearing into the bone wings with a deafening blast. He pressed the attack mercilessly, scolding the monster mid-strike and ordering it to stop screaming. A lightning bolt sheared off one wing, and he mocked it calmly, questioning its worthiness as a king. He stated flatly that even controlling the entire heavenly treasure wouldn't bridge the gap between it and true disaster-level power. As he spoke, he sliced away more bone, remarking that enduring pain was more fitting than dying quietly. Those below watched in stunned silence, realizing this was a complete slaughter. Fear and awe mixing as regret set in. Every strike landed with perfect precision, never touching the skull. Proof that resistance was impossible against such overwhelming strength. He landed smoothly after a final flurry of lightning-fast kicks. The outcome already decided. The bone bird detonated, leaving only its skull behind as it tried desperately to regenerate using dark magic. He glanced down with contempt, questioning whether it truly believed healing was still an option. Lightning wrapped around him again as he surged upward for the final blow, sensing death. The monster roared in desperation, but retreat did not exist for him. A towering pillar of lightning crashed down onto the rooftop, splitting the sky itself. The blood rain faded, dark clouds dispersed, and the abnormal king was erased completely. Light finally returned to the city as cheers erupted, everyone shaken by the overwhelming gap between ordinary cultivators and true monsters. Standing against the wind, he announced calmly that the bone bird was dead and the dark inner world destroyed. Restoring outside communication, Hudine reported in, confirming the heavenly treasure disaster was resolved and all anomalies eliminated. Before the report ended, he departed quietly into the morning light, leaving others to express gratitude on his behalf. He headed toward the emergency stairs alone, seeking nothing more than rest after the battle. He never knew that the moment he left, Hyodin exploded in fury on the other end, snapping that the Thuong family leader had just been elected. Arrived too late and had no business showing up after the mission was already finished. The communications officer stuttered, explaining they warned him not to interfere since the Thai family envoy was already present. But a cultivator that confident ignored all advice as a figure streaked through the sky toward Tien Bao Dai Ha at extreme speed. Ju Ding. She demanded to know what they were thinking, reminding everyone the mission belonged to the military zone alone, that only the spirit battlefield could invite Captain Tai, and that her safety and escort were now their responsibility. She coldly judged the Spirit Energy Association and Captain Thuong's team as acting with hostile intent, openly challenging military authority. While below, Hugh Dean stood firm before the monitors, issuing a clear warning that anyone provoking the Spirit Zone's key captain would face consequences. Thuong Dik stepped out of Tianbao Daiha's main gate when his battle-honed instincts caught a disturbance. The air itself carrying a hostile tension he knew all too well. One glance confirmed it. An enemy rushed in without hiding intent, killing aura blazing. He stopped calmly, hands in pockets, relaxed like on a stroll, as the newcomer sneered, impressed by his timing. The man halted, chin lifted in arrogance, announcing himself as Nak Fong Jung, captain of the Thuong team, and asked if he was the famed wind tamer from Tai. He answered coolly, turning the question back. While sizing him up, he sensed arrogance mixed with restraint, power enough to shape a spiritual realm, yet carefully concealed. Fong Jung flicked his hand, releasing razor wind blades. He answered instantly, fire sword flashing up as metal-like clashes rang through the street. Wind and flame collided, exploding outward and forcing both sides back. Distance restored as hostile glares locked in place. Seeing how young he was, Fang Jiang sneered inwardly, already plotting to crush him and steal fame for the Na family. He switched tone, preaching rules and courtesy, thanking him for helping Thuong Thi, then accusing him of crossing lines by interfering so far from Tai. He smirked back, stating the market lacked leadership when he arrived and that the military district sent him. Calmly, he asked what Fang Jiang wanted now. Fang Jiang waved it off, claiming respect for talent and insisting no hostility toward him. As he spoke, wind and darkness twisted in his palm, voice sharpening as he demanded to borrow the sword, threatening that leaving Thuong alive was otherwise impossible. A savage whirlwind tore through the street, whipping cloaks and dust, yet he stood unmoved, cold eyes fixed forward. Fang Kong mistook silence for fear, convinced victory was already his, unaware he had crossed the point of no return. Then his aura flipped violently, fire sword igniting as divine flames surged, pressure crashing down without warning. The force froze Fang Jiang's grin and drained his face, terror replacing confidence in an instant. He now felt like a slaughter demon made flesh, his presence crushing wind and clouds as he mocked Fang Jiang's greed. He swung upward, the ground splitting as hellfire erupted from the fissure and surged forward. Flames roared through the street, announcing the true start of battle. In the distance, Hyodin barked orders through the radio before the shockwave cut them off, urging reports to the military zone and evacuation of survivors. Standing amid firelight, he issued a final warning, cold and precise, giving 10 minutes before Fang Jiang lost his captain. Han Hu froze mid-threat before being dragged away, Hyodin cutting him off with a firm acknowledgement. The group scattered to act, complaints flying as panic spread over Fang Jiang's reckless challenge. Back on the battlefield, he raised a hand and summoned lightning, voice calm as he invited fate to decide. A massive bolt fell, but Fang Jiang swatted it aside, laughing arrogantly and demanding a real attempt. His laughter cut short as danger spiked beyond expectation. A violent blast shook the city, a towering bridge of fire erupting and devouring the street. Fang Jiang was hurled back, skidding across broken asphalt, sweat pouring as fear finally set in. He trembled, staring at him standing within flames like death incarnate, raw elemental power crushing his senses. Hearing mocking words, he laughed softly, warning that full strength would end things within minutes. Fang Jiang suddenly grinned wildly, eyes locked on the sword, certainty igniting greed as he identified its origin. He only raised a brow, silently judging the man's foolishness. Jealousy consumed Fang Jiang as he imagined the blade's power, a weapon capable of tearing mountains and seas. Clutching his clothes, he swore the sword would be his, convinced this clash justified everything. He ripped open his coat, muscles bulging, roaring demands for him to draw fully or be killed for the blade. Far away at Tai Clan headquarters, Tran Lai slammed the table in rage at news of the clash. Huin echoed the anger, questioning Thuong Thi's intent, as Tran Lai sensed deeper complications involving the military zone. A secretary rushed in, whispering urgent news that made Tran Lai stiffen in shock. He pressed for confirmation, asking if Thuong City could be stopped within 10 minutes to prevent disaster. The reply stunned them, claiming Thuong Thi trusted their chosen captain and saw no reason to yield. Tran Lai slammed the table again, furious, cursing their arrogance for thinking sealing an S-level anomaly was that simple. He weighed the situation in silence. Maybe they weren't foolish, just blinded by arrogance. The secretary's report was clear that man had barely stepped into the 3-star spiritual realm, backed by the full support of the Thuong clan, who believed resources alone could buy destiny. Watching the sky burn red with fire, Tran Li sneered. Reaching a threshold meant nothing. The one marked for burial carried extreme attributes and power far beyond his realm. The Thuong clan had never faced true burial, so they never grasped its meaning. And their captain was doomed to fall hard. Fang Yi tightened his fist on the medicinal fire battlefield, resolve locking in as instinct screamed, even though he had no idea someone far away had already judged his fate. From afar, Tran Li had already calculated the ending, perfectly aligned with his plan, even predicting death. A brutal punch smashed into Feng Jiang's cheek, warping his face and spraying blood as the mid-air clash exploded in intensity. The battle above the Thuong clan turned into a one-man show. Feng Jiang was completely overwhelmed, unable to counter. Panic flooding in. His Mars Flame Sword technique refused to land, as if the rules themselves had turned against him. Forced into defense, he curled inward while relentless fists rained down. His spiritual power leaked away uncontrollably, like water gushing from shattered staves. Feng Jiang stared in disbelief. The attacker moved like a berserk engine. Simple strikes, perfect timing, every motion crushing resistance. Could there really be a style that erased sword techniques entirely and left only retreat? At that moment, Feng Jiang glanced toward the camera and spoke, his voice stiff, words spilling without confidence. His gaze followed the direction indicated. When the familiar structure came into view, shock burst out of him. The Spirit Energy Association building. After all that fighting, this was where they ended up. As a cold voice echoed beside him, the words cut like ice. Out of respect for the Tai family and the military district, this was the final warning. A sharp upward kick followed. A heavy toe struck Feng Jiang's chin cleanly, snapping his head back and sending his body flying as the entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a breath. In that instant, he finally drew his sword. The Yang attribute blade flared violently, energy roaring as he lifted it like a war god descending. Some people refused reality, so the truth had to be carved into them. Feng Jiang was hurled backward toward the Spirit Chi Guild headquarters, confusion flooding him as he failed to understand how the situation collapsed so completely. Spiritual energy surged and howled, forming a dazzling spectacle. Below, crowds erupted into frantic whispers. What was happening? Why was the sky burning like this? Heat slammed down like a wave. The temperature spiked unnaturally fast. Eyes shot upward as realization spread. Someone was fighting in the sky. Two figures hovered above. One shone like a blazing sun. The other struggled inside black-red flames. The fire looked familiar, just like footage from another city. The rumors were real. Spiritual energy recovery wasn't a lie. He hovered calmly and declared the terms with icy certainty. 5 minutes. Didn't you demand I use 80% of my strength? The mockery hit hard. Feng Jiang clenched his teeth. Humiliation and fury burning together, pride cracking under the weight of reality. Without hesitation, he brought the blade down, voice dripping with contempt. You're barely using 3 parts of your strength, and you're already collapsing. The slash tore the sky apart. Feng Jiang froze in disbelief. What did that mean? Could this not even be full power? Impossible? He was only a 2-star spirit creator. Panic stole his timing. His last chance to strike vanished as he watched helplessly, frozen, while the devastating energy wave closed in. The explosion swallowed him. His body flew like a severed kite, crashing straight into the Spirit Energy Trade Association building with unstoppable force. At the Spirit Energy Association headquarters in Shenxi, alarms screamed as emergency systems lit up across the command hall. The director stared at the monitor in horror. A massive energy surge spiked near the Spirit Energy Trade Association, levels climbing non-stop. Far beyond standard readings, cultivators stood stunned. This wasn't darkness. The frequency didn't match any known attribute. No intrusion alerts, no anomaly warnings. Had someone erupted into battle out of nowhere? A staff member rushed in, breathless. Sir, news from the Tai Clan Association. The fighter in Thuong City is the new captain of Thuong Thi Thandao. He wants Captain Tai Thi's weapon. Refusal triggered a lethal strike to seize the sword. The room exploded in shock. The chief slammed the table, rage flaring. Thuong has lost their minds. Warn them now. Stop this, or I'll purge every senior member tied to Thuong. The meeting room doors burst open. A commanding presence stepped inside. We must deploy immediately. This incident threatens the entire association. Gu Wunyu, a veteran pioneer from headquarters, entered without hesitation. She spoke firmly. I should go. I'm the best choice. Back in the Thuong household, a girl by the window shouted brightly, Mom, look, is something wrong? Her innocent excitement froze as the sky blazed. From her view, a streak of fire raced toward the Spirit Energy Association. A deafening crash followed. The mother rushed over, pulling her close. Don't look, we're leaving now. They packed in a frenzy. We can't stay in Thuong City. We're going to Thon City. Now. It's safer there. Her voice trembled. Is it true? Has the world really changed? Flames swallowed the collapsing building. The girl cried, shaking, Mom, I'm scared. The mother held her tight, whispering comfort. promising there was still a way forward. 1 minute earlier, Feng Jiang had been blasted away like a living fireball, sent flying by a single overwhelming strike. Even then, pride clung to him. He screamed threats into the chaos. Stop now, or the Knack family and the Spirit Energy Guild will make you pay. Inside the headquarters, panic spread as the fireball closed in. Someone shouted angrily, "How dare they fight here? This is outright bullying. Support Captain Divine Blade now. He's about to break." A voice thundered out. Burial Team Captain of the Thuong family. Halt this excessive aggression against the Thuong Market Association immediately. He frowned, displeasure sharp. They still didn't understand their position. He stared coldly at the figures hiding behind reinforced glass, still daring to threaten him. The captain of Thuong Thi declared sternly, "Attacking Thandao insults our association. We will not tolerate this. Prepare yourself for the consequences." His expression dropped to absolute frost. "So this is the conduct of the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association." Fang Yi lifted his fire sword high, positive energy and heavenly flames surging like a storm. He exposed their hypocrisy in a harsh tone, looking down on Captain Tai of the Thuong clan, mocking how no one intervened because they trusted their so-called strongest captain. With a casual wave, the heavenly fire twisted and transformed, roaring outward as a colossal fire dragon that swallowed the entire building in blazing coils. The overwhelming heat crushed those inside. Screams broke out as bodies collapsed, trembling on the floor, utterly powerless before the descending destruction. He glanced back at Fang Jiang struggling behind him, lips curling in ridicule. "Do you really believe your strength qualifies you to take my sword?" Fang Jiang gasped, breath ragged. Blood seeped from the corner of Fang Jiang's mouth, yet his eyes burned with uncontrollable greed, refusing to let go of desire even at the edge of ruin. He lost patience and hurled the fire dragon sword forward. "Let's see if you can catch it." His laugh was sharp, confident, and merciless. Fang Jiang lunged greedily, still hurling insults as he reached out. "The Spirit Energy Trade Association is nothing. Such a treasure belongs only to someone worthy like me." He watched with cold contempt, unable to understand cultivators who abandoned all limits for power. In the end, these ascended beings were no different from monsters. Worse still, the Spirit Energy Merchant Guild chose to ignore people like this, allowing corruption and greed to rot everything from within. His gaze hardened, killing intent settling quietly as he resolved to erase this threat completely. A thunderous blast erupted. Flames engulfed the skyscraper's peak as the shockwave spread outward, swallowing Fang Jiang's greedy silhouette in a violent sea of fire. His voice echoed coldly through the air. "I forgot to mention, this sword isn't from the association. I forged it myself, and it recognizes only one master inside the structure." Tempered glass shattered violently. People fled in panic, desperate screams filling the air as they begged for help. Those cries vanished instantly beneath the flames. Someone stared in horror, realizing the divine blade had gone berserk. The upper half of the building reduced to ashes. Below, the Spirit Energy Association under your command shook violently, its members questioning everything they believed. "Weren't you claiming he was only at the 2-star Fengtong realm?" Fang Jiang clearly surpassed that, yet still failed. Surviving only made the king more terrified of that overwhelming power. That confidence shattered as the horrifying scene replayed in his mind. The one who performed the burial had already exceeded the level of a team captain. Vuong Trung's thoughts snapped apart as a massive shadow fell from the sky. A heavy impact followed as he landed before them, cracking the ground open. The 2 guards turned pale, trembling at the sight of the flaming sword and fluttering black cloak. Fear seized the king as his legs gave out, dread flooding his mind. Just as tension peaked, the roar of a helicopter engine thundered across the sky, drawing every gaze upward. The helicopter circled above the burning ruins. The pilot reported an extremely pure positive energy signal. Noting the flames around the association were weakening. Standing at the open door, Gunyu frowned slightly. "Weakening already, it seems we arrived too late." Calm and focused, she assessed the battlefield below. His true strength is terrifying, enough to erase a 3rd-ranked developing city outright. She raised her hand, summoning clear blue water elemental energy, releasing it like gentle rain to soothe the scorched land. Watching Thuong Thi submerged beneath artificial rain, she murmured softly, "This is unquestionably national-level immortal strength." The rain extinguished the remaining yang heat and smoldering flames. She remarked lightly that this only proved how much power he had restrained. As the helicopter descended, violent winds whipped his cloak upward. He looked up coldly, eyes locking onto the woman in white. He assessed her in silence. A pure water attribute cultivator, far stronger than Fang Jiang, easily among the strongest he had ever encountered. At the same time, she studied him carefully, sensing domineering heavenly fire, savage energy, and a depth she couldn't fully see through. Glancing at the ruined association, admiration surfaced. If he hadn't withdrawn the flames himself, her reign might not have been enough. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she noticed something strange on his hand. She stared at the blazing sword. The harmony and purity were beyond association standards. There was only one explanation. He created it himself, sensing the arrival of influential figures. He retracted the flames, signaling temporary restraint while remaining completely unafraid. When the headquarters team arrived, the Vuong group grew arrogant again, shouting accusations and demanding explanations. His voice cut through them coldly. I gave you 10 minutes, yet you offered no explanation at all. He stepped toward Vuong Trung, pressure crashing down. So you believe your team leader deserved to die? Fear erupted as his presence flared violently. At that moment, Gunyu leapt down from the helicopter, landing directly behind him, calling out to Captain Tai. He turned slightly but showed no response. No fear, and no intention of retreating. Vuong Trung felt relief. Believing headquarters would uphold balance, if captains could kill freely, the entire association would collapse. Gunyu stepped forward and introduced herself politely. This is our first meeting. I am Guo Vunyu, representing the king. He wore a sly smile and continued guessing. The Thuong family's Spirit Energy Association lay in ruins, yet the burial master still stood proud. Clearly, headquarters had decided it was time to step in and teach him restraint, drawing the crowd's breathless anticipation under countless gazes. The powerful illusionist from headquarters calmly walked forward, positioning herself directly in front of him. Instead of confrontation, she bowed deeply at a perfect right angle and spoke with sincerity. This incident was our association's negligence. We apologize and will provide a full explanation. Wang Zhong froze, eyes wide, jaw slack. He simply nodded once, calm and composed, as if this outcome had never been in doubt. The crowd erupted internally. An apology from the Spirit Energy Association to a single person. Was this real? Or some elaborate illusion? Vunyu stayed bowed, mind racing. This apology represented headquarters' stance concessions first, stability above all. No further conflict could be allowed. Nearby, Wang Zhong and the guards shook with growing panic. Was it really over? The Thuong captain had died, yet headquarters treated it as internal conflict and offered no punishment, only explanations. Liu glanced at him, standing with arms crossed. Satisfaction didn't matter. What mattered was that the Thuong captain had threatened a sealed individual, acting arrogant and repaying past aid with hostility. Vunyu straightened and turned sharply toward the Vuong group, eyes icy with anger. None of them had even tried to prevent disaster. Utter incompetence. Her voice cut cleanly through the air. Who is responsible for the Spirit Energy Trade Association? Vuong Zhong hesitated, then raised his hand. She ordered him to stabilize public opinion for 3 days and suppress rumors with a proper explanation. Relieved. Vuong Zhong forced a smile and agreed immediately. Then her tone hardened. After 3 days, all of you will be dismissed. Headquarters will take over Thuongthi directly. The words struck like thunder. Vunyu added coldly that failure to comply would bring personal consequences. He was slightly surprised by headquarters' decisiveness. Dismissing an entire association overnight was beyond expectations. Vunyu resolved to make an example. Anyone provoking the burial master would meet the same fate. She asked for his view, assuring him headquarters would never allow such incidents again. He showed no interest in personnel matters. His concern was simpler. How will you suppress public opinion? She nodded, understanding his concern, and calmly responded. You think spiritual recovery rumors have spread too far to control. She explained that anomalies were increasing worldwide, and most people already sensed the truth. The timing simply wasn't right to reveal it. Revealing it now would shatter global stability instantly, plunging society into chaos. The fragile illusion of peace would collapse overnight. Without certain guardians and stabilizing forces, humanity would have entered the recovery era too early, leaving ordinary people unable to adapt. He nodded slowly. Controlled chaos was better than total collapse. Familiar figures surfaced in his thoughts, those silently bearing responsibility. To protect peace, more powerful cultivators would be needed. He finally understood why he was targeted. Some cultivators longed for chaos and sought to accelerate collapse. Strict suppression, anomaly control, and gradual transition were the only path forward. The wind swept through the ruins around them. He agreed with her conclusion, but without enough top-tier cultivators, it remained impossible. He muttered that delays were no longer acceptable, despite victory and compensation. The burden on his shoulders only grew heavier, noticing his silence. Vunyu spoke gently. We'll arrange transport back to the Tai family. This is my personal request, not an official order. Adjusting her glasses, she smiled softly. Admiration clear. His ability to forge artifacts and shoulder responsibility set him apart. She praised the Tai family for producing such talent. He nodded and invited her to speak freely. She suddenly extended her hand toward him, smile bright and sincere. Not as a headquarters envoy, but as myself. I'd like to be your friend. Is that acceptable? Elsewhere. Inside the spiritual front office, Huang Feng retold the incident while stifling laughter. As he finished, the listener slammed the table in anger, calling the Thuong Association short-sighted and absurd. After venting, concern replaced fury. Continued decline would weaken Thuong Thi's military strength drastically if headquarters didn't intervene. Thuong Thi would collapse and fall behind in the coming spiritual energy revival era. Huang Feng sat casually, arms crossed, suggesting they should also respond appropriately. Compensation must be generous, no less than headquarters offered, and initial rewards from Thuong Market should be doubled. Huang Feng nodded, praising the burial master's decisiveness and restraint, qualities fit to govern a city. Smiling knowingly, he pushed documents forward. This reward is well deserved. Red letters on the folder read, "Top secret." Jia Lam paused, then chuckled softly, clearly intrigued by what followed. If you didn't enjoy watching him suffer, I'd swear you were purposely making life harder for him. Huang Feng's tone almost teasing. Huang Feng shrugged it off. Risk and reward come together, and only he deserves that training ground. Especially with a genius still hiding in seclusion inside the war zone. Worse threats will arrive than the Tevuong land, each one shattering today's beliefs, forcing the fallen to level fast in the three darknesses and reach heights nobody can imagine. Jia Lam nodded and opened the file. You're right. Even the cultivation zone's restrictions might be too simple for him. The door slammed open as Secretary Hot Hai rushed in, shouting, Miss Lam, Longo woke up and demands to speak with you." The report hit like a strike, leaving both Jalam and Huang Feng staring, stunned and silent. Hours later at his forest villa in Tai Thi, the sky stayed peaceful. He lounged on the sofa when his phone buzzed with a sharp alert. He checked the message and blinked. "Your account has received 10 million yuan. Lamai heard the sound and rushed in. "You're finally back. I even saw you trending on the Shang Corporation forum." She waved it off. "I'm not worried. The forum says you crushed the Thuong Thi team leader like it was nothing. They hype it up like a drama. Stop doom scrolling and train more. Didn't you promise to improve fast?" He nodded once. "Fine. I'm going to train and push for a breakthrough now." Lami gaped. "Didn't you just break through? Are you aiming for the 3-star spiritual realm already?" He laughed. "Ha ha ha. Not necessarily." Even with a smile, she sensed something off. Why does it feel like he's carrying a hidden weight? In his room, he floated mid-air, gold light wrapping him as dark aura mixed in, guiding energy through the remaining meridians and driving the bone bird's pure dark attribute into the infinite shadow realm. A faint bone bird silhouette flickered inside the suspended energy sphere as he forced the fusion to stabilize. The system confirmed the dark attribute embedded into the infinite abyss. He pulled spiritual energy like a flood, upgrading the infinite shadow realm so anomalies inside could fight for him and deepen the enemy's weakening once dragged in. Thunder rolled over the villa as dark clouds swallowed the sun and a colossal anomaly formed. A 4-armed golden figure wreathed in 3 hovering flames appeared, and the system asked if he would advance to 3-star spiritual realm. Unaware of the outside shock, he sat like a ruler on a throne of endless darkness while gold and black currents spiraled around him, and thousands of anomalies knelt below. The system confirmed the upgrade and new combat ability after pulling foes inside. He can summon anomalies exterminated by the realm to strike, but stronger enemies drain more energy and shorten the duration. He held the soulbird orb and spoke coldly. "A new member joins our Shadow Realm family." He dropped it in and addressed the servants. "Your power is pure and fuels my growth. Do your jobs well here, and you won't be mistreated. We need more spiritual reserves to use these powers." A deafening boom followed as a golden pillar blasted into the sky behind the mountain. He officially broke through into the 3-star spirit creation realm. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling pure energy surge through his veins, relieved that using the dark attribute no longer caused the old stagnation. He stepped down, energy still swirling, then lit a small flame in his palm and smiled. The rest needs real combat to confirm. Back at the spiritual front, Jalem stood at Old Wu's window, gazing out with admiration. His speed is insane. He broke through again. Old O had fully recovered, rosy and sharp-eyed. Nothing like his bedridden days. He asked, "How long since he picked the rotten flower and saved me?" Old Lamb replied, "Half a month." Awe rose in her chest. In barely over 10 days, Fang Yi achieved what most wouldn't dare dream of in a lifetime. Elder No nodded, impressed. Entering spirit creation and already suppressing the dark tide, saving me and helping many lower country immortals. His suppression of dark attribute surpasses even us. He stared at the clear blue sky. pride and anticipation burning in just over 10 days. He eliminated abnormal rulers across 2 cities, solved disasters, and raised his star level by 2. I can't wait to meet him. At Taichi Spirit Energy Association, HQ, the mood turned lively. Thun Hien cheered at the monitor did he break through again. Staff stared as readings spiked wildly, bigger than when the abnormal king descended. The authorized manager issued an immediate order, activate the response plan. Protect the Ascended Spirit Master from interference. Level 1. Public Opinion Plan. Nguyen scrolled news with a bright grin. Since the Demon King's sacrifice event, the summoner's name spread across the fairy realm, and even unawakened people now treat him like a guardian. She devoured forum comments, mocking Thuong Thi's arrogance while praising the Soul Reaper's feats from saving Tai Thi to crushing the Thuong captain after he foolishly provoked him, vanishing after a few calm words. Meanwhile, inside a small office in Thuong Tai, the air felt heavy, tense, and completely opposite. Fenley sat at her computer, biting her nails and sighing. Cultivation is brutal since awakening. She still can't reach the 2-star Demon Lord stage. What am I missing? The title 2-star Demon Lord Tombkeeper flashed in her mind as she watched praise for the mysterious hero. And Than Lai's mood turned secretive. Anger surged. These immortal cultivators are blind. If they had real info, they wouldn't stay silent. She snorted, helpless, unable to contact the Tomb Guardian. Envy twisted with ambition. If only I could meet him myself. These mortals ignore me because I just entered the ghost realm face to face. They'd change fast. Still, doubt stabbed back. After recovery, are my conditions and trump cards truly enough? Then Lee frowned. Weighing risks, Thuong offended the burial master, and staying here would block her growth, so she couldn't remain, realizing she could not grow within the Thuong family. She decided to return to the Tai family without hesitation, shutting down her computer. She packed swiftly, eyes sharp with resolve. Whether it's what I hold now or the power that awakens later, I will seize it myself. Returning to Fang Yi's quiet villa after the earth-shaking breakthrough, the sky above had already settled back into a calm, cloudless blue. Tam Ayan carefully set nutritious dishes on the table and asked with concern if the breakthrough was complete and whether his body felt different. He nodded while eating, saying the energy flowed smoother, with no major changes yet. He added his guess that the true transformation would only surface after reaching the Diamond Realm. Lam Yi lifted her phone excitedly. Sister Jia Lam asked if you want to go to Tianhai Forest. There's a new cosmic anomaly. He wiped his mouth, smiled, and passed the phone to her. It was clearly an invitation meant to make amends for Thuong Tai. If she invited you too, let's go together. Lam Yi clapped happily, thrilled by the idea. Tianhai Forest, under the Queen's spiritual base, was a forbidden zone sealed by towering fences and strict security. Over 5 years, it evolved from common woodland into a high-energy evolution zone, dangerous yet sacred. As they arrived, a familiar woman waved at them from the entrance. We meet again, Captain Tai. It was Tong Du Yet, who once fought beside him in Thuong Thi under another identity. She smiled brightly, teasing whether the great hero still remembered her. He nodded and asked why she was here. She proudly stated she managed this restricted area, then grew serious, explaining she was assigned to escort them and clarify several matters. Tong Du Yet explained the anomaly. Tianhai Forest recently ignited itself, forming a dark, mutated flame that radiated malice and could not be extinguished. He frowned, confirming it was a new unknown fire mutation. She nodded. Since your cousin is involved, I'll go too. He declined politely and asked Lam Yi's view. She smiled confidently and agreed it wasn't necessary. Tong Du Yet didn't insist and reminded them to stay safe, watching them leave. Tong Du Yet studied Lam Yi with surprise, young and delicate. Yet her aura was firm and powerful, even surpassing her own talent. What kind of siblings were these? Deep in the forest, they reached the anomaly site, guided by unbearable heat and violent flames pouring from a cave. He paused, sensing carefully. This is it. He waved through the hot air, frowning. The killing intent was fierce, rivaling dark annihilation. Lam Yi recalled the warning this fire kept spreading. To stay safe. He activated the Kim Duong breathing technique and told her to retreat first. She stepped back immediately, as he probed with spiritual energy. The strange flame reacted like a beast, lunging straight at him. He calmly judged it far stronger than normal fire, craving to devour spiritual energy. Yet, no matter how twisted, it was still fire. The Kim Duong barrier repelled the attack effortlessly. Before supreme yang energy, all corrupted flames must yield. After testing, he shielded Lam Yi and warned her. The source is ahead. Your wood attribute is weak to fire. Stay inside the barrier and stay alert. She nodded firmly. He summoned a fire sword, expression cold and steady. A single slash tore through the black flames. carving a safe passage into the cave's depths. They advanced cautiously. The deeper they went, the heavier the lethal aura became, forcing him to conjure light. Thick droplets fell from above, sizzling as they landed. Lam Yi squinted and asked what was dripping. He answered briefly. Lava. The flow intensified, and he signaled her to stop. Ahead stretched a chasm of boiling black-red lava, devouring everything. The system alerted him to a major disturbance, identifying it as buried fire attribute activity. He crouched, touching the lava. The system announced acquisition of the Bahua attribute technique and the Mothan domain, allowing absorbed energy to reinforce yang attributes. Curious, he tested it immediately. A solar shield formed as he absorbed the Bahua attribute like a torrent. Though similar to wild energy, it was fire-based, specialized for enhancing yang. The system also revealed the death mark ability, warning of its dangerous nature. The description unfolded upon death by another. A mark is placed, stripping pain and fear, forcing endless deaths under underworld flames until decay. The vision resembled Hell's gates opening, spirits escorting the marked toward oblivion. He smirked faintly. Powerful, but not for now. The cost is too high. The system confirmed the ability would remain sealed. Explosions echoed as he absorbed all surrounding energy. Lam Yi stared in shock from the cliff. He tamed this hellfire directly. Does that mean he gained another element? The red shield faded. He stepped forward and reminded her sharply not to lose focus. There's more here. Lam Yi jolted, sensing danger behind them. Is that a dragon? He spoke calmly. He landed beside her and explained evenly. This isn't a dragon. It's a mutated lizard that evolved far beyond its original form. The creature before them had clearly advanced. Yet he felt no fear. To him, it was just an oversized insect. A grin flashed as he activated his new domain. Perfect. Time to test the Inferno domain. The lizard reared back and spewed black flames, identical to the dark lava fire they had just encountered deeper inside. He absorbed the impact, sprang upward, and carved a crescent of blazing yang energy through the air, cutting off the attack head-on. The violent clash sent shockwaves through the ground. The cliff face trembled, split apart, and detonated with a thunderous boom. The explosion shook sky and earth alike, blinding light swallowing everything in its radius. The mountain wall collapsed inward, debris raining down as the core of the battlefield caved in. Alarmed voices rang out from outside. Something's happening inside the cave. Request reinforcements now. Surveillance issued an urgent warning. New life mutation detected in Tianhai Forest. Spiritual energy surging abnormally. Threat level raised to S anomaly, classification pending. Jialam frowned deeply. The timing is terrible. Tianhai Forest had been stable, and this erupted while he was cultivating. Elder No replied calmly. I trust him, but we should still go. Old Lamb answered shortly. Yes. Master and disciple took off instantly, tearing through the wind toward the forest. Tong Yu rushed toward the blast zone when two streaks of light cut across the sky. She gasped. That aura. It's him. She laughed in disbelief. Elder No and the senior monk are here. Elder No has returned. She urged everyone forward. A pillar of golden light slammed into the ground, shockwaves ripping the earth apart. As dust settled, Elder No stood, revealed, imposing in specialized combat armor. Tong Yu stared in awe. That speed. Diamond Realm. She realized his movement wasn't brute force, but mastery so refined it bordered on teleportation. Seconds later, the monk landed as well. Troops arrived behind them. Elder No flicked his hand, and spiritual force blasted the rubble aside like sand. The cave entrance emerged, dark and ominous. Elder No gestured calmly. I'll lead. Let's go. Residual energy from the battle churned violently inside the cave, distorting the air itself. Even Lam Yi, untouched by combat, staggered under the pressure, protected by the Kim Duong barrier. She shouted anxiously, Are you all right? As the haze cleared, he stepped forward calmly. The corpse of the mutated lizard lay shattered at his feet. He suddenly sensed movement behind him and turned slightly, noticing unfamiliar spiritual fluctuations closing in. Footsteps rushed like wind. In an instant, Elder No stood before him, eyes sharp and assessing. He met the gaze calmly, showing no hostility, seeing no killing intent. He waited in silence. Elder No studied him and asked directly, Are you the one who saved me, Feng Tang? Correct. Jialam and Tong Duyet arrived moments later. Jialam called out, then froze at what lay beside him. Elder No stared at the massive corpse. Amazement clear. You reached this level on your own. He analyzed gravely. This dragon lizard was on the verge of full evolution. Once complete, it would surpass spirit creation and step into the Diamond Realm. Yet you ended it in a single strike. His brows tightened as he sensed a familiar fiery aura. Half-dragon energy. Extremely pure. So the recent alert was because of this. Jialam stared at the corpse, then at him. You handled it again. You killed it outright. Shock surged through her. This half-dragon was a latent catastrophe. If it evolved, the consequences would have been disastrous beyond control. He recognized the elder at last and smiled respectfully. "Elder No, I'm glad to see you recovered." The old man laughed loudly in response. Elder No spoke seriously. "Since you killed it, I ask you to keep this secret. No one outside Tianhai Forest, including the association, must know." He understood instantly. Tianhai Forest wasn't just a cultivation zone. It concealed dangerous truths. As the most unstable spiritual region, strange mutations were inevitable. Burdening the association would only worsen matters. He agreed without hesitation. A thought flashed through his mind. The devouring nature of the attribute he absorbed resembled the legendary Thao Thiet. Was that ancient beast once here? If even ordinary creatures could mutate this far, a Thao Thiet-level entity would spell annihilation. No wonder the war zone guarded this place so fiercely. Seeing his realization, Elder No smiled and grasped his hand. "You understand. Thank you." He returned the grip firmly. Preventing high-level anomalies is better than reacting after disaster strikes. The crisis ended quietly. Together, they left the cave as a gentle, purified breeze drifted through the forest once more. That refreshing aura came from Lam Wai. She inhaled hard, chest-lifting, then burst out in delight as the wave of energy sparked everyone's spirits awake. Jia Lam felt it too. Her eyes widened, surprise flipping instantly into pure excitement. Spiritual energy surged. Did that demon finally break into the diamond realm and leave the sect? To back it up, a figure emerged from the bamboo sea, a handsome young man with wild, long hair. Aura so clean, it felt like a celestial stepping into the mortal world. He drifted down lightly, toes brushing falling leaves as if walking on clouds. That was Bai Tuo, the wooded tribute immortal cultivator and pride of the spirit war zone. The accompanying officer shouted in joy. "That's Bai Tuo's aura. Did he break through to Diamond Tongyu beamed too, finally?" The final battlefield gained another Tongjia at Diamond, at least close to it. While everyone celebrated, he stayed calm, eyes narrowing as he sensed the truth beneath the dazzling surface. No, his spiritual power, actually. Baito lifted his chin proudly and announced, "I'm out of seclusion. Elder No Lamb." Then his eyes paused on the unfamiliar face beside the group. He tilted his head, curious. "And who is this person standing with you all?" Elder No chuckled and introduced them. "Patriarch Bai, our wood attribute trump card. He's been secluded for a diamond breakthrough." Baituo greeted politely, adding he was only half a step in, not fully through. Fang Yi smiled with restraint. "Hello, I'm Fang Tong Fang Yi, captain of the Taithi team." He assessed him instantly, smooth spiritual body. Clean circulation. No oppressive pressure, only a fresh, steady feel. Signs of diamond were there, but that door still looked brutal. Baito froze at the title. The one who sealed the Tai team leader Elder No explained that Jia Lam invited him. He saved his life, solved Tai clan's crisis, and would be a key partner, so respect was required. Baito nodded, stunned. "So much happened while I was secluded." Elder No spoke proudly. He awakened young, had top resources, broke through fast, and stayed hidden in Tianhai Forest, missing outside events. The elders spoke of cultivation's harsh truth. Spiritual recovery means humans walk a path against heaven, so they absorb attributes slower than any other creatures on Earth. At first, humans were ranked into 5 levels based on plant and beast evolution. And so far, only 5 3-star diamond cultivators stood at the peak. Elder No's gaze lingered on him. Hidden free cultivators might exist, but they're rare, and most can't take another step forward. He continued as spiritual energy thickens. Breakthroughs become easier, yet diamond remains a sky-high gate many fail, and some pay with their lives. He raised a hand to illustrate. Once you reach diamond, your whole being transforms, almost like rebirth, nearing ancient transcendence with spiritual flow becoming far smoother. Lowering his hand, he looked at Bai Tuo with satisfaction. Reaching half-step diamond safely was already excellent, especially with such gentle, harmonious attribute power. Then he noted the buried one ahead felt strong too. Hearing that polite praise, he stayed silent, expression cold and unreadable. Baito spoke frankly. "Before my breakthrough, I felt your surge and it pushed me into half-step diamond. I want to test myself against you. Can I try?" He smiled slightly, and the air tightened with battle intent, even with humility. Baituo's fighting spirit burned hard, and the pressure felt like facing a rare equal. He answered without hesitation, laughing once. "Fine, no problem." Elder No stepped forward. "Then I'll referee. Spar with restraint, stop before it turns ugly." Everyone backed away fast, clearing a wide arena. The moment they moved, sparks ripped the air. Boom impact thundered through the bamboo. Two figures collided at lightning speed, shockwaves rolling outward and shaking the forest like a drum. Tong Duyet yelled excitedly. Bai Tuo leaves seclusion and instantly fights Captain Tai. This is insane. Two monsters clashing is pure hype. Jialam watched calmly, while Elder No weighed the matchup Rising Star versus the Warzone's Pride, who takes the upper hand. The instant the fight began, Bai Tuo displayed wood authority, pumping energy into plants and turning them into living weapons. Trees surged, branches stabbing like spears toward him. He defended smoothly. Wood cultivators sync with plants, forcing growth at will. He slammed the ground, calling lightning to scatter the encirclement. But Bai Tuo reshaped the forest into a relentless assault. He dodged cleanly and smashed vines mid-step, privately impressed by how naturally Bai Tuo set traps and shifted plans for lethal angles. Right as that thought landed, two vines snapped from behind in an ambush. Tianhai Forest itself felt like Bai Tuo's eyes and hands. Realizing lightning cost too much, he switched to fire. Heavenly flames burned vines instantly, yet they regrew at once. As if untouched, he frowned, surprised. Plants shouldn't shrug off fire like that. Bai Tuo smirked. Wood versus fire is usually bad, but my plant legion won't be suppressed right now. He narrowed his eyes and reassessed. In a blink, bright green vines erupted, wrapping into a thick cage and locking him inside. Bai Tuo stood outside, smiling. How's this? If you were my real enemy, you'd be dealing with more than an unbreakable cage, he admitted inwardly. So this is half-step diamond. He deactivated his golden yang aura, pressed a hand to the vine to test it, and toxic energy immediately seeped into his skin. Bai Tuo warned him not to touch too long. This ancient tree carries poison, and my control refines it dangerous even to a 3-star spiritual cultivator. He smiled calmly. He smiled back, yang power surging hotter than before. Is that so? Then I really want to see how far this goes. Fang Yi stood firm as a deafening blast erupted, golden flames detonating outward and swallowing the entire vine-filled cave in searing light. The inferno rolled forward without mercy, reducing the once indestructible forest plants to drifting ash in a single breath. Bai Tuo froze, eyes stretched wide, unable to accept the destruction unfolding in front of him. This shouldn't be possible. Those plants were reinforced by pure spiritual power. No ordinary fire should touch them. What kind of flame is this? Before the shock faded, he felt a presence behind him. A shadow closed in. He realized too late he had lost focus. A blazing sword cut down from above. Bai Tuo jolted back instinctively, narrowly escaping the strike. Panic surged. How did it reach this point? He had reached half-step diamond, yet the pressure felt equal, even heavier, landing at a distance. He finally saw the truth. The battlefield was nothing but scorched earth and charred remains. His voice shook as he scanned the ruins. Did you lure me into pouring energy here? Predict my path, and burn everything on purpose. He answered calmly, admitting it outright. You're strong. I just needed to cut off your options. If you kept channeling power, the fight would only drag on and grow more dangerous. That explanation crushed Bai Tuo even harder. Pride screamed in protest. I can't lose now, not after reaching this stage. He laughed wildly, eyes burning. Then take this. Dropping low, he poured everything into the ground, forcing life to erupt from dead soil. The sheer recklessness stunned everyone watching. Jialam and Elder No rushed forward, shouting for him to stop. Have you lost your mind? Rebuilding a forest like this will drain you. Dry. The ground roared as a massive forest burst upward from the ruins. Bai Tuo scrambling higher with desperation. He burned through his remaining power, determined to stake everything on one final clash. Elder No could only watch in silence as Bai Tuo drowned himself in his own world, roots tearing through the earth and forcing his opponent to slide back before regaining balance. He steadied himself, yang energy surging, eyes sharp as he judged the overwhelming wood attribute pressure. Without hesitation, he charged forward and called out to reassure the onlookers. The duel isn't over. Leave this to me. Closing the distance, his yang energy ignited fully, flooding his meridians with searing heat. He reinforced his body and drove straight into the heart of the vines with relentless strikes. The fire sword howled, carving through thick barriers and shredding Bai Tuo's defenses. Bai Tuo barely dodged, but the strain snapped back at him as vines collapsed and power rebounded. Blood spilled from his mouth, yet defiance still burned in his eyes. I can keep going. I can rebuild it all again. Is that all you have? He lunged forward recklessly. He met him head-on, fist driving straight into Bai Tuo's chest. Even protected by energy, the shield shattered instantly under crushing force. Bai Tuo was blasted backward. Soldiers watching murmured in disbelief. If even he can't match this, who can? Tong Duyet stood stunned. Yet nothing about this outcome was wrong. Bai Tuo truly had been forced this far. Lam Yi watched proudly. He still hadn't shown everything. A Warzone genius falling here wasn't strange. Elder No sighed, accepting reality. Bai Tuo's strength was real, but his heart was too pure. The gap was clear. As the dust thinned, Baituo staggered upright, blood at his lips, whispering thanks through the pain. He sprang up again, refusing to yield. I can still fight. My power isn't empty yet. Facing such obsession, he felt a hint of helplessness. Honestly, I was almost finished. Ignoring restraint, Baituo formed seals and split into 3 identical figures, all living things. Obey. He analyzed quickly. Splitting clones with pure spiritual force showed terrifying control. Without doubt, this was the strongest opponent he had faced so far, and it had drained him deeply. As Baituo's 3 clones rushed in, Fang Yi summoned his blade, and heavenly fire erupted into a roaring dragon that swept forward, scorching all 3 figures at once. The clones shattered into nothing, leaving only spiraling flames. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Baituo panicked. He's still here. His aura hasn't moved. That brief lapse was fatal. Heavenly fire coiled around Baituo's feet without warning. The flames climbed instantly, binding his body like chains. He struggled in terror, but every movement was sealed. A fiery blade stopped inches from his face. He stood atop the fire dragon, pressure crashing down as he asked coldly, "Can we end this now?" Watching the scene, Elder No sighed to Jaeolam. Baituo's loss was inevitable, but the one who sealed him still keeps exceeding expectations. Soldiers looked on with pity. They expected Baituo to lose, but not this badly. This was the first time the proud genius had fallen so hard. Lam Yi smiled calmly. I knew it. Whispers spread fast. Anyone who resolves 2 top-tier disasters back-to-back was bound to win. No matter how many plants Baituo raised, the result never changed. The duel was decided. He released Baituo and stepped back. Baituo forced a bitter smile, a half-step diamond. So this is my limit. After a moment of silence, Baituo bowed deeply. Thank you. I still have matters to face. I'll take my leave. He turned and walked away without hesitation. Elder No called after him, but Baituo only replied, I'm returning to seclusion. Jialam stood speechless. Didn't you just come out? Elder No patted her shoulder gently. Let him go. This was a hard lesson. He then approached Fang Yi, who had just sheathed his fire sword, a rare smile crossing his face. Burial officer, would you consider staying in our spirit war zone? Holding multiple roles isn't an issue for someone like you. He spoke plainly, yet the words shook everyone. I want you to become my successor. Fang Yi blinked in surprise. Successor. Elder No continued seriously. I intend to cultivate you fully. Our resources rank near the top of Ha Kingdom. This isn't a casual offer. He promised access to Divine City, the kingdom's core, where hidden resources gather and true elites rise. Only the strongest earn a place there. With free growth and exchange, your future cultivation may surpass mine. Fang Yi smiled politely and declined. Thank you, Elder. I have no intention of joining factions. Being a captain is just a hometown title. Tong Yu and the soldiers froze, stunned by the refusal. Elder No nodded in understanding. That mindset isn't wrong. True power resists binding, and no force should cage it. He spoke generously. Then let us be allies, even without joining. You may ask for anything. After thinking briefly, Fang Yi replied, I want to continue cultivating here in Tianhai Forest. As his words fell, dark clouds gathered. Thunder rolled violently overhead. Elder No looked up, sensing the forest's unstable elements responding. He understood at once. During the duel, lightning energy had already been accumulating. Even he hadn't fully released it earlier. Laughing loudly, he waved his hand. Excellent. Everyone step back. Do not disturb their cultivation. He glanced at Fang Yi, thinking that as long as he walked his own path, that was enough. This was the privilege of absolute strength. Lightning webbed across the sky as Fang Yi gazed upward, eyes gleaming. The storm was coming. He flew straight into the thunderclouds and activated his ultimate state. Is he trying to draw lightning directly? Tong Yue cried out in shock. His fire attribute clashed violently with pure lightning, extreme energies colliding across his body. Dual attributes normally follow hierarchy, one dominant, one supportive. Without extreme balance, the body would collapse. A massive bolt struck down, yet Fang Yi stood smiling within it, fearless. Tong Yu shielded her eyes, shouting, Elder No, Sister Lam, stop him. Heavenly Thunder is untouchable, he's courting disaster. Geo Lam replied calmly. He also possesses an extreme lightning attribute. The burial executor was that tyrant as well. Tong Yu froze. What, even in the war zone? That's unheard of. Jia Lam added proudly, You're not alone. I was just as shocked when I learned the truth. Known as a supreme warrior, he also bears the title Overlord. The stronger the thunder grows, the more completely it becomes his own. Fang Yi stands inside a raging storm, dragging lightning into himself like breath, forcing thunder through flesh and spirit, pushing harder with every strike, still unsatisfied, still chasing more power as divine thunder hammers him again and again. Electricity tears through bones and meridians, scrubbing muscle and blood clean as the energy reshapes him, forcing every attribute inside his body to align, stabilize, and settle into a sharper, cleaner balance. Inflammation attribute finishes its refinement. Heavenly fire settles completely. each force locking into place without resistance as the system confirms their training has fully concluded. Dark Attribute training ends alongside the Thunder God 100 refinements, completing full body tempering as flesh, spirit, and energy fuse into a purer state with noticeably expanded reserves. He tightens his fist, feeling power surge through him like a second awakening, familiar yet new, as if his body has finally caught up to his ambition. He raises his hand and tests the result instantly, releasing a lightning strike toward a distant mountain without hesitation. With a sharp crack, the mountain bursts apart, stone collapsing as shockwaves roll outward and the air trembles from the impact. Fang Lai watched in awe, proud beyond words, knowing the thunder of the heavenly sea forest had changed him, and that this cultivation session had pushed him somewhere entirely new. Baito observed from afar, jaw clenched in envy and frustration, realizing that with spiritual stones nourished year-round, he could shatter a mountain while barely spending a fraction of his power, even among lightning cultivators gifted in body tempering. No one else could release force without contact and reach such a level using nothing but raw momentum. He lifted his head toward the sky and murmured quietly, wondering if it was already over, if the fallen still had a chance to rise, and whether competition would ever return. Elder Wu stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, amazed that one visit delivered surprise after surprise, silently wishing such rare talent would remain within their war zone. He had crushed Bai Tuo at the Half-Diamond Realm, and even slain a catastrophe-level monster. Achievements that spoke louder than any reputation. Strength and character aligned perfectly, and with talent capable of breaking into the upper ranks alone. Elder Wu felt that gaining him as a successor would leave no regrets. Jialam spoke with quiet sadness, noting the front needed those who could seal the wind, not them. Prompting old Master No to laugh warmly, sensing her growth and trusting her future even more. A sudden thought crossed his mind, suggesting they attempt to invite that young talent, just as the conversation paused. At that moment, Lam Wai and Fuang Dik landed together, feet touching the ground in sync. Seeing the young girl, Fuang Dik felt rare hope stir and urged her cousin to try her best while the opportunity still remained. Noticing the two had not left, Fuang Di asked old Ingo Jialam, who chuckled and admitted he had formed a new plan. He proposed inviting their family and classmate Lam Wai to the base for structured training. He reacted with surprise, realizing this allowed continued study and cultivation, calculating quickly that while modest, the offer held huge personal benefits. Lam Hua opened her eyes, and before he could respond, Fuang Dich answered for him, expressing clear gratitude. He explained that the spirit base treated new cultivators sincerely, and while grateful as a guardian, he could not decide on another's behalf. Suddenly, Lin Yi spoke firmly, refusing the invitation, causing him to turn back and ask if her training was complete. She nodded politely, thanking them for the kindness and opportunity, but calmly stated she did not wish to go. Old Wu grew curious and asked gently if she would share her reason. She answered honestly, admitting lingering student mindset and personal pride, choosing to earn everything through her own strength rather than rely on borrowed protection. Ditch froze, struck by her words, realizing with surprise that the girl before him felt far more mature than before. Master Ngo nodded approvingly, admitting their narrow thinking and promising to respect her resolve as she continued forward. She replied with unwavering confidence, declaring she would succeed no matter the path. The scene shifts to Fuang Dich at home, calmly planning next steps as spiritual storage stabilizes. New attributes await reorganization, and the unresolved death seal lingers in his thoughts. Upon returning, Lam Wai suddenly pointed ahead, surprised to see someone crouched before their house. Recognizing Than Nguyen, she had been waiting, stretching as she stood once they arrived, relief clear as she greeted Lam Wai. He asked why she was there, concern rising as he sensed urgency in her expression. She spoke tensely, revealing Bien Tui was in serious danger and that Captain Guyet from the Moon Sect had come seeking emergency help. He immediately asked where Captain Guyet was now, tone sharp with focus. She explained the captain was gravely injured, recovering at the association after risking everything to escape Nguyen Market just to deliver this message. The situation involved the Feng Tong, making the stakes even heavier. As he walked the hallway with Than Huing, someone suddenly rushed out shouting her name, and she smiled, extending her hand. She introduced him smoothly, naming the Taithi captain and Tran Nuok of Nguitai, prompting him to respond upon hearing it. Fuang Dik had just arrived when the female captain seized his hand, urgently introducing herself as Tran Nuoch of Nguyet Tai, explaining the UA Corporation rating exceeded A level and begging for his help with desperate resolve. He stayed silent, eyes deep and steady, carefully weighing the woman standing before him without revealing a single thought. Hanyuk followed with a handshake, secretly probing him, only to recoil in shock at the unfathomable pressure, hurriedly apologizing and confessing how the B-level abnormality had already claimed countless lives. He listened as she explained the contradiction. Cultivators vanished in large numbers, while detection stayed at B rank. Something impossible for even a border city with reliable manpower. After a pause, he asked calmly whether her sister and the missing cultivators were confirmed dead or merely unreachable, the question striking her like a blade. Her body shook violently as Tothan Nguyen stepped in to steady her, urging her to slow down, while she admitted she had no contact at all. Clutching her head, she insisted through trembling hope that her sister still lived, bound by a unique connection they had shared since childhood. Mid-sentence, she froze, then hurriedly dug into her pocket, producing an item and calling it a thank you gift, admitting she had no other options left. He studied it closely and questioned why such an object was sealed, prompting a subtle release of tension from her face. Tran Nuoc realized he had already grasped part of the truth and felt a wave of relief she couldn't hide. She explained it was a rare spiritual item born from the Yue clan's upheaval, condensed atop a mountain of explosive yang energy and saturated with pure elemental power. She admitted they once hoped to raise a positive attribute cultivator with it, but no one could absorb it, some even suffering injuries from contact. Tuthan Nguyen added that spirit debris required extreme conditions to form, treasured across military districts and capable of awakening attributes in pioneers. Such spiritual matter became the focus of fierce competition, valuable yet scarce, born only from violent spiritual collisions. He nodded once, accepting it without hesitation, stating they could depart immediately. As they traveled, he asked for precise details about the Nguyat Thi abnormality, focusing on its origin. Tran Nuoc recalled how a tombstone suddenly appeared in the mountains, villagers hearing sounds inside despite no visible changes. Inspections showed normal readings, so the area was sealed and villagers evacuated to prevent contact. Her tone darkened as she described that night, when a skull crawled out, dragging villagers into the tomb alive. Hearing this, he grasped the scale of the crisis, realizing her account barely scratched the truth as graves filled the city unnaturally. He scanned the area carefully, frowning when no abnormal aura surfaced. Moving deeper, Tran Nuoc explained Yueshur was now riddled with random graves, skulls emerging unpredictably and burying people alive in massive numbers. His thoughts raced as the B-level classification made no sense, with neither Ling Hiep nor the military encountering such behavior before. He questioned whether the graves masked something greater or served as components of a hidden ritual. He touched a tombstone, silently comparing human rituals to abnormal recoveries driven by sacrifice. The pattern differed from the Thai city disaster, yet shared similarities with preparations for an abnormality king. Tuthan Nguyen echoed the word sacrifice, stunned by the implication. She looked lost, unable to connect the logic, while he stayed silent, brow furrowed. Tran Nuoc shivered as she added that mountain residents resisted change, refusing evacuation. With another gathering planned for tomorrow, the ground suddenly convulsed, and she screamed in panic as the phenomenon triggered again. A violent blast erupted as a skeletal hand burst upward, lunging toward him without warning. He sidestepped smoothly, eyes locked on the movement with sharp focus. He muttered that his earlier judgment had been correct. With this intensity, a B-rank classification was entirely plausible. The earth split with a heavy crash as a massive skeleton emerged, jaws wide as it charged straight at him. Tran Nuoc and Tu Than Huyen froze in disbelief, shocked that the creature showed no fear of positive attributes. More skeletons clawed their way out, white bones filling the area in growing numbers. Watching this, he smiled faintly, intrigued, noting the need for further confirmation as the mission gained interest. Nearby, Tran Nuoc raised her flute, green energy flowing outward and twisting the advancing skeletons mid-charge. Phuong Dich knew these skulls were low-level, numb to pain, blind to death. Charging like machines, she frowned, admitting their numbers had doubled since she left, making total extermination nearly impossible. The worst thought drained her face of color. Was this even beyond the Death Reaper? A crack rang out as Tuthan Huyen shattered a dry skeleton and barked at her to stop losing heart. He was about to comfort her when heat surged from behind. She spun around, eyes blown wide. He muttered softly, then triggered the funeral fire domain without hesitation. A black sphere tore open the sky as death flames erupted like fuel-fed fire. The Yue clan vanished under a raging inferno, bones turning to ash as the system flagged a rare death attribute. That attribute devoured surrounding energy, refined it, and completed its strengthening cycle, sealing the level up in silence amid the flames. The blast shook the heavens. Tran Nuoc and Thothan Huyen staggered as heat spiked and space glowed red. He advanced through fire, aura crushing all resistance, carving a burning path forward. Back at the Moon Clan's Spirit Alliance camp, nothing stood but hastily raised tents. The moment the group arrived, a female spirit warrior stepped forward to greet them. Tran Nuoc smiled, lifting her hand. She announced reinforcements, Introducing Captain Tai Fong Teng, alongside spirit warriors Tai Toth and Huin. She gestured to 3 more, explaining they came from Lunar Spirit Market. Tran Tin stared, asking if this was the one who solved the highest anomaly alone after the introduction. All eyes locked onto the young man, doubt clashing with awe. A trembling voice broke the silence, asking if he truly did it. Shouts followed, thick with despair. Someone snapped that the Moon Clan's crisis was different, nearly hopeless, and outsiders were only here to be buried with them. Tran Nuok sighed, thoughts tangled, as she tried to explain. He raised a hand and cut in calmly, stating he accepted the commission and would end the problem himself. The local explained their land was remote and primitive, relying on gods for every unsolved issue. Graves filled the land. Prayers never stopped, and warnings were always ignored. He narrowed his eyes toward the distant mountains, mind turning. A massive ritual to summon gods and Buddhas. The beliefs of Yuan Suo village mirrored past anomalies too closely. This time, however, something felt fundamentally different. The entire city trembled as screams of despair rippled through the ground, freezing the blood of anyone who heard them. Through ruins and debris, crowds moved toward a stone altar while paper money and gold fluttered down like a cursed snowfall. Tran Nuok's worry deepened. With so many gathered, if the tomb anomaly erupted now, the result would be catastrophic. Unlike her, he showed clear interest, even commenting that the event seemed worthwhile and casually inviting anyone bold enough to watch with him. He stepped forward. At the altar's center, sacrificial fire roared, lighting the square and pushing back the creeping chill. In Yueyuan Square, grief-stricken cries pierced the sky. People begged the gods for mercy, swearing their lives in exchange for their children. Endless chanting followed as the crowd bowed again and again, voices merging into a single plea. A young man suddenly screamed in panic, pointing ahead. The divine fire had died. Thunderous booms answered him. The stone platform split open, a horrifying sight that froze everyone in place. A skeletal hand burst from below, terror erupting with it. The tomb monster had appeared, and screams demanded everyone run. Explosions rang out as the altar shattered, releasing countless skeletons into the open. Chaos swallowed the square. People fled, some collapsing to their knees, crying to the heavens and calling it a divine trial. In a shadowed corner, a little girl clutched her mother, sobbing and asking if the gods would truly save them. The square lay in ruins as fear-driven crowds scattered. Pleas for help collided into one overwhelming roar. A dry, elongated creature lunged at the mother and child. The girl's scream ripped through the air as despair peaked. At that instant, a thunderous blast roared louder than the sky itself. Light exploded overhead like a second sun, scorching everything in its reach. So bright, no one dared face it. Confusion spread as everyone looked up, unable to grasp what had just descended. A blazing swordlight tore through the night, flames spilling everywhere. Someone cried out in awe, calling it the fire god. He emerged from the inferno, standing tall on the shattered platform, gazing down calmly as his voice cut through the chaos. He declared there were no gods in this world, and none would ever answer their prayers. The kneeling crowd trembled in panic, yet their fanatic devotion only surged higher. They shouted praise, claiming divinity had arrived and destroyed the calamity, begging salvation as bones still rose. He could only shake his head at their blind faith. Disappointment etched deep. With a quiet sigh, he turned away, raised his right hand, and unleashed the domain of tomb fire once more. Fuangdich arrives as a thunderous roar erupts, a massive fireball tearing across the sky, dyeing clouds and wind crimson as heat and light flood the horizon. The blazing shape looks like a sword formed from flame, releasing an aura so oppressive it crushes heaven and earth. Something sword-like, yet clearly beyond any real blade, under crushing pressure. His cold voice spreads. He denies godhood, naming himself captain of the Tai clan's celestial expedition team, codenamed Wind Tomb Raider. As the Manhwa domain surges outward and stuns all witnesses, shock grips everyone. Doubt, fear, and awe clash as questions race through their minds. Tran Nuok's heart pounds, convinced her suspicions were right, even when no one trusted her judgment before. He already erased 2 disaster-level anomalies across Tai and Shang markets, and defeated Shang market's 3rd-ranked Spirit Alliance alone, earning attention far beyond his apparent status. Even so, the Spirit Alliance headquarters and the Spiritual War Zone only listed him as a temporary guest, until his aura suddenly exploded skyward like a raging inferno. The system trembles and issues a notice, confirming the Manhwa domain has consumed vast unknown attributes and strengthened its positive alignment. He curls his lips into a faint grin, calmly stating he will test the enhanced form of the Crimson Fireblade technique. He grips the sword and dives like a falling star, releasing the Moonblade as his arm swings down, detonating violent crimson energy in a chain of thunderous blasts. White bones hanging in the air shatter instantly. those still falling consumed by flame before touching the ground. Erased without a trace. The crowd breaks into tears of relief, yet the sky feels eerily empty, as if the Yue clan's tombs and remains were wiped from existence. A sharp alert rings from Tathan Huin's watch as the Andon area stabilizes. Abnormal readings snapping back to normal levels. She shouts in excitement that Bak Mok district has fully recovered, while Tran Nuok shifts her gaze toward Kim Min district, where readings remain dangerously high. Tuthan Huin's smile vanishes as panic hits. She spins around, warning that something is wrong, pointing out the growing number of light pillars. Zhenru stiffens in fear as Kim Min's energy fluctuates violently, abnormal power surging without restraint. Darkness swells as black mist devours the sky, the ground shaking as despair blankets the city, while a colossal decayed corpse rises among blackened bones, radiating overwhelming deathly pressure. The spirit system interface activates, unlocking the unknown attribute and identifying it as the death attribute, initiating immediate analysis. The coast erupted with rumors after a jaw-dropping find shook the fishing towns. Veterans hauled up a colossal oyster, so massive it took 10 men to steady it. Whispers blamed toxic waste mutations. Farther south, an ancient tree at a famous scenic site suddenly stole every spotlight. At the same time, minor quakes snarled traffic, hinting at something shifting deep underground. Then chaos spread north as strange flying machines crashed onto rooftops like warped fairy tales, until a factory road split apart and accidents snapped the dream in half. Headlines exploded overnight, yet Third High stayed oddly calm, students brushing it all off as cheap clickbait. A buzzcut boy scoffed, mocking old zombie rumors that never came true. A girl agreed absent-mindedly, eyes locked on the yard's corner where gossip was blooming fast. Talk rippled through the crowd. Than Lai had secured admission to a top university, while her boyfriend failed to qualify anywhere decent. People whispered about mismatched futures, different worlds, and how long a gap like that could ever stay hidden. Fuang Dik stood in the courtyard as students circled like stirred ants. Than Lai faced him, hair lifting in the wind, gaze sharp and distant. He waited in silence, calm eyes fixed on the girl who had summoned him before the watching crowd. After a pause, she inhaled slowly and spoke with practiced coolness, every word measured. She said she had thought it through, and what they had simply didn't make sense anymore. She dismissed young love as a dead end, claiming clarity only comes with waking up. According to her, they were never compatible, separated by realities that could never truly meet. Lowering her head, she whispered the decision to end it, insisting it was best for both. Even so, relief never came. She was certain he would beg or collapse like others before him. Instead, he stayed still, face unreadable, eyes empty of pain or protest. Murmurs spread instantly. Some thought shock froze him. Others whispered that something was wrong with him. People scoffed that any man would kneel before a beauty like Than Lai. They sneered that he never belonged beside her anyway, mocking him as a frog chasing a swan. Amid the noise, he finally spoke, his voice steady and stripped of warmth. The short, icy words cut through the yard, stunning Than Lai, her expression locked, eyes widening as disbelief crept across her face. He turned away as casually as ending a class, saying he would leave if there was nothing else. Rage flushed her cheeks as she shouted for him to stop. Convinced his calm had to be an act, he paused, turned back, and looked at her without recognition, as if she were a stranger. His tone stayed flat as he asked if she had anything more to say. She yelled so everyone could hear, declaring she would never return to him, no matter his tricks, demanding he understand it clearly. He gave a cold snort, his gaze sliding past her like she was an old, tedious story. He told her to drop the fantasy, calling her self-absorbed, and said he had no time to waste. With that, he walked away without hesitation, leaving her frozen and the crowd stunned into silence. Whispers erupted. People questioned his pride, his sanity, wondering why he didn't even try to hold on. He kept moving, untouched by their noise. He never looked back as heavy clouds gathered unseen. No one noticed the pressure building, nor guessed that wealth, status, and order were about to crumble into nothing. Fang Yi was the one who left so quietly. He was a reincarnator who had survived the apocalypse, watched civilization fall, died once, and returned. To him, that girl was now only a faded shadow. What truly haunted him wasn't separation anymore. Far greater threats waited ahead. It wasn't about losing love, but about losing the entire world. He remembered waking beneath a shattered sky. Stained blood. Red. The moon burned like fire as titanic waves erased coastal cities without mercy. Monsters poured from above like divine punishment, tearing through everything left standing. In that chaos, glowing text appeared before his eyes, warning of an energy anomaly and a countdown to full spiritual recovery that would trigger total upheaval. It foretold the collapse of social order and the rise of cultivators. Declaring that strength alone would rule the new age, he panicked, voice shaking as he demanded to know who was speaking to him. A blinding flash exploded before his vision, forcing him back as light swallowed the space. An invisible panel hovered in the air, welcoming him to the ultimate system. A supreme creation that could compile cultivation methods based on the spirit beasts he encountered. He reached out in disbelief, fingers passing through the text like mist, muttering that it had to be an illusion. Before he could steady himself, a massive maw lunged toward him without warning. The giant monster froze midair, eyes empty and lifeless. Reflected within them was a brutal vision of countless crushed bodies packed inside its jaws. That was how he died before, along with billions of innocents across Lamtin. He clenched his fists until they shook, teeth sinking into his lip as darkness filled his gaze. He questioned whether that helpless figure had truly been himself. Memories from his past life surged back. He had been ordinary, unsupported, and struggling just to survive another day. When nations collapsed and humanity was slaughtered, no effort was enough. He could never escape the claws of mutated monsters. Fang Yi died, wrapped in despair, carrying no regrets, only the cold certainty that everything had already ended. That crushing emotion dragged him backward, pulling his soul one full year before spiritual energy would awaken. Revived, he instantly understood the truth. No one could sense the faint spiritual shifts yet, but he could, and he would seize every anomaly, every fracture in fate, to rewrite everything. Without warning, a blinding radiance tore through his vision. As the glare dissolved, a system update interface descended, initiating a second, ruthless judgment. The system confirmed full ocular evolution, his pupils flashing gold, sharp and lethal like drawn blades. Another alert followed, announcing official binding to the ultimate editing system as the true trial began. Everything in existence could now become material to compile cultivation. Manuals, with one goal: rise to the peak and prevent annihilation. Back in the present, crowded streets fell silent as the national broadcast cut in with an emergency report, warning humanity faced an event never recorded in modern history. He stared at the massive screen, brows tightening, realizing the government had stopped hiding behind calming lies and was openly demanding preparation. This wasn't routine caution. A nation known for restraint would never acknowledge the supernatural unless danger was already unavoidable. Their blunt delivery carried weight, easing the public into reality without triggering mass panic. Compared to neighboring countries handing out spiritual weapons, this restrained approach was slower but far more dependable. The system's words echoed in his mind. If everything could be used, then any abnormal location was an opportunity waiting to be claimed. He pulled out his phone and skimmed breaking news, stopping at a notice from Thantan University warning students to avoid noon heat due to abnormal weather, which made his frown deepen. Online mockery flooded in, calling it fear-mongering, joking about being roasted alive, dismissing it as another trending hoax. He ignored the noise and slowly lifted his head toward the sky. His expression hardened as he sensed the mismatch. Weather didn't change this drastically in minutes. Something was wrong, yet people always brushed off early signs as tricks or fake headlines. He knew better, having lived through collapse before. Those tiny irregularities were always the doorway to fortune or disaster. Less than 30 minutes later, near Thantan University's north gate, the air scorched the ground, heat warping the road as students passed wrapped head to toe. He rushed in, sweat streaming down his face under the oppressive heat. Despite the burn, his eyes swept the area with focus. Just as expected, something isn't right. Under the blinding sun, faint yellow bubbles rose from the ground like drifting mist. He crouched, eyes glowing with anticipation, and reached toward the smallest bubble. The moment contact was made, the anomaly detonated. Urgent system alerts erupted, detecting intense positive attribute fluctuations and unlocking the attribute dial. A sphere of golden light swallowed him as spiritual energy surged inward. Fire raced through every muscle and joint, pain tearing through him as he clenched his teeth, drenched in sweat. A violent flash exploded across the campus, sending nearby students screaming in panic. Shocked voices rang out, debating whether they had seen a superhero, a chosen herald, or just a movie shoot gone wild. Enduring the agony, he growled through clenched teeth. He demanded to know if it was finished as the sensation felt close to erasing him entirely. The system slowed and displayed a calm confirmation that the editing process had concluded. He had successfully obtained his first cultivation technique, the Golden Sun breathing method. At the same time, the atmosphere at Tantan University's main gate was completely different. Freshman orientation buzzed with energy as senior students clustered around Than Lai. Eager and attentive, offers flew non-stop, from carrying luggage to guiding buildings and promoting clubs, each delivered with bright smiles. She maintained her distant composure, rejecting them politely but firmly without slowing her steps. Passing a couple chatting sweetly about daily meetings, she scoffed in contempt. their sugary words twisting her stomach with irritation. Fang Yi hadn't taken 2 steps before a distant blast roared out, the shockwave ripping through the main gate area and shattering the calm in an instant. The ground trembled violently as Loa Chuang issued an emergency alert, announcing abnormal extreme heat in the northern garden and ordering all students to stay away from the north gate. Thonlo frowned deeply, sensing that strange incidents were becoming far too frequent. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and decided she couldn't ignore it and had to see the truth herself. At the north gate, the golden radiance surrounding him slowly faded away. He stood quietly in the courtyard, faint light clinging to his body as his presence shifted completely from before. His eyes gleamed with a sharp golden hue, releasing an invisible pressure that made others instinctively keep their distance. A system prompt appeared, instructing him to halt yang flow and intensify breathing to cleanse his body, unlocking the technique instantly and awarding 50 editing points. He stared at his shaking hands, doubt flashing through his mind as he questioned what editing points truly were. Shaking his head, he pushed the thought aside. Knowing that anything the system granted had value and could be examined later, he closed his eyes and focused, activating the golden sun breathing method. Dark clouds suddenly churned across the sky, blotting out sunlight as the air cooled sharply, as if winter had arrived without warning. Moments later, the clouds dispersed and sunlight returned, leaving the scene looking untouched. Curious students rushed over, whispering in excitement about the sudden darkness and drop in temperature that replaced the scorching heat. Attention quickly shifted toward the northeast gate, but before the crowd could swell further, the university president arrived in a rush, red-faced and drenched in sweat. The president thundered at them to disperse, warning of penalties for ignoring orders to avoid the north gate. His sharp rebuke scattered the students instantly, heads lowered as if nothing unusual had happened. Beside him, a hooded woman in a black cloak spoke coldly, ordering the area sealed off and a strict perimeter established. Simultaneously, the system announced that purification of the Level A contaminated zone at Tantan University's North Gate was complete. A notice explained the contamination resulted from abnormal spiritual energy recovery. Officially classified by the Hakwa government as a graded anomaly, he stiffened, realizing the phenomenon had already been identified by authorities, meaning others might have noticed it first. Before further thought, an urgent broadcast echoed, warning that the North Gate was closing and ordering immediate evacuation. The students erupted into chatter, startled by uniformed personnel and the seriousness of the situation unfolding. He sensed the gravity of the disturbance and knew it couldn't be ignored. Without hesitation, he turned and left the area immediately. Not long after, the principal returned to the North Gate, accompanied by the mysterious cloaked woman. She surveyed the ground carefully, then bent down and pressed her fingers against the surface. Bringing her fingertips closer, she inhaled faintly. Her cold voice cut through the silence, stating the cause was human-made and questioning whether someone had already contacted spiritual energy. Earlier, the principal struggled to drive away students still filming, ordering them to leave as one student begged to post just one update. Hearing the words human-caused and spiritual contact, Thonla froze as unease crept through her chest. Her thoughts drifted to the figure who had just left, the silhouette aligning disturbingly well with Fuang Dik. She shook her head firmly, rejecting the idea, convinced someone with his academic record couldn't enter Tantan University. Later, lying on his bed soaked in sweat, he muttered in confusion, realizing the overwhelming heat was pouring from his own body. Cold water and blasting air conditioning offered no relief, making sleep impossible that night. He jolted upright, alarmed by the thought that today's chaos might expose him, deciding to check immediately. He scrolled through news sites, only to find coverage oddly centered on the Spiritual Cultivation Association. His memories stirred as he recalled an anonymous group once dismissed as fiction for posting cultivation rules online. Tilting his head, he wondered if the mysterious woman belonged to that very association. Acting without delay, he opened the association's official homepage. A detailed cultivation chart appeared, outlining realms and stages while warning of rapid spiritual recovery. Its familiar presentation sending a chill through him. Fang Yi quietly questioned why such a major announcement came from a strange association instead of the Hakak government, a detail that immediately felt out of place in his past life. He had never heard of this group. Back then, as a powerless civilian, survival meant lining up for aid, making him wonder if this was a hidden signal meant only for early awakeners. He shook the thought away and muttered that speculation could wait. Deciding to focus on cultivating the golden sun breathing technique first, he sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, steadying his thoughts as his breathing fell into a strict, controlled rhythm. Spiritual energy stirred within him, lifting his body slightly as a radiant golden glow seeped outward. The initial technique refined the flesh, reshaping his body into a vessel capable of absorbing heaven and earth's energy and forging a divine foundation. He sank deeper into cultivation, his presence blending with the unseen current of flowing spiritual energy. Without warning, his body trembled as light wrapped around him and his aura surged outward. The pressure expanded sharply, filling the room with force. Upon reaching the first realm, the system alerted him again, stating that editing points could now implant techniques directly into objects. He raised a brow, suddenly recalling the editing points and realizing the interface still displayed a total of 50. The system's words clicked together. If a yang-based technique were implanted into an object, that item would gain a supernatural yang property, making his eyes shine with excitement. He decided to test it immediately and extended his hand toward the coffee table. The glass trembled lightly before floating into the air as the system asked whether to spend editing points to grant it a positive attribute. He let out a quiet laugh, interest flickering in his eyes as everything unfolded exactly as expected. If ordinary objects could become basic magical tools, then weapons or armor would transform into true special equipment. His gaze shifted to a decorative sword on the wall, an old birthday gift from a roommate that had never been used. He joked about testing this bargain Excalibur first, reasoning he could always buy a real blade later if it worked, thinking of a future overrun by mutated monsters and how fragile life truly was. His resolve hardened not to repeat past failures. At that moment, an unseen shadow lingered outside the window, watching in silence, beneath the trees. A twisted creature with crimson eyes and jagged teeth lurked, foul aura spilling out as it observed him from the darkness. As the moon climbed higher, his room fell quiet and the lights went dark. He lay down to rest after a chaotic day, but just as sleep crept in, an unnatural rustling sound broke the silence. Frowning, he muttered irritably, wondering which mouse dared to feast in his home at midnight. He rose from bed and spread his spiritual sense, finding nothing inside the room or the pipes, leaving him puzzled and slightly annoyed. He stood still and listened closely, his sharpened hearing now capable of catching even the faintest sounds beyond the walls. He soon realized the noise wasn't inside the apartment, but drifting from the corridor outside. Cautiously, he opened the door and peered out, spotting a moving shadow at the far end of the hallway under dim moonlight. The light revealed a warped silhouette. Unmistakably the mutated rabbit that had been lurking nearby. He inhaled slowly, recognizing it at once, even with memories of the past. Facing it again sent a chill through him, recalling how such creatures once slaughtered countless people. Far away on a high rooftop, the cloaked girl watched the moon and murmured that the rabbit still hadn't been captured, noting how quickly it had grown after consuming the dark spirit fruit. Her communicator crackled with a teammate's voice, and she calmly ordered all new information to be reported immediately. As the transmission ended, she launched herself off the rooftop in a blur. Mid-air, she sensed a faint but distinct dark aura. Her eyes flashed as she halted against a wall, using it to slow her descent. She confirmed the aura's direction toward a residential area and ordered full pursuit and positioning. Kicking off hard, she flipped through the air and warned her team that the beast might continue evolving. Her figure darted across rooftops like a shadow, never lowering her guard. Below, a late-night office worker witnessed the scene, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, blamed exhaustion, and returned to his desk, muttering about unfinished comic deadlines. At that instant, the mutated rabbit lunged, charging on all fours as its claws sliced through the air toward its target. Fang Yi froze for a heartbeat, then snapped back instantly as spiritual energy surged, light flashing in his eyes while he slipped aside with explosive speed. He realized his reactions had skyrocketed after the breakthrough, with sharper senses and reinforced muscles turning the rabbit's movements painfully slow. Still, he refused to relax. This beast appeared far too early, since monsters like this should only emerge after mutations spread widely. This one had devoured a dark spirit fruit and gone feral, its speed and strength pushed far beyond normal limits. If it wasn't stopped now, the entire building would be wiped out, so he released his spiritual energy and lunged forward without hesitation. He seized the rabbit by the throat as it thrashed violently, bloodshot eyes blazing and its growl screeching like metal grinding stone. He let out a low snarl and hurled it with full force. The rabbit smashed through the window, glass bursting outward as its body spun wildly through the air. He followed in pursuit, leaping after it with eyes as cold as a battle god. Suspended midair, he condensed spiritual energy into his fist. He then drove a crushing blow straight into the rabbit's abdomen. The strike burned like a blazing sun, tearing through its body as blood spilled from the wound. Yet the creature clung to life. Writhing as it greedily tried to absorb the invading positive energy, he sneered and mocked it for daring to covet the power of the sun. Seconds later, the rabbit convulsed violently before bursting apart, flesh scattering across the ground. The blast echoed through the neighborhood, jolting a few residents awake who rushed to their windows in confusion. One man muttered about thunder under clear skies, but all anyone saw below was silent darkness. He landed lightly, brushed off his hands, and let a confident smile curl across his lips. He remarked that it was nothing more than a starving creature devouring power it couldn't handle. Suddenly, something rolled to his feet. the rabbit's lone remaining eye staring up with dark crimson resentment. Without hesitation, he crushed it underfoot. He muttered that it wasn't madness, but hunger, recklessly mixing dark and yang attributes as his gaze grew cold. The mutation was spreading fast, and without his awakening, the building would have been doomed. He lifted his head, eyes sharp and restless, knowing he needed to collect as many cultivation techniques as possible. Nearby, the cloaked girl from the association arrived at the building. She landed softly, drifting down like a falling leaf, seeing the aftermath. She froze in shock and murmured in disbelief that the target was dead. Kneeling down, she examined the ground and reported through her radio that the body was destroyed and residual dark energy was being recovered. The moment she touched the surface, she recoiled sharply, her expression shifting in alarm from the intense heat. This heat carried an unusually pure yang attribute, identical to the energy detected earlier at Tantan University's North Gate. After brief thought, she contacted headquarters, reporting the rabbit was eliminated by another cultivator, likely a newcomer. Headquarters responded in disbelief, questioning how someone barely at peak aura could wield such pure yang energy, which she calmly confirmed. Another voice admitted there were no records of this person and insisted the association must establish contact immediately. She smiled faintly as she stored the dark spiritual energy into a container, agreeing without hesitation. New orders came through, suspending all missions and prioritizing the search and recruitment of the unknown cultivator. She acknowledged the command with a nod, a lollipop somehow already in her mouth. Privately, she thought about grabbing milk tea before getting serious. Her curiosity grew over who possessed such overwhelming power, convinced they had to be extraordinary. Someone like that was absolutely worth connecting with within the association. The next morning, sunlight washed over his face as he gazed out the window, murmuring that every plan begins at dawn, while fresh air cleared his mind. Fang Yi believed dawn was perfect, not just for health, but for cultivation. When the world was quiet and spiritual energy felt clean and obedient, he slipped on his shirt, sat cross-legged on the bed, cleared his thoughts, and smoothly entered cultivation. The golden sun. Breathing technique circulated as morning air drifted in, while above him an energy axe condensed like a battle-ready warrior, radiant threads of power weaving tightly around his divine core. He muttered with restrained excitement, realizing his progress was far faster than expected. Gripping the axe, he practiced simple, heavy swings, movements as plain as chopping wood, relying only on discipline. Both hands tightened as he poured strength into a full-force strike aimed at empty space. The system responded instantly, announcing his advancement to the second stage of the nascent soul. His eyes flashed with a metallic sheen as his body surged with renewed vitality. Muscles hardened and strength climbed noticeably, yet he stayed calm. Knowing rapid growth came from leftover energy, he reminded himself that cultivation demanded patience, not reckless speed. Each circulation triggered visible phenomena, which was dangerous. So he frowned and glanced at the untouched sword still sealed in its delivery box. Meanwhile, inside the Superpower Association office, a middle-aged man sipped tea while scrolling his phone. His expression darkened as he sensed another solar fluctuation and quietly wondered if it was him again. Elsewhere, he found a secluded pond, drew the brand-new sword, planted it upright, and calmly acknowledged the system prompt. The system asked whether to spend creation points to infuse positive attributes, and he confirmed without hesitation. He recalled his earlier failure using ordinary materials, where the weapon burned out after only a few strikes. This time felt different, as pure positive energy fused in, and the blade trembled with resonance. The system confirmed successful synthesis. Recognizing the sword as a proper weapon, he smiled faintly, swung the blade, and casually commented that it was time to test its strength. A few simple slashes cut into the pond, and the water nearly vanished in an instant. His throat tightened as sweat poured down. Relieved the forest hadn't ignited, or it would have made headlines. He quickly packed up and retreated, back soaked with lingering tension. Moments later, the cloaked girl arrived in a rush, hair flying, clutching bubble tea, rage written all over her face. She cursed nonstop, furious about using a discount and nearly missing something critical, blaming it on water-related chaos. Her anger stalled when she spotted the altered terrain ahead, confusion flashing across her face. She panicked over damaged landmarks and wondered who would ever handle the aftermath or restore things. Stress surged as she imagined getting scolded again, convinced nothing had gone right since that man appeared. Taking a breath, she steadied herself and looked toward the hillside where sword aura still lingered. Her eyes widened in shock as realization hit. Last night it was only first stage refinement, yet now it had clearly reached the second stage. And the aura belonged to a sharp spiritual weapon. Even the association possessed only 2 such weapons, and none fully developed. Leaving her stunned. Conflicted between disbelief and envy, she failed to find an explanation and gave up. She collapsed onto a rock, sipped milk tea, and decided to clean the area, starting by cooling the stream. As he walked away, His thoughts churned around attributes and whether more could be layered onto the blade. The system once said anything could become material, from soil to starlight, making him wonder if multiple attributes could merge. His phone suddenly vibrated with a message from an unknown sender, asking if he was also a practitioner. The sender explained they followed anomaly news and cultivation charts, forming a small group to train together, and asked about his progress. They mentioned a newly formed contaminated zone and proposed assembling a team, promising shared resources. After brief hesitation, he asked for the location, and they immediately sent detailed files. The screen revealed the Amha Donglong zone, once an underground river now turned molten, and he frowned, sensing familiar positive energy within it. Fang Yi curled his lips into a faint grin and answered calmly that he was willing to join the team. The following day, deep in a newly transformed forest wrapped in mist and green peaks, the group assembled near a pitch-dark cave entrance. He turned to the girl and thanked her sincerely, saying her map and thorough Zi Liao saved them precious time in locating the place. Truong Hyo Na smiled shyly and replied that everyone deserved credit, reminding the group to support one another once inside. Hyunya, an association officer from the cultural department, felt a quiet sense of regret, suspecting this mission wouldn't reveal any standout talents. She understood how strict the association was under the Hakwak government, with limited recruitment and harsh selection. Her own entry required effort and family backing, and without results today. Overtime awaited her, so she scanned the area with a soft sigh. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that Fang had arrived. A young man stepped forward with an easy smile and introduced himself, greeting everyone politely. Hyunya's attention sharpened as she sensed his strength, surprised by how someone so young had already reached such a level. His presence warm yet profound. With everyone present, someone announced it was time to move out. He volunteered to lead, asking her to handle lighting, and she nodded without hesitation. Those behind advanced carefully, whispering warnings about slippery ground, molten terrain, and unusual temperature shifts, prioritizing safety above all. He walked ahead feeling unexpectedly warm inside, realizing that, despite arriving last, he was treated as a true teammate. Suddenly, a fierce spectacle unfolded ahead as a blazing lava waterfall poured through the forest shadows, drawing gasps of disbelief. He stepped closer, eyes burning with focus, prompting anxious warnings from behind not to rush forward. Ignoring them, he leapt directly into the Dungnam Lake, throwing the group into panic as shouts rang out to pull him back. Before anyone could react, the ground shook violently, forcing everyone to retreat as fear spread. Inside his mind, the system activated, detecting a heaven and earth anomaly, analyzing internal fire, and compiling a new ability. He acquired an inner flame technique defined by extreme heat and explosive destruction. A chained fire sword method formed, requiring sword control to release blazing strikes wrapped in fire and sparks. Weapon and will resonated together, unleashing overwhelming energy. Within the flames, a blade took shape, and he reached into the lava to seize the Chewy Dao. The weapon responded instantly, harmonizing with him as if forged for this moment. He calmly stated he would consume some energy to embed the internal fire attribute into the sword. Others shouted in relief when they saw him unharmed, the weapon visibly absorbing magma power. Tension eased as someone remarked it must have been a minor cultivation incident. With stable spiritual energy spreading excitement, many sensed smoother absorption and felt hope that continued training would push them further. Hyunya smiled and announced she would monitor the area while others cultivated, earning collective thanks, one by one. They sat to cultivate as Zheng Xiaoya patrolled with notes in hand, until a strange aura caught her attention. Moments later, 3 rough-looking men stormed in, the leader barking orders and claiming the area as theirs. Trung Huin's face drained as she realized all 3 were high-tier cultivators, making conflict disastrous. Steeling herself, she stepped forward politely, asking to share the space since spiritual energy wasn't limited. The leader mocked her, dismissing her status and ordering everyone to leave immediately. Cold sweat formed as she reflected that law was weakening in this new era, but as an association member, she couldn't stay silent. At that moment, he stepped forward and faced the leader, eyes narrowed with quiet contempt. He mocked the man's size, pointing out his cowardice in bullying a woman. Before the leader could respond, he slashed horizontally, cracking the ground as fissures spread outward. The leader froze, face draining of color in shock. He shouted for retreat, dragging his men back in panic. Fang Yi sensed the violent tremor from afar as chaotic spiritual energy surged, making the cultivation group panic and shout, asking if an earthquake had struck. He fell silent as brutal memories resurfaced, recalling how strength and weakness once decided a tragedy that could never be undone. He tightened his grip on the sword, resolve burning in his eyes, knowing people like those bullies only respected force and never words. He lifted the blade, aimed it straight at the leader, unleashed his aura, and roared for them to get lost. The shout thundered through the air, draining the leader's color as his soul trembled and he screamed in fear, asking what kind of monster this was. All three turned and bolted, stumbling in panic, fleeing with heads lowered as if hunted. The group burst into excited chatter, staring at him with awe, praising how incredible and overwhelming that final strike had been. He scratched his head with an awkward laugh, brushing it off as their weakness. Then asked if everyone was done cultivating and ready to leave. Hoina checked the muddy ground and nodded, confirming the contaminated zone's spiritual energy was depleted and it was time to move. Inside, she was shaken, knowing that if the slash had landed, only ruins would remain. Realizing he was a rare genius with terrifying attributes, she decided the information had to be reported to the organization immediately. She contacted the association, and the girl on the other end turned serious after listening, hinting another high-level cultivator had appeared. The caller hesitated, brushed it off lightly, and asked to be informed of any further changes before ending the call. Hanging up, she grinned at a middle-aged man and said they had struck gold, explaining such people would become future power centers protected by the state. He sighed in exhaustion, muttering that it might be time to hand in his resignation. The next morning arrived beneath clear skies and drifting white clouds. He walked through the streets carrying a sword, drawing stares as people whispered about how real and heavy it looked, like a character from a cultivation game. He ignored the attention and casually scrolled through news on his phone. A sensational headline described a golden glow and deadly aura at an ancient cave, with blurry images of a dragon-like figure and a swordsman scaring tourists away. He frowned, sensing exposure, blaming internal fire surges, and noting how sharp-eyed the informants had been. He sighed, feeling his internal energy nearly full, knowing one more circulation of golden yang breathing could push him further. After brief thought, he decided to head to the back mountain instead. Minutes later, a girl tended a garden in the backyard, wiping sweat and sighing in relief after cleanup, already thinking about bubble tea. The temperature around her spiked suddenly, the air heating unnaturally. She froze as a domineering aura rolled down from the mountains. Shocked, she wondered who was breaking through and whether it was already reaching divine levels. Unease spread as she realized such disturbance meant disaster if left unchecked. A name flashed in her mind, and she clenched her fists, swearing to drag him out no matter where he hid. In a quiet corner, he sat cross-legged in meditation, bathed in a faint golden glow. His presence radiated pressure like waves, making the air feel heavy to anyone nearby. Above him, an illusory axe formed, edges sharpening as if forged from heaven and earth itself. Rushing closer, she saw the scene and nearly lost balance. Stunned by the calm control and suspecting impossible levels of mastery, old memories made her pale, recalling how a single breakthrough once left her bedridden, unable to understand where such a monster came from. The spiritual energy around him flowed endlessly, each strand pure and refined beyond reason, elevating him beyond mortal standards. His calm was unshakable, unlike frantic cultivators who rushed breakthroughs, making him feel like an unfathomable hidden master. Suddenly, the divine construct above him shifted slightly toward the east. At that instant, he opened his eyes as a massive aura burst outward like a tidal wave. The pressure swept all directions, signaling a breakthrough as a deep voice echoed through the land. She arrived just in time, looking around in confusion at the aftermath. The spot where he had been meditating moments ago was completely empty. Fang Yi wondered if she was too slow, since barely 30 seconds had passed and he might have already noticed her pursuit, disappointment flashing across her face as she feared recruitment was slipping away. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she called out softly, asking if he was still nearby. Her gentle voice carried by the passing breeze. For days now, she had followed him like a shadow, never backing off, never losing sight. With no reply, Tethan Huin introduced herself as leader of the Huin Squad under the Lower Nation Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Formally extending an invitation on its behalf, she steadied her breath, carefully explaining she meant no harm, only to invite him, emphasizing the association's structure, rules, and legitimacy despite its lack of public announcement. Inside, she worried whether her actions had offended him, reminding herself to stay calm and respectful. He finally spoke, asking a single word that cut through the air, questioning her motive. She hesitated, scanned the surroundings, and decided honesty was best. Drawing in a deep breath, she explained that Hakwuk aimed to unify ascendants, bringing order and protection as spiritual energy surged. Admitting constraints existed, but unity was unavoidable in the coming chaos. He interrupted coolly, asking what would happen if he refused, still unwilling to trust so easily. She paused, momentarily at a loss. After a brief silence, she slowly took out a business card and offered it forward. She introduced herself again, mentioning her past as an athlete before the recovery, showing identification and asking him to trust her sincerity. He observed her quietly, admitting he did recall her name faintly. He studied her movements and build, noting sharp reflexes and strong physique, traits common among those with early talent in cultivation. His gaze then dimmed, memories turning heavy in his past life. Even countless talents couldn't stop Hawkwook's destruction, so this time he refused to rush or waste his second chance. He repeated that he remembered her, but not enough to decide yet. He told her he needed more time, then vanished in a blur like a shadow, appearing briefly behind her. He startled her before disappearing again, determined to keep his identity hidden. He calculated calmly that the association wouldn't dare provoke someone like him yet, making cooperation useful for now. She agreed seriously, saying she would report the anomaly as half-truth and half-cover, and he accepted the arrangement. Before she could continue, she turned and found him already gone, as if he had never existed. She muttered in frustration, complaining about his deliberate evasions, then sighed and refocused, deciding missions might actually suit him now. Recently, mutated creatures had begun resurfacing once more. Her expression darkened, recalling their brutality and twisted aura. These beings fed on contaminated zones, mutating as spiritual energy recovered, devouring humans without hesitation. Some disguised themselves as disaster spirits, roaming and killing to seize territory. Over time, they plunged regions into chaos and created new contaminated zones. If left unchecked, they would spread like poison, threatening humanity's survival. That night, thunder ripped across the sky as lightning split the clouds and rain poured relentlessly. Beneath the storm, his lone figure moved through the downpour. Emergency broadcasts blared from streetlights, warning of severe weather and sealing off high-risk scenic areas. Online, however, attention drifted elsewhere, with people joking about tribulations and mighty experts ascending amid the storm. He frowned slightly but kept walking without pause. He felt the crushing thunder aura in the air, both divine and feral in nature. Realizing the storm's core lay elsewhere, he lifted his gaze toward a distant mountain where lightning rained non-stop. Without hesitation, he accelerated, charging straight toward the storm-covered peak. As he moved, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detecting a low-level pollution zone near Jade Emperor Peak. The warning detailed the peak's height, vast area, and status as a key city landmark, marking the risk clearly. Fang Yi realized the pollution level couldn't be measured yet, which meant hesitation would only make things worse. He sprinted straight toward the mountain's base, wasting not a second. A colossal bolt ripped the sky apart like a furious dragon, crashing down toward him as lightning wrapped his body and divine radiance erupted in response. Far away, inside a dim command room, tension thickened as reports flashed, confirming Jade Emperor Peak's danger level had spiked beyond predictions. The association head issued cold orders to quarantine the area immediately, then grimly announced Than Nguyen must be recalled at once. The door burst open as she rushed in with a report still tinged with active spiritual residue, declaring the summit inaccessible and lightning energy fully out of control. She warned that if the escalation continued, the zone would reach the highest danger tier within an hour, leaving the room drenched in cold sweat. One official trembled, not from fear but from realizing even elite cultivators faced certain death under such conditions. Silence followed before an elder ordered a full seal from the mountain's base. Patrols non-stop, and all access strictly forbidden. The goal was clear: isolate the threat completely until the raging spiritual density weakened enough for analysis. At that exact moment, another massive lightning strike split the sky above the mountain, beneath the storm. He advanced without hesitation, diamond-breathing radiance blazing as he silently thanked fate for this technique. To extract pure lightning, he had to charge the storm's core, a gamble like diving into a catastrophic tempest. He knew humanity stood at the bottom of the food chain during spiritual recovery. One misstep away from extinction. Even harmless creatures could now threaten lives, let alone what came next. Worse beings than monsters would soon emerge, and only true strength could prevent cultivators from becoming prey. He recalled that relying on weapons alone was a dead end, since only personal power could counter cunning and brutal foes. The raging thunder ahead was not a disaster, but a rare chance to temper himself. Growth had to be seized within chaos, or death would be inevitable. The impact numbed his arm, nearly ripping the sword from his grip. This lightning carried pure judgment power, crushing and merciless. He gritted his teeth, realizing the storm rejected his presence and demanded submission. He refused, declaring he would conquer it instead and claim the power as his own. Drawing a deep breath, he recalled the system's rule that primal energy required direct contact. Golden radiance erupted as he activated solar breathing to its limit, charging toward the thunder's source. At the peak, a lightning pillar descended like a blazing meteor intent on annihilation. He snarled and slashed upward, blade cutting the sky as if to split the heavens. Thunder and sword collided midair, shockwaves exploding outward like a divine tide. His body shook violently as blood stained his lips. Yet he remained standing, refusing to kneel. He pressed forward, convinced survival meant defying fate, even as each breath crackled with electricity. The system detected an extremely powerful lightning attribute, and began deep analysis in the city. Office workers crowded windows, watching the storm in disbelief, joking nervously about divine tribulations. Within the thunderstorm, his figure stood firm as lightning spiraled around him like silver serpents. He mastered a lightning refinement technique, tempering his body into a divine vessel and gaining editing points. Lightning's power reshaped offense and defense together, forging flesh and bone toward an indestructible state once pursued by ancient cultivators. He felt thunder become both blade and shield as power flowed through the sword. The lightning didn't destroy him, but refined his meridians and tendons without pain. The system announced Thunder Judgment, offering immense punitive power, and asked whether to absorb it. He studied his hand and weapon, weighing the risk of breaking balance against explosive growth. With a quiet laugh, he accepted the gamble and confirmed the infusion into his right hand. Thunder roars into his right arm in an instant, veins surging like live wires as silver light ripples across the skin, as though divine power reforged it on the spot, pushing that limb far beyond human limits. At dawn atop Jade Emperor Peak, wind brushed the shattered ground left by the thunder tribulation, stray spiritual energy drifting as investigator Tuthan Huyen stared in awe. Lieutenant Han Li, this isn't what we predicted. In 3 hours, pollution dropped from peak levels to barely noticeable. Han Li's eyes sharpened. He crouched and pressed the soil, a faint shock biting his fingertip. Residual electricity remains. Someone cultivated here. Tuthan Nguyen rushed over, breath quick, an immortal practitioner. Is that even possible? And is he still alive? She knelt, palm to earth, eyes shut in concentration, then shook her head. The attribute and timing are unclear. Last night's heavy rain likely wiped the traces clean. Rain. Han Li spoke evenly. He left around 8. The anomaly began at 6. The blockade arrived at 7 and found nothing, meaning he moved first. Tuthan Nguyen frowned. You're saying he knew before us? That's not a joke. Right, not a joke. The Major nodded. The storm erupted at 7. Our prediction tool marked pollution at S grade until morning, yet everything vanished right after 8. Coincidence. He snorted. The man wields lightning and has fused with a supernatural phenomenon. The event shifted because of him, not because he escaped it. Silence crushed the air. Han Li lifted his gaze, cold and sharp. People like that are dangerous. Friend or enemy remains unknown. If he defies order, the damage equals an S-rank anomaly. Find him. For now, classify him as the tyrant. Meanwhile, at Huangdi House, Shilian's singing spirals out of control, baffling everyone who hears it. A voice echoes from the mysterious monkey channel. Hello, everyone. If you enjoy this, please like and subscribe. Let's hope the association recruits the Guardian soon. The military representative continued, calm yet pointed. During this investigation, we will enforce a total information blackout. The old chairman nodded, face unreadable, like a chess master mid-game. Naturally. We also have a high-level immortal practitioner in secret contact. He glanced at Totan Huyen. Xiaotou. Brief, Major Han. Yes, sir, she answered, though her heart trembled despite her steady tone. She inhaled and spoke carefully. The purifier of the A-grade abnormal zone at Tauntaun University's North Gate was that senior cultivator. Inside, panic screamed, I can't let this leak. Not now. She kept a composed face. I've tried approaching him recently, but his movements are elusive. I once found the corpse of a mutated rabbit he killed. If my judgment is right, he carries the Yang Flame attribute. That's all I can give. If they doubt this half-truth, so be it. Someday, I'll still be questioned. I'll attempt contact again to investigate how he cleansed the North Gate. The Major nodded, eyes bright. I understand, Yang Fire. Xiaotou, you've done well. We need youth like you to carry the torch forward. Rivers never stop. Tuthan Huyen stood tall and saluted. Thank you, Lieutenant Han. It's my duty. I'll persist. Han Li smiled, turning to the chairman. We'll spread false reports of a natural disaster to calm the public. Still, online rumors about spiritual energy worry me. They invite exploitation. The chairman forced a smile. Tuthan Nguyen sighed inwardly. Finally, that hurdle passed. Back home, Phuangdich Van Kim Duong exhaled heat into his palm, instantly drying his soaked clothes. After changing, he gently swung his right arm, sensing unfamiliar strength. Since receiving the lightning attribute, his body has transformed. Drastically, he flexed his fingers, the arm feeling like his deadliest weapon, each motion slicing the air. He's close to a breakthrough. A faint current hums through his bones, vibrating without pause. Strangely, the once feral lightning now feels tame, curled inside him like a docile cat, more obedient than Six's beloved pet. He recalls using the diamond breathing technique for the first time, pain like fire ants devouring him from within. The memory alone still burns. Yet absorption didn't weaken him. The system announced the lightning attribute's critical effect rose by 300% against abnormal evil spirits. His eyes flared with light. Perfect. Waiting is pointless. Testing comes now. The phone rang. He frowned, voice flat. What is it this time? Since the last incident, alerts and forums were set to priority, pushing danger reports first. The screen flashed. Unstable mutation situation. Nationwide. The Ha Nation Guild issues early warnings. He narrowed his eyes, a thin smile forming. Chaos breeds chances. Being half a step ahead makes danger an invitation. Even at the cost of life, he's willing to gamble. His gaze hardened on breaking news of a northern chemical plant explosion. No casualties due to shift change, but pollution spread nearby. Authorities urged calm. He frowned. Explosion and mass pollution. During shift change, too neat. Like a story written by fate. Comments exploded. My house is close. The blast sent chills down my spine. I feel something gloomy. That's demons rising. Nonsense. It's chemicals. Still. The gray smoke and faint glow look straight out of a horror film. He scrolled to the end, expression sinking. That sinister aura. Why does it feel so familiar? A buried memory from a past life tears open. Pain surging as his eyes sharpen. It's them. No mistake. Those monsters. Long ago, they sprouted from filth, roots, carcasses, and sewer depths. Once ordinary life forms, they warped under evil and spiritual energy. Intelligence spiked. Power went berserk. Their hunt became relentless. Compared to the mutated rabbit before, these threats are hundreds of times worse. He clenched his fist, lightning dancing between his fingers. We leave tonight. If they spread, not just districts fall. The world sinks into darkness. He grins, reckless and sure. Time to see if that 300% critical effect holds up in real combat. Rain crashes down, every drop lashing the ground like a battlefield drum, the night echoing with relentless force. A dark figure slices through the storm, moving so fast the eye catches only a fleeting smear of motion. The sabotage team tracks the anomaly tagged Truckta number 7. Static hums in the earpiece as a voice cuts through the rain. Reporting the target has vanished again. Its abilities suited for darkness concealment. When it draws near, faint sizzling sounds leak from its form. It preys on humans, requesting immediate profile updates. In weather like this, it's almost certainly hunting. That outcome cannot be allowed. From the other end, keyboard clicks ring sharply as fresh intelligence uploads into the system. Elimination request submitted at priority level B with action required within 12 hours. The sabotage team presses forward, advancing carefully while keeping survival above all else. Their leader, face hidden beneath a black hood and colder than the rain, halts atop a high-rise. He calculates fast. 12 hours is far from ideal, yet it's the maximum possible. South Nation is in turmoil, headquarters drained, unable to support every unit. Suddenly, the radio crackles alive. Headquarters reports the zone ahead hosts a cooperating cultivation organization under the Spirit Energy Association. Team leader, Thuthan Huin, is stationed there on observation duty. Assistance can be requested. The commander nods, voice calm and firm. Understood. Contact her now. I've heard of her. Solid reputation. Before he finishes, a voice rings from a nearby rooftop. Oh, since when did I get famous? The commander stiffens and looks. Up. Is that you? You summoned us. Out here in a storm, dragging us into overtime, so this is how the sabotage team begs for help. Looks like even elites don't need backup. Squad Huin will sit this one out. She turns, cloak snapping like a final verdict, while teammates whisper about guilt, danger, and whether being eaten feels worse than regret. Seeing the tension spike, the leader lowers his head and speaks urgently. Please wait. I spoke poorly. We truly need you. Truckta threatens not just us, but the entire city. Without your tracking, we die, and civilians follow. The two teams waste no time and rapidly synchronize their operations. Using her unique sensing talent, Thuthan Nguyen quickly locks onto the mutated creature's position. Target confirmed as Truckta profile number 7, favoring darkness and damp zones, with a preference for human prey. The leader issues orders in a low, icy tone. Sabotage team, move out. Instantly, the formation breaks apart, 4 units slipping into the dark like living shadows. Yet Truckta senses the threat and disappears in a blink. A cold report snaps through comms. Target reacquired. Formation. Deploy now. In the same breath, members surge from east, west, and south. North joins, closing the ring into a deadly snare. From above, the leader dives down the stairwell. He crashes down with thunderous force, blade flashing as it carves toward Truckta's flank. A shrill screech erupts as the monster's shoulders bulge grotesquely. Bloody wings tear free, unleashing a violent sonic burst that shakes the air itself. Thuthan Nguyen's expression snaps tight. Watch the sound wave. They try to evade, but too late. The invisible shockwave slams the saboteurs away from the leader's position. Are you hurt? The captain growls through clenched breath. He grips his injured arm, eyes sharp and cold, as expected. Trukda isn't simple. One mistake earlier and we'd be crushed. A dark creature with this level of destruction in a residential zone is pure nightmare fuel. At that instant, Trugda opens its maw and ejects a thick, dark green liquid like acid. The fluid splashes down, instantly corroding the ground, earth and stone sinking as though forming an escape tunnel. Tuthan Nguyen shouts a warning. A teammate cuts in. Captain, this is dark attribute corrosion. Direct contact destroys structures. We lack high-tier counters. The leader answers steadily. Even so, it can't dig a full escape route quickly. Hold formation. Our priority is data. Combat assessment, then tactical adjustment. At that moment, one member trapped within toxic residue freezes in place, unable to move. He reacted too late and was violently flung away as Trukda's tongue struck like a heavy hammer, the impact sending his body skidding across the ground. The team leader clenched his jaw and roared, "Don't let it get away!" The demolition team instantly gave chase, while Thuthan Huin's group stayed above to monitor movement. Wind whipped past, carrying a strange, sweet, sour stench. She frowned, sensing danger. Spiritual energy just spiked. Something's wrong. Stay outside. I'll enter with them. Dongthan's 2 members answered without hesitation. Tuthan Nguyen led the sabotage team into a concealed bamboo lair, an abandoned factory steeped in silence and dread. She scanned the interior and muttered, "This really is an old plant." "I'll check the energy levels first," the leader asked. Curious, is that a new device? From the research council, Thuthan Huin nodded. Yes. This watch measures a squad's abnormal energy tolerance. The cap is 50. This place is already at 48. Her words ended as the device vibrated wildly, alarms shrieking. Wait, it just broke 80 and is still climbing. That's impossible. There's more than one anomaly here. Color drained from every face as the factory doors slammed shut behind them. The captain shouted, alarm rising. This is bad. There's another anomaly. It's a trap. Brooke nearly collapsed just from the stench. Find an exit. Now. We can't stay. Tuthan Nguyen raised her voice. If it sealed us in. It left traces. With our strength, we can break the opposite gate. Suddenly, Thuthan Huin trembled and dropped to the icy floor. No. My vision's fading. The toxic gas is corroding my body and senses. She forced herself upright, voice shaking. Are you all okay? Only silence answered. Her heart sank. Am I alone? No. They're here. I just can't sense them. And they can't hear me. Then memory struck. Trukda led them here. Then vanished. She whispered. This isn't its territory. It's another being's trap. Lightning flashed in her mind, sensing something massive and terrifying. Like a giant serpent hidden among blackened bones. Unlike Trukda's dark attribute, this presence carried lethal poison, spreading the moment it was activated and overwhelming the entire team. Damn it. The gas numbed her senses and drained her spiritual energy relentlessly. Fighting back would burn her life away. Weakness crept in. Joints stiffened. Aura collapsed. She knew time was running out. She gasped, despair rising. What kind of anomaly plans like this? Terrain. Formations. Timing. We're toys in its nightmare. Her strength failed. And she fell. Then a thunderous blast tore through the factory, shaking the walls as blinding light poured in like false dawn. In that glow, she glimpsed a lone figure charging forward before her consciousness sank into black. Vuong Duke dropped from above like a war god, presence crushing the air as his sharp gaze locked onto the target. A massive serpent cloaked in dark aura, far larger than normal. He murmured, so this one carries the shadow attribute. The giant snake lunged, jaws opening wide to swallow him whole. He twisted aside with practiced ease, but before landing, Trukda burst from the shadows without warning. In a flash, he raised his lightning-wrapped arm and let the creature bite down. He smirked. I see it now. One lures, the other kills. Perfect division. No wonder the energy here is so dense. A shared nest. 2 greedy anomalies. Ghosts, he sneered. You like biting people? Fine. Taste lightning. Thunder detonated, ripping through the space. He turned, drew his blade, and charged the serpent. Your turn. Afraid of fire, flames flared, painting the factory in brutal reds. The serpent lunged again. He spun midair, slipping past the attack and slashing back in one smooth motion. The demon snake froze, its head snapping sideways as the blade cleaved straight through its skull before it could respond. Dark blood sprayed, yet horror followed as the severed head crawled back, reconnecting and healing as if untouched. As the serpent recovered, lightning erupted inside its body. The surge shredded it from within, tearing the enormous form apart. He exhaled quietly. Good thing I sensed early that this snake's dark aura surpassed Trukda's. I withdrew my inner fire, used the blade as a channel, and fed lightning directly into its core. Compared to Trukda's savage nature, this one is smarter, stronger, and far more deceptive. Built for ambush and survival. Just as it tried to move again, sharp pain exploded through his shoulder. He looked down and saw a snake scale buried deep in his flesh. Fang Yi reacted instantly, yanking out the embedded scale and activating the diamond breathing technique, forcing energy through the wound to stabilize and suppress the damage. He examined the injury with a deep frown. Expression heavy. This creature is clearly a different species altogether. The hidden strike carried extreme toxins and paralysis. An ordinary person would have collapsed and died without ever realizing what hit them, because the yang breathing flowed non-stop. He sensed the pain and detected the ambush just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. The gangfire attribute dissolved poison while thunder purified it, working like a living alarm that defended, healed, and ignited battle instinct. He muttered that anyone else, even with defenses, would have fallen. Most would be dead already. This snake wasn't common. Reaching this stage meant power rivaling a 3-star demon puppet, combined with Trukda's trap. Countless cultivators likely died without warning. But now, no matter how vicious or cunning they were, all of it had turned to ash. He exhaled slowly, inner fire calm as lethal lightning faded. In that moment, he knew his real combat strength now rivaled true immortal practitioners. He gave a faint smile and stepped toward the scorched remains of the demon. His hand reached out, preparing to absorb the darkness. He suddenly stopped, brows tightening. Someone else is still here. His sharp gaze snapped to the corner, spotting a pale figure slumped against the wall, coughing weakly. Nearby, sabotage members lay unconscious in bleak silence. He glanced at the figure and smiled faintly. Her. From some guild, I think. Tu, or whatever her name was. Seeing no response, he chuckled. Hey, stop playing dead. You're overdoing it. Exposed. Thuthan Huin flushed, thinking how absurd this was. Was the one who just fought monsters really him? She forced a smile. I woke up from the smell. I wasn't pretending. He observed calmly. Despite her team collapsing from exhaustion, she still held a thin protective barrier, without stubborn willpower. She wouldn't have sensed the blood and scorch in time. She nodded lightly, thanking him. Inside, she sighed. She still had residual protection, yet he noticed instantly. What unsettled her most was how he defeated both Trukda and the giant serpent alone. He glanced at her and said evenly, No need to hide your eyes. Just be honest, and don't expose my identity. He noted her attitude felt gentler than yesterday, then turned away. It's late. You're safe now. No fatal danger. I'm leaving. Thuthan Huin startled and called out quickly. Wait. He had already leapt through the broken roof, vanishing. His lazy voice drifted back. No need. Too many people here. Clean this up for me. He was secretly relieved she didn't see him hesitate before absorbing Trukda's remains. That cold, sticky sensation from the dark attribute still made his skin crawl. Maybe I resisted the dark energy too much, he muttered. The system didn't respond at all. I'll decide later. Below. Thuthan Nguyen stared at the hole in the roof. Too bad I didn't see his face clearly. He still doesn't fully trust the association. She walked to the unconscious captain and lightly slapped his cheek. Wake up. It's over. The leader jolted upright in panic, like shocked by lightning. We were ambushed. Soon after, the others regained consciousness when they saw the demon's massive skeleton. Everyone froze in disbelief. What is this? Where did such pure positive energy come from? Thuthan Huin nodded solemnly. As you see, a celestial cultivator intervened. That may be the real goal of my mission. I was tasked with identifying a pure yang celestial cultivator. Someone gasped. Then that person was him. Thuthan Nguyen interrupted calmly. It's not confirmed. His identity is still unknown. He's been watching me as well. Ironically, this time, he protected us. Another member exclaimed at such power. The leader suddenly stiffened. Wait, where is Trukda's body? Secure the scene first. All remaining materials must be submitted to the association. He approached the serpent skeleton and accidentally stepped on a chunk of blackened flesh. What is this? What kind of force is suppressing it? Captain Toe, didn't you say he had a yang attribute? This residual electric current feels far too intense. Thuthan Nguyen crouched, eyes narrowing. This should be what's left of Trukda. That attribute is terrifyingly strong and mixed with a high-tier element. The captain frowned. 2 high-level ascendants appeared, back to back. She stood silent. Thoughts tangled. No. From start to end, there was only one person. It was him. Who would believe one person could hold 2 pure high-tier attributes? Possessing even one makes someone a genius. Holding more turns them into a monster. Not a human, she spoke quietly. What exactly are you? Yang Flame Wielder? Or Lightning Tyrant? Fuang Dich had planned ahead, stationing 2 teammates outside the factory if she failed to appear. They would alert the association, which would sweep the scene and quietly handle the aftermath, leaving everyone convinced she was dead. Her 2 teammates saw her walk out alive and clung to her legs in tears, sobbing about nearly losing their captain, until she laughed helplessly and told them to let go before her leg snapped. With emotions settled, the operation shifted fast into its critical phase, scanning residual spiritual energy and tracing every sign left behind. The team reconstructed the entire clash step by step, packaging all findings for immediate delivery to the association. 2 leaders analyzed combat habits, killing methods, and spiritual traces, following the evidence trail with growing tension. The result was shocking, as nearly all clues pointed to a single individual responsible for wiping out both monsters. 1 leader froze, admitting they had encountered a top-tier elemental cultivator, while others agreed that even one monster could crush elites. Yet this expert ended everything instantly. She reported through her earpiece that the tracked target had appeared again, updated the data, and requested escalation to higher authority. The old chairman replied calmly, ordering her mission suspended and stating the unknown party had saved her, proving no hostility. The anomaly confirmed a lack of ill intent toward the association, meaning the individual could not be labeled a criminal for now. The chairman advised distance for safety and diplomacy, though Tuthan Nguyen voiced lingering doubts about the earlier Hausen incident. He asked if the elder had hesitated because of what happened during the tyrant's near breakthrough. He explained sensing a terrifying aura in that area, suspecting a spirit weapon, though the idea felt unreal without proof. The elder cut in sharply, questioning whether a spirit weapon was truly possible. He dismissed it outright, citing lack of resources and no detected third energy signature at the scene. Tuthan Nguyen frowned, insisting he personally felt a yang-aligned spiritual aura unmistakably linked to a spirit weapon. The chairman went quiet, then reasoned that if the spirit beast matched the yang attribute, the pieces fit. He added that reaching the spirit creation realm would allow cultivation of such power without outside support. Tuthan Nguyen was stunned, knowing that realm was almost mythical in the modern world. The chairman tapped the table, warning that a third attribute would overturn everything and shock the cultivation world. He stressed that multiple spiritual powers repel each other, making such a case unprecedented, and missing that signature might be fortunate. His only hope was that such overwhelming strength would never turn against humanity. Elsewhere, he stepped out of a hot shower, steam clouding the mirror while his thoughts stayed sharp, sensing the world's spiritual recovery accelerating. He reflected on free cultivators training quietly, their heightened senses detecting danger long before disasters like the hidden underground river surfaced. Though unofficial, many had reached formidable levels, strong enough to shatter concrete with careless force. The government maintained a delicate balance, showing goodwill while preventing conflict between independent and official cultivators. Even with the association formed, cultivation remained a guarded secret, shared only within controlled circles. Rumors spread among civilians, unease thick as a rainy season, while authorities stayed silent to avoid panic. This silence troubled him, as it showed the world was not ready for open cultivation. Releasing such knowledge too early would collapse order through chaos, rivalry, and internal wars before monsters were handled. Fighting aberrations while managing human conflict would doom society quickly. And what unsettled him most was how fast the monsters evolved. They surpassed expectations, forcing him to prepare for harsher battles as he reviewed the system's locked darkness attribute. He recalled today's infected beast, sensing sinister energy in the black bones and remembering the creature's cold, intelligent stares. Worse still, they coordinated and set traps, behavior once reserved for higher monsters, nearly costing an entire pioneer team their lives. Even a fragment of darkness felt overwhelming, yet the system hinted that power could be claimed when conditions aligned. He sneered, knowing his current techniques and attributes were formidable, rivaling only a handful of elite cultivators. Still, deep down, he knew this strength was not enough. A sudden ringing phone shattered the silence, snapping him back to reality. He frowned at the caller's name, wondering why she was calling so late. Her gentle voice explained she was safe, and asked if her cousin could stay with him for a few days instead of a hotel. Fuang Dich frowned as his cousin came up, a hazy memory surfacing of a studious girl hugging a massive book like a shield, more brick than paper, her face. He paused, realizing with mild embarrassment that time had erased the details completely. He agreed to host her, noting a spare room still sat empty, then asked when she planned to arrive. She declined the pickup with a soft smile, promised to text the address, and said he could find it himself. She reminded him to accept the local gift she'd bring, exchanged polite thanks, confirmed arrival tomorrow afternoon. then ended the call with warm farewells. Elsewhere, a girl stared at a martial arts group chat about spiritual recovery, typing fast that she'd arrive this afternoon and asking if the elegant 81-year-old would appear. Saying she'd gone on stage, she logged off, shut the news app, and rubbed her temples as the homepage refreshed. A glaring red headline filled the screen, announcing the town's renaming to Seize Destiny and 3 new deaths reported. She whispered Duong Hua Tran's name under her breath, the sound barely leaving her lips. A knock broke her focus as her mother opened the door and asked if she'd finished packing. Startled, she shut the computer and muttered she was ready. Though she hated troubling her cousin and suggested a hotel instead, her mother refused firmly, insisting relatives were safer, reminded her to behave and help out, earning a forced smile in reply. The door closed. She sighed, fixed her glasses, and walked through each room one last time. She told herself strange events held no fear, and her older cousin's teasing words meant nothing. That day, the sky stayed clear and calm, without a single cloud in sight. She dragged her suitcase forward, wheels rattling softly under the open blue sky. The path led her along a sidewalk toward a quiet, almost sleepy neighborhood. Duong stopped at a gate, looked up, and murmured that this had to be the place. He stepped outside and froze, finding his cousin at the gate, eyes bright with curiosity as she gently asked if he was her cousin. Years apart left him stunned, brows knitting as he hesitated before admitting, yes, it was him. Lam Wai introduced herself, radiant and amused, shaking her head at how completely he'd forgotten her. They entered together, the mood warm like reunited family, and he joked about her joining the summer run while offering help anytime. He handed over a spare key, pointed out the room across from his, then retreated, leaving her holding it politely. Watching him go, Lam Wai exhaled in relief, murmured thanks for the stay, and decided he seemed easygoing and unlikely to pry. Back in his room, he glanced at her on the sofa and sensed something off, an unfamiliar aura brushing his awareness. Suspicion stirred as he wondered if she might also cultivate power. Questioning whether the summer camp was just a cover, Lam Wai pulled out her phone and quickly messaged her friend using an alternate account, careful not to expose Fang Haku. She praised her cousin's hands-off attitude, while replies warned patience, secrecy, and recalled a past clash between 2 teams. The chat buzzed as legends spread of an elder whose single strike shattered the sun, prompting her to analyze its extreme yang nature. When it ended, Lam Wai resolved to pause her cultivation, determined not to let her cousin notice anything unusual. 3 days later, her constant presence unsettled him, disrupting meditation and leaving him anxious each time he steadied his breath. Activating the golden sun breathing made his body glow like fire, and he muttered worries about being seen. What bothered him more was Lam Wai taking over chores, cheerfully announcing dinner with braised beef and ribs. He rushed to offer dishwashing, but she waved it off with a smile, saying helping out was only right. He admired her thoughtfulness in silence, noting her near obsession with keeping everything spotless. During the meal, he observed quietly, choosing not to interfere so she'd stay relaxed and lower her guard. A sudden ringtone shattered the calm as Lam Wai's phone rang loudly. He asked softly if a friend was calling, but she froze, staring at the screen without answering. He rose politely, excused himself, and said he'd return to his room to give her space. Lam Wai watched his back fade away, then slipped into her room and finally checked the phone in private. Huang Dik heard her answer the call, voice steady as she confirmed the upheaval would strike again tomorrow at 3, promising she would arrive without fail. She asked to confirm the entry time and location at Tran Duong Hoa, unaware that he stood outside the window, catching every word in silence. He narrowed his eyes, a sharp thought cutting through his mind, recalling that Tran Duong Hoa was a well-known town barely an hour away. Wisps of pale blue spiritual energy slipped into the room as he observed carefully. Certain she was a celestial cultivator, and relieved she lacked the strength to sense him. Shock rippled through him as he realized she was still in high school, yet already stood at the 2-star ghost realm, with signs of breaking higher. As dusk settled, he concluded the summer camp story was fake, and that the great change between heaven and earth was truly approaching. His hand quivered with excitement, knowing every such upheaval opened a rare and precious window of opportunity. A quiet smile formed as he wondered what attribute Zhen Yanghua would manifest this time. He slipped away from the apartment wall like a shadow, mind racing as he claimed this chance for himself. The moment he vanished, Lam Wai opened her eyes, suspicion flickering briefly across her gaze. She glanced out the window, unease rising as she murmured about a moon illusion, sensing she had been watched. By morning, heavy gray clouds pressed over Tran Duong Hoa Phu as the sun struggled weakly above. At the gate, the dull light barely touched the gathering figures waiting below. A lively short-haired girl in green sportswear teased Lam Wai, asking if she had stayed with her cousin and whether he was handsome. Lam Wai smirked lightly, recalling him as she replied that he was decent enough, but far from the handsome type her friend liked. Online love sighed in disappointment, only for a red-haired girl to burst into sharp, captivating laughter. The charming 81-year-old woman teased elegantly, reminding them he once thought himself ordinary among countless beings. Their chatter broke when Wenju cut in firmly, telling them to stop joking and focus on the real matter. Lam Wai glanced over in question, learning calmly that the mysterious person would not appear and only 6 would act this time. The alluring woman added softly that the absence was nothing new, urging everyone to move out. From a nearby garden cafe, he quietly watched Lam Wai's group, appearing no different from a normal family. A faint smile crossed his face as he judged that his cousin's team carried real strength. One glance told him everything, even the weakest holding the second demon realm, while another had reached the third, with talk hinting at an unseen expert. He did not rush to follow, instead fixing his distant gaze on the mountain looming over Tranduang Hoa. Without warning, a colossal vine dropped from the sky, towering like a mythic beanstalk. The vine emerged randomly across the region at unpredictable moments. Unlike anything cultivators had ever recorded, it shattered common sense as a true heavenly upheaval, unrelated to weather or land, drifting silently from the void without light, sound, or harm.